All right, everybody, welcome back to the Killer Main podcast series. This week, the killer of subject is going to be Wesker, and we have the lovely Scooty Booty here. They would like to introduce themselves.
I am Scootey. I play the mastermind, and I'm a little insane. I like just interacting with everyone, being funny, and I don't know. I guess my whole gist is tunneling people.
It's your
That's
whole
actually something we should go to. I
tunneling
mean,
people.
it's literally on my overlay. It's the Nemesis kid.
That Nemesis was a tunneling Resident Evil killer. Come on. Hmm. Uh, okay, so first question, as always, is how long have you been playing Dead by Daylight?
Um, so I've kept up with Dead by Daylight since I want to say mid 2019, 20. Actually, that's a lie. I watched Otts when he was a Souls creator, and when he started doing more DBD stuff, I always looked at it, but I never watched it.
Mm-hmm.
I started interacting with the DBD community when Stranger Things came out because I was a super Stranger Things fan, and I didn't start playing until right after the Chains of Hate PTB on my console and on my original PC account. And I transferred over to this account right after Nemesis came out.
Are you gonna merge your accounts?
No,
No.
because it's Switch.
Oh, okay. Okay,
There's absolutely no point.
that makes sense. That's so weird with the Switch thing. I'm curious. Like, I don't know the legalese. I'm genuinely curious why it happened that way.
Actually, it's really not surprising. Nintendo's always been that kind of way with cross progression in their IPs and stuff.
They've been better about it over the years, but honestly, most of the times when it happens, it's when the game comes out with it.
No, because we didn't get Samus Aran in Fortnite because Nintendo wanted Samus on the Switch only.
Oh, that's different. That's different.
That's not different. It's Nintendo's always been like this.
Yeah, as much as I hate that I'm a massive Metroid fan, I would have fucking probably. I already got Doom guy. I just need his wife. It's fine. Anyways, um, so 2019, Deathslinger 2019?
No, Deathslinger was 2020. I started interacting with DBD in 2019.
Oh, okay.
I didn't start playing until right after the Chains of Hate PTB.
Mm.
So during Cursed Legacy mid chapter, which was when the game was really really buggy.
So what exactly did anything specific get you in, or was it just like
I started playing Survivor with friends originally. I was a Survivor main before I started playing Killer. I played Steve, and I think that was it. I played Steve because I was a super Stranger Things fan.
Mm-hmm.
And when I was eventually when my friends mostly quit because they were the type that would like bringing OP shit and just making the game insufferable for killers. I started playing Killer more, and I played Danny. Danny was the first ever killer I played. I bought Ghostface, and I found him very fun. And then when Pyramid Head came out, I was like, that was my first anniversary stream. First everything was Silent Hill. And I was freaking out because in my head I was like, we can get video games in this shit, Resident Evil. And then 1 year later,
we can get video games in this shit. Yeah. Then 1 year later was Wesker.
What's Resident Evil?
Yeah.
1 year later was Nemi.
Oh, Nemi. And then Wesker. Yeah.
That's right. And then Wesker.
Yeah. I am still surprised. Like, Resident Evil's still the only double license we've ever gotten, isn't it?
Yeah. Actually,
I'm still surprised we haven't gotten more skins.
I honestly think, and I've been thinking about this for a while, I think that when they got Nemesis originally, when they got Resident Evil, the first chapter, I think they got everything, and they would just split it into two.
That wouldn't surprise me. And considering I always forget his name. Is it William Birkin?
Yeah, Birkin. Yeah. Especially, yeah.
Because, I mean, we got that skin. That was a little after, what was it?
Yeah, that was Lunar New Year.
Yeah. And, the Hunk skin, and then the cosplays and all that.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me. I don't know, once again, I'm not a legal expert on this stuff, but from what I understand, when they do the legal agreements, it's usually all in one go.
Yeah.
And getting another license usually isn't, even if, I think Fortnite's done like a, not a TED Talk, a GDC talk about it, where when they get licenses for certain IPs, they usually get all of it in one batch and just
split it.
Yeah, split it as they need to.
I mean, that wouldn't surprise me too, because especially like, and this is something I always wanted to ramble about, because my friend Gorbo, who's now like Zozo, they're the person who did the Trickster and the Drudge rework videos.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing a Nemesis one, and we were talking about it. And it honestly wouldn't surprise me if the reason why Nemesis feels so half-baked is because a lot of the code that they used on like Nemi or something, they put into Wesker. If you think about their powers, they basically do the same thing except very different.
Yeah, and then the zombies, which are a whole other conversation.
Capcom forcing zombies.
I definitely never do that. Uh, um, so with Wesker being into the game though, why Wesker?
So when I was very young,
Mm-hmm.
my father showed me video games that I should not have seen for my age. Silent Hill, Resident Evil. There's a third that is like leaving my mind. But I played RE5 co-op with him when I was young. I think I was like 11, 12. I played co-op with him. Played the whole game out.
Mm-hmm.
And I've always liked horror, and I've always liked to move fast. Before I played Nemesis, right after when Blight came out, that was all I played. I played Blight for a year straight. Sunk like 1,000 something hours into that killer.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like the perfect mix. I get fast dash killer plus Resident Evil.
It's really that simple.
It's actually just that simple. That's why. Why? Because the other thing with Wesker too is that his skill floor is so basic, but there's so much intricate things you can do with him that make him so fascinating to me.
Yeah, and
So much about Blight.
Yeah, we'll get into some of the how do I word this without coming off rude? We'll get into some of the more controversial things about Wesker a little later.
Controversial, uncounterable exploit.
So speaking of Wesker, and from the sounds of things, I think for the most part you think they're perfect, but is there any changes you would make to current Wesker? This includes base kit, add-ons, teachables. I bring up teachables because I think it's a good talking point that no one ever brings up at all.
Awakened awareness. I miss Old Awakened. Okay, because now I can get into how they made one of my favorite perks of all time completely and utterly useless.
Yeah, we can talk about the teachables first if you want.
Awakened awareness on PTB lingered for 2 seconds after use.
Yes.
They removed that because of Starstruck Nurse.
Right.
That was literally their reason, was Starstruck Nurse.
Right.
And then they removed the ability to do Starstruck Nerf, and they never changed Awaken Awareness back.
Nope.
So what was the whole point of doing that nerf if you were going to change Nurse anyways?
I don't know. It's also weird, too, because they didn't change the coding either. It's still timed.
Yeah, it can still happen with some killers, apparently. That was like a bug.
Well, no, if you run Lethal Pursuer, it still lingers.
It lingers.
Yeah, because so they didn't change the coding.
They just made it 0. And then since Lethal adds 2, it just becomes the 2-second linger again.
Yeah. I only noticed that because Lethal Pursuer doesn't work with Clown's cigar box because it's tied to the invigorated effect, not the aura reach. It's really stupid.
That's interesting, actually.
Yeah, well, because the aura rating on cigar box is tied to the invigoration duration. It's not a separate coded aura reading duration. So lethal doesn't affect it. It's really weird. I think it's like the only thing in the game that does that.
Interesting.
I'm sure someone will correct me, but it's one of the only things in the game that does that. But yeah, and now I think the only killer who really uses Awakened, quote, uses Awakened is Spirits. I know some Spirit players who run it a lot with Starstruck.
I don't like Starstruck, but that's something I'll ramble about later eventually.
I don't even know his other two teachable. Oh, Superior Anatomy.
Yeah, Superior Anatomy. I actually really like Superior Anatomy just on different killers. Whenever I play Trickster, Superior Anatomy is really good for zoning. They vault, you run around, you hit like 3 or 4 blades, you run up to the vault, full power, GG.
Yeah, I run it on Chucky a lot, or not a lot, but every now and again.
I miss that Chucky bug when you could scamper and it would have.
It's funny because I did a build, or like quote Chucky's best build video, and I put dark arrogance in there, and people were like, that's getting buffed or getting changed, right? It's like, yeah, I'm not talking about the scamper or the scamper change. I'm talking about just in general. It's still pretty good for him because Windows suck for Chucky. Yeah, I don't. Did they finally fix it for Legion? It doesn't work on Legion now, right?
I don't know, actually. I don't play Legion.
Oh, fair enough. I don't think, but ironically, as popular as they are, I don't really know that many people who play Legion.
It's more of the, I feel like, and this is like something posted with like the stats and stuff, which we can talk about later. I feel like there's a really big disconnect between the people that make content for the game,
Mm-hmm.
like the killers they play, and the people that don't.
Oh, for sure. I who was I talking to? I think it was David. About we're all in this bubble, and I think sometimes we forget we're in that bubble.
Yeah, we are in a bubble because
Well,
honestly, my whole thing is like I don't care what you play.
mm-hmm.
And I'm 100% honest with that. There's stuff that will like annoy the piss out of me, which is whatever. Like stuff is annoying, but I'm not going to be like, you play Legion? Grr, I hate you. No, like you just play Legion because you want to run fast. Is it annoying? Yeah. Should I really care? No. And I feel like that's something nowadays that like the DBD community just really enables is just shit talking, us versus them. It's always been a thing ever since I started playing, and I started playing 4 years ago. I'm like, why is it still a thing? It's been more than half of the game's lifespan, and I've seen it the whole time.
It's funny to me because like I've talked about this in a few videos where it's like I've been in a lot of gaming communities. I've been in the Rainbow Six, Overwatch, League of Legends. Dead by Daylight is like the only one where like toxicity content or like shit talking content is like as common as it is. The other ones had it, sure, but it wasn't like there weren't channels built on it.
I think like a recent thing, like recently, is the whole skirms quiet kill situation. That's like a great example of that because that entire thing is just dude funny toxicity. Which honestly, like if you're doing it and you know it's ironic, it's funny.
Right.
But people will do that unironically, and it's like, oh,
well,
okay.
I don't even, and I hate blaming audiences, because I feel like it's kind of a rude thing to do. But part of it is our faults as viewers, because it's like, I mean, they wouldn't make it if it didn't get views.
Yeah, I mean, we sit there and we watch it.
Yeah, it's like we complain about, oh, the toxicity is so bad in this game. Meanwhile, a video of like toxic Swift gets what's coming to him or something gets like 2 million views. I'm exaggerating, but
yeah, it's like or like for like opposite ends, it's like running killers, blah 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 blah.
It's yeah. Um, but yeah, Superior Anatomy, I think I think it's a fine perk. I don't think it needs any changes or anything.
I don't think it needs any changes or anything. And then his Third Teachable's Terminus, which is good for endgame builds. I actually really like Terminus. I just don't run it on a lot of builds because, as you can tell in the VOD, like this is basically what I run every time, except instead of Pain Rods, I run Brutal. That's my average. That's my average. Like I'm not giving a damn about this game build.
Oh, so you're is it like quote your brain off build?
Yeah, it's just I force palette if you want me to play palette, and then I see aura and then agitation, so I go hook faster so I can get into faster chase.
Yeah, I always get so much crap for not a lot, but my brain off killer is Singularity.
How?
How?
I don't know. I don't know what it is. I turn into a mute when I play that killer. Like I've never locked in so hard on any killer in this roster except for Singularity. There's something about my brain. It just turns off, and it like all of my verbal processes turn off, and it's like I lean forward in my chair and I'm staring at my screen.
I have a whole build that's designed around just not thinking with Larry. There's he has an iridescent add-on that when you shoot a camera, anyone within or anyone within a range of the camera. God, that UE skin is so distracting.
No, I think your FPS too.
So basically you just shoot. You don't even look in the cams. You're just an M1 Andy, and you just shoot the cam. That's one way I do it. The other way I do it is I run Brutal, Save, Rapid, Lightborn. You can call me cringe later for running Lightborn. And I literally I start the match, pop a cam on the side of a building, pop a cam by like a gen or something, slipstream a person here or there, and then just constantly teleport to them over and over and over and over again.
To be fair, you can do that with New Singularity. As I've been playing more New Singularity, the more like I don't have to really focus anymore, and I'm just role playing the Hillbilly and trying to see if I can 4K5.
Singularity's always been my brain off killer. I don't know what it is about them. I don't know. They just click.
My recent actual brain off killer has been Chucky. I don't need to think. I press control, hold M2, get injured.
No, yeah, I got you. It makes
But
sense to me. This was as much as I, I've talked before about how I hate when people say like killers take no skill. I hate it when people say that crap. I really do. Uh, because every killer takes skill. It really just comes down to how someone's playing them, I feel.
it also just changes because a killer that does not take much micro might take macro.
Yeah.
So whenever I say a killer doesn't require skill, I am specifically talking about their micro.
Right, which is fair,
Yeah.
but even then it's like I mean aiming is still skill.
I would absolutely agree. But I would absolutely agree. There's a clip of me literally completely whiffing. But
Yeah, and there's now a clip of Jane driving a car.
floating.
um
But that's what I like about some killers because like you cannot tell me with a straight face that Myers's micro requires skill. His macro requires skill. You need to know when you need to
yeah.
stop, when you leave chase, etc., etc. But people try to like tell me with a straight face that some killers that require no micro require micro, and I'm like, no, I'm sorry, your killer doesn't. That's not a bad thing.
Well, I mean other than the general micro that every killer needs just cuz
Yeah,
yeah.
being a
Um
general killer.
yeah. I mean like I could sit like I mean, I with Chucky, for example. I mean, I always bring up the whole because people are like he doesn't take skill, and I'm like, well, you can still miss a slice and dice. It's not going
You
to happen.
shouldn't be though. You shouldn't be though.
Shouldn't, but you can.
But you can.
So if there's an error or a margin for error, then it does take skill. I'm not saying it takes much, but it still takes skill.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's always been my point with it. It's like, and I get it. It's the internet. Everyone's mostly being hyperbolic. So, um, I don't know. It's just sometimes I don't know. It's not like personal or anything. It's just like when someone says um, like when
The
someone
only
says,
reason the only reason why I talk about Chucky the way I do is because they took away all of his cool mechanics, and then now he's just press control hold M2 character. That's why I'm like, this killer takes no skill, bro.
I still love him. I still love him.
I will always love my John Scamper.
Listen. Bartholomew Von Scamper. That's my channel mascot.
My little son John Scamper.
Um, I don't know. I still enjoy Chucky just because third person camera, Chuck spots. I find weird and interesting ways to use slice and dice every now and again. Um, it's just I feel like the difference is that it's not you can't do it all the time. Uh, and that's kind of the disappointing thing. I don't want the 180s back, honestly. I think it was too much. I do think like 120 or something would be fine. My
I
suggestion is
think if I think if they were to do anything, I hate to interrupt you, I'm sorry. If
no,
they were to do anything to like bring back like a turn window, just make it so that increases cooldown again, please, for the love of everything. I cannot believe they buffed his cooldown by 1.8 seconds. And then make it so that whenever you scamper in Slice and Dice, give the killer like zero point 0.2 of a second of free turn so they can turn. So you can scamper. Whenever you scamper, you can turn. So certain tiles are playable. And albeit that removes a lot of counterplay, that's why I talk about making his cooldown higher. Because fundamentally, I feel like Chucky is flawed where he should be getting a hit every time he uses power. It's like Spirit.
mm-hmm.
If you're not messing up, you should be getting a hit. There's no ands, ifs, or buts.
Right.
So either we lean more into that and you just make it so that he can't do it as much, or you have to give some different form of base kit counterplay, which is restricting his turning, and I don't think we want to do more of that.
Yeah, I mean, I've always suggested make it an add-on at the very least. Uh, off of the subject of Chucky, though. I mean, I could talk about that for hours, but uh, what were we even talking about? We were talking about
We were talking about Wesker's base kit entirely. His
yes,
add-ons. We
yes,
were on his perks. We were gonna go jump over to his base kit,
yeah.
which I would do a few things.
Welcome to the podcast, by the way.
So
Told you we get tangential.
yeah.
Go ahead.
My whole thing with the recent nerf to Wesker it kind of explains my points with behavior where and singularity too. Actually, singularity is a great example of the other aspect. Whenever something is either doing too much or not enough, they don't do one change, they do multiple and absolutely just slam dunk the killer.
Yes.
So an example would be I want just Wesker. So infection obviously needed a nerf. I'm not going to argue that.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that they nerfed both the hindered and the fact when you come off hook you go to 1% is literally too much. Okay. In my opinion. Mm-hmm. Because nowadays whenever you are I rarely see critical infect. It's not a threat. If you're injured and infected, it's not a threat. Which is the whole thing about infection before, is it was a threat because you get full crit, you go 8%. Mm-hmm. But it was obviously too much because you just come off hook and, you know, he just slaps you off hook and then within 15 seconds you're fully infected and he's literally sniffing you.
Right.
Doesn't matter. So I would bring back the 8% hindered, leave the coming off hook as is. I think that's fine. I think the fact that you can just go off hook and then bam. I don't think that's cool. I don't think.
I think for me, when I saw the nerf they did to Wesker with the infection, my first thought was because it's 1% now when you get off hook, right?
Yeah, it was at 50% originally. You come off hook, you're 50% infected. Now it's 1%, which I think is fine. I do think that's fine. The other thing too about Wesker is that when you're infected, if they were to change it again, I would make it 20% because whenever you're injured by Wesker, by his power, whenever you're initially infected, it's 20%. You're never beneath 20%. It takes 20% for it to literally show on the HUD. That is how it works. For the threshold to hit the show on the HUD, it's 20%.
Uh-huh.
So if we were to change that in any regard, not back to 50, just make it 20. Maybe we can find a medium point, make hindered 6%. But for the threat of infection, it is not anything. And it's also like my other issue with the other Resident Evil killer is that when I was doing because I like reworking some killers time to time. Mm-hmm. Like it's like both infections now are not a threat. Nemesis infection is a third health state. Okay, cool, whatever. And then Wesker's is 6% hindered and it's down with his power. But again, my whole thing is that when you're injured, infection should be a threat. It's not a threat right now. And it also takes forever to even get critically infected.
Okay. Yeah. But I mean, so what you're saying is you would have only wanted one of the changes they recently did or what
yeah.
I mean, which one would you have preferred though if they
I would have preferred the off hook one 100% because a lot of my downs when I'm forcing kills is literally just me running up, slapping person off hook and then walking them for like 10 seconds and then they're dead because they're 8% hindered. Mm-hmm. The hindered is the threat. That is the entire point of infection when you're injured. Right. When you're healthy, like you shouldn't be healthy and infected. Like that's common knowledge. You should always reset first before disinfecting because you don't want to give information to the killer.
Mm-hmm. Which I think is another thing with Wesker because I've talked about this in the past. Wesker is probably, with a few exceptions, but I would say Wesker is one of a perfect killer.
I would agree.
Not to cut you off, but like they have mobility. He has information, kind of. It's not the most reliable info, but it's info. Built-in slowdown. A good chase power. A good, if you know what you're doing, anti-loot power. I know it's not exactly anti-loot, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like they're just perfect. Like I can't think of anything that's fundamentally wrong. Like there's some number tweaks here and there we could do, and probably a couple changes, but he has everything we could ever need in a killer.
Well, the other reason why I like him so much.
And yeah, I mean, I think that's part of his popularity. I mean, he even has something a lot of killers really need, and I bring this up all the time. He has clip potential, which is something that like other killers, cough cough Chucky, doesn't really have.
He used to, doesn't now.
Yeah, it's one reason why I thought Unknown was like really really perfect. Unknown basically has a lot of those things too.
Oh, I could ramble about Unknown and my issues with Unknown, but we'll do that later.
Yeah, but I mean, you get what I'm saying though. Like
Yeah, yeah.
Unknown has all of these aspects, and then if you look at some of the older killers, it's like, I mean, we
Like,
gotta sit here and argue Trapper is actually perfectly designed.
ugh.
Sorry to my Trapper mains. But yeah, I think the infection is because when that change happened, I saw a bunch of people going, why not just make it so the infection doesn't hinder? Okay, what should it do then?
If it wasn't going to hinder, and I hate to say this, make spray cans infinite and then gen slow it down. I wouldn't want that. Like we did like another Wesker player, Loris. She did like a whole rework for infection, and albeit I like the ideas, the more I sat there and thought about it, I just don't want the killer to be boring. Because that's something like it would be good, like it would absolutely be good. I feel like I would be fucking bored if I got infected by Wesker. Oopsies, 20% gen slowdown. Let me go disinfect.
I think the other idea I've heard is just if you're fully infected, you just instantly get grabbed, which happens now if you slam them in, or uh
Yeah,
if they're healthy, fully infected, and you slam them into a wall, they immediately go. You immediately grab them. I've heard the idea of what if when you're fully infected, injured or healthy, you just instead of like doing the dash and then either slamming them into a wall or throwing them, you just grab them.
interesting. I never thought about that.
Because that would still make it a threat, right? It would still have the potential of having them need to go infect or disinfect, right? But it wouldn't be so much of a threat. That's just a spitball idea. I've seen some people throw around before. Um,
I think all Wesker really needs is with the infection change, just revert the hindered change, and then my thing I want his cooldown lowered. His cooldown's way too long. I cannot be told with a straight face that Wesker has more lethality in chase than Talbot or Chucky, because he doesn't.
doesn't he get the cooldown decrease depending on how many people are infected though?
Yeah, but it's a very minuscule amount. Like when you have all four people infected is what base kit should be.
That's what I was saying. What if they just did what they did to Singularity and just move it to base kit?
I wouldn't mind that. And then change gloves, make it do something else. But his cooldown should be 10 seconds. Just flat 10 seconds. You could argue 9 or 8 seconds,
Per?
but
Both.
both total. Like that's combined.
Okay.
Because it's currently 6 seconds per token, if my math is correct.
What if they just made it so you get both stacks back at once?
Oh. My thing with that though is that Elkring moment.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, what if they just made it kind of like how Blight used to be, or well, still is to a degree, where you get the tokens back, but you can't use them until you have dealt both of them.
I wouldn't like that.
You wouldn't like that, okay?
No. I like having the one charge because if they get themselves into a horrid area, just full power. Especially if you're running Uni, which is the other thing. And then if I was to actually change the bound space kit, I would stabilize them. I would make it so that your first bound's 10 meters, your second bound is 10. I wouldn't even say 10 meters. I say 12 meters. So your second bound is shorter, but your first bound's longer, very much longer, because it is currently, what is it? It should be 7 meters. Yeah, so it's an extra 3 meters on your first bound, and then just change Uni and Walkie to be like turbo versions of that, so that your second bound is really bad, but your first bound is good, and then your first bound is terrible, but your second bound is.
Is it 7? I thought it was 8.5.
It's I thought it was 7 and then 14 because there's no actual respective distances on Wesker's power because he's based on acceleration.
Right. Okay.
So
okay.
It's approximately I want to say 7 and then 14 and then 20% of those. So it'd be I think it would be 8.5 for Uni for first bound, and then for second bound it would be. My math is not mathing right now.
Yeah, I mean distances in this game are fucking stupid anyways most of the time. So.
11 point no, be 12.2 meters.
Yeah. Do you know how long a slice and dice is from Chucky at base?
No, actually,
it's 12.8 meters.
I see.
but it's actually 12.
Yeah, because Wesker's actual bound meters per second is 14.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, that is just make his cooldown better. If I was to change bounds, that's how I do it. I don't think they need to be changed. I think his bounds are fine. If I was to actually do a full rework of Wesker, I would do that. But I think for actual changes, just make his cooldown shorter and then make Hindered 8% again, and the killer's perfect.
Yeah, I don't think we just said with Wesker being basically like the perfect killer. Like I really don't think he needs any fundamental changes. I think we can still look back at infection and try to maybe adjust that in some way, shape, or form. But even then, I think the way it is now isn't like the worst thing it could be, for either side. But yeah, going on to add-ons though, I think this is where a lot of the changes will come in for real though. Um, is it? I know it's a green. What is the add-on that basically does nothing?
Made a medallion. It's the blindness one. Whenever you're crit infected, you have blindness for 60 seconds or whatever.
No, not that one. The one that increases infection rate.
Oh, VCD by 30%.
Yeah, doesn't it if you do the math, it doesn't actually do anything?
No, that's the purple. The purple that does nothing.
Oh, okay.
It's I think it's red herb, the purple. It makes it so that you only get I did the math. It's only an extra 6 charges of infection. It's nothing.
But I mean, Wesker's add-on design, I think, because he's also one of the few killers whose browns are actually. I don't. Let me preface this. Not good, but they have a use.
Unicorn Medallion is his best non-eerie add-on.
Right.
Unicorn Medallion easily is his best because having your first bound good means that you have a shorter cooldown across the board. It means that you can get your second bound faster.
Yeah, and I mean, Jewel Beetle, which is quote the meme one, has a use.
I mean, Jewel Beetle is also very strong. All of his mid extension add-ons are good. Like Chalice, you can use to carry to edge map. Lion Medallion, you throw further, which you can use to zone. There's use to almost every single one of his actual bound add-ons. There is a use in each and every single one.
Yeah, and then I would assume you're not a big fan of the infection ones. I take it.
No, I don't ever run them. There's a few that are neat for build ideas, like a helicopter stick. Whenever someone disinfects, you see their aura.
Yeah,
that one's neat.
Yeah, I'm a fan of the aura reading ones personally. I mean, I'm running gloves and actually gloves and beetle, if I'm honest with you. But yeah, I mean, other than a couple weird ones, like the purple with the infection rate, and what is his other eerie? I don't even know what it does.
The lab photo, which is the second strongest add-on. Okay. It's the one that breaks pallets when you bound into them.
Yeah.
If you run that with Uni, it's his best add-on combo. If you run it with Unicorn Medallion.
Oh yeah, because the cooldown. I never even thought about that. Huh. I might have something to try later. But I mean, do you think any of his add-ons need to fundamentally change at all, or do you think they're all?
Eerie Vial is about it. I think Lab Photo is strong, but it's a whatever add-on. It is a fundamentally strong add-on. It turns you from the Mastermind into the Mastermind with Nemesis Palette Break. So
it doesn't interact with Brutal, does it?
No.
Okay.
You don't. But the thing is, you don't have to run Brutal if you have Lab Photo. You can just run a different perk.
That is true.
Because you have Lab Photo.
Well, while we're on the topic of changes, so the community, I want to say, is very split. I think it's a dumb argument, but exploits are. What is the official name for it, by the way?
Hex.
Hex?
Hex.
Oh no!
If we're talking,
no, not like the official name of what it's actually called. What is the official name of the tech?
For which one? For Hug Tech? For Skinny Burt? There's multiple different techs with. Okay. Yeah, there's because I can explain how Wesker works based off of his collision and how Hug Tech interacts and how Hug Tech works, because people are misinformed about it.
I mean, if you want to get into that, I mean, go right.
So when they did the changes from the second patch from live, They shrinked his collision. Let me pull up the exact numbers because I don't have it on hand, but I know that when they changed the numbers, they made it so that his actual collision box is smaller than the detection.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like a little box, and there is a smaller box that shows his environment. So imagine you're setting an artist crow, like the visual for an artist crow.
Yeah.
That is what you can bound through. You can set it in between, like if you're like standing at a 45 degree for a doorway, it looks like you can't bound through, but because your bound path is smaller than your other collision, you can go through. Let me see, where is his change log? Let me pull it up.
Before we get into the specifics, though, so when I said it's a little controversial because, quote, it's an exploit, by definition, it technically is. Now, the argument often gets brought up whether or not exploits or techs should stay in the game. And I think, as with most things, it's a case-by-case basis. Personally, I think Weskers is fine. I thought hug techs were fine. I thought 180s weren't. I thought, it's I feel like it's a case-by-case basis. Depending on the killer and the specifics. Because the thing is, and I bring this example up a lot, rocket jumping, which is one of the most common things in any video game with explosives. That was an exploit.
In Quake. It was an exploit in the original Quake.
Yeah, it was an exploit in the original Quake. And the developers saw everyone doing it, and instead of getting rid of it or being upset the community found it, they embraced it. And now it's in every video game ever.
The devs literally accepted an actual bug as they codified it into Knight's kit. If you touched a vault, the guard would go, huh? And it would just continue walking.
Right.
They codified that. There's a literal noise now if you do that to a guard.
Yeah.
And the same thing with Billy curves. Billy curves were an exploit. The devs were like, oh, this is cool. And then they codified it. There's a blood point notification for if you do a curve.
I think that's my thing with it, is that I think if the devs just came out and were somehow made it official, I the conversation would end right there.
Yeah, if they codified it, I feel like it'd be different. That's something I've always said. It's the same thing when I talk about Nemesis Linger or Hug Tech. I was like, if y'all don't like it, because so the reason why they removed Hug Tech, I can also explain on Blight. I don't agree with the reasoning. I understand the reasoning though. They've always wanted the killer to be the pinball killer. You bound, you go bounce, 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 get hit. That's the way they've always wanted you to play the killer. When hug techs were a thing, people were skipping a whole step, and that's what the devs didn't like. And they've been literally trying, and the whole reason it took them this long is because they just didn't want to affect the community that they built up of Blight players of hug tech. And then they went, okay, we're going to do it anyways. And then now I don't see Blight anymore. I don't.
I'm gonna say something controversial. I actually enjoy Blight more without the hug tech.
Oh, I still like Blight. Don't get me wrong. I still love Blight. I just hate the back bumping that they did with the collision change because I know how they removed hug tech on Blight too, which is why Blight was bugged, which is why Wesker was bugged, which is why Artist was bugged.
Mm-hmm.
Because this patch confirms the long-running theory that Artist and Wesker share code. Because Artist's collision, her hitbox was bugged, and Blight was also not Blight. Wesker was also bugged. Mm-hmm. They were both bugged. And they fixed Wesker this patch, so they fixed Artist this patch. They both work fundamentally the same. With Blight's hug tech, how they removed it is they literally just added the collision detector that Wesker has onto his collision detector. So he has 3 different collision detectors now. Which is why you can if you line yourself up like a Blight like a Wesker hug tech, you can do an insta rush by bumping and then swinging.
Huh. It's yeah.
I don't agree with it, but I know why they did it.
Yeah,
but my issue is that if they see Wesker as the I bound forward killer, I bound another direction killer, are they going to do the same thing? Because they've already codified in quotations text into the game / exploits. But at the same time, they remove Blight Hug Tech, so it leaves Wesker in this limbo because they'll obviously codify shit. Like they did it for Billy, they did it for Knight, but they removed Blights because it's not the killer they envision.
Yeah,
but Billy was initially the I dash forward killer. Same thing with Wesker. So
yeah, and I think that's the scary. Or I would scary's exaggerating, but I think that's the worrying thing is like I don't know the devs' exact process because wishy-washy is the wrong word, but like what like we don't know their exact design philosophy for every killer. We can make assumptions. Obviously, I've said it before, especially with the current Knight changes. Like their design philosophy with Knight, I'm like 95% sure is they want him to be a split pressure killer. With Singularity, they want him to be a killer that gets it's basically a macro playing killer who sets cameras up and kind of watches the entire map. We can tell that based on just the add-on design, the power design, what you're rewarded for, what you're not. With Wesker, I don't know if they want him to be more than just a I have 2 dash killer.
That's the thing I can't tell either. I think at this point, I think right now they are not going to address Wesker in any shape or form. Down the line, maybe. I don't think it's in their plans right now to change Wesker. I think if people keep yapping about it and drawing attention to it, especially like when Blight got changed, it's literally all it's like, oh, dark times ahead, Wesker's getting changed. Well, if you guys shut up about it, they won't address it.
And you know, like I said, you know, I enjoy Blight more after the changes because the collision feels. Let me preface this. It's Dead by Daylight collision, but in general, the collision feels better. At least to me. Playing him feel as an average player who didn't use hug techs and didn't completely master the character, he feels better to play.
That was my thing, is that when I played Blight before hug tech was a thing. So really, I wasn't changed too much by it, but I can understand.
Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. I understand the frustrations from those who have like dedicated so much time and effort into learning all the techs on Blight that are kind of just not possible anymore, even though some of them still are. It's just like I understand the frustration, but at the same time, we also do need to remember that the killers do need to be, what's the word I'm looking for? I guess accessible to everybody, but I wouldn't even say Blight was inaccessible. It's just this makes him better for the average player.
I would agree. But the thing is, too, with Wesker nowadays, his community is solely people that are dedicated to him. There's not going to be like any like, oh, I can only bound in 2 directions type beat Weskers. They look at Wesker players and they're like, I want to bound around walls. I want to hug tech. That's why they're playing Wesker now. That's the entire Wesker community is just people going for stupid things now.
How?
I don't think there's I think if they actually just removed most of his techs, bam, Thanos snapped. Nobody's going to be playing this killer anymore. I'm going to be 100% honest. I'll still play Wesker. I love Wesker.
Mm-hmm.
I know for a fact a lot of Wesker players will stop playing this killer. I know a lot of Wesker players would quit DVD if they changed the killer like that.
Yeah,
I know they would.
I mean, I've seen it happen. Do you play Valorant at all?
I used to play a lot of Valorant.
When they nerfed Jet, she has a dash where she can dash left, right, up, down, or no, left or right, forward or back. They nerfed that a while ago and made it so it has a charge time now, so you can't do it instantly. Her play rate went down from, I think it was like 90% to like 20. When they did that,
it's still not as bad as when they nerfed Chamber and every Chamber player left the game.
God.
I'm not gonna lie. I played the shit out of Chamber, and I let that shit boost me up to like near immortal.
I don't want to make this about Valorant, but I play Cypher, so I didn't give a shit.
I don't play Valorant anymore at all.
But yeah, I mean, it's a similar thing. And I for Wesker, I think it's different than those two because I think part of that was just because that's what made those characters so strong, not necessarily fun, if that makes any sense. Even though that some would argue that bleeds into each other, but my point is that when you let it fester as long as it has, without giving a general sense of your design philosophy on what you want to do with the character, and then you Thanos snap, like you said, away the thing that people have thought or built around the character's entire identity. That's just it. You're getting rid of the entire identity of the character at that point. I mean, Chucky's a good example. I mean, once they get rid of 180s, I mean, how many people drop the character? I mean, there's like 5 Chucky mains left, and I'm one of them.
Yeah, I dropped. I started slowly dropping Chucky when they removed his techs. But I loved into the John Scamper meme type beat because I thought that shit was funny, and then they removed it, and I was like, well, now I just press Control M2 killer. Like, I don't hate Chucky. But I think Chucky's a very interesting killer, but he's not one I'm going to sit there and just play infinitely because Chucky's very repetitive and very boring. If the same thing would happen to Wesker, they remove his text. Wesker, what is Wesker? I bound forward, I change direction, I bound forward again, killer. The thing about Wesker that's so interesting is that you know he can do all of these things. Well, how is he going to apply it? What is the player going to do? Because, like in a lot of situations, hug tech is not practical in any shape or form.
No, it's not. Neither are a lot of techs.
The only thing that is really like practical for Wesker, which isn't even an exploit, it's literally how his code works, is Skinny Burt. Because he can bound through shit because he's skinnier than it. Because his collision box is different from his actual bound collision. Mm-hmm. Since his collision is smaller than his bound collision, he just flies through it. But if they were to, that's the whole reason hug tech happens, is that his bound collision is skinnier, so when it propels him forward, it can't, so it propels him sideways. The game is propelling him forward, technically, but it's propelling him sideways. The game registers it as him going forward.
And the whole text exploits, that whole conversation. I think the thing with it too is like, one, I would want it commodified, like you said, like the devs like to make an official statement on it, and then they never will. But like you just said, it's also not efficient, like most of the time. And I think having text like that definitely encourages people to play in a more fun way, where they're going for these dumb plays and not just running for slowdown and trying to win the game every single time as optimally as they can. And once you remove that, it's like, well, if I can't really go for any cool clips or any cool plays, why wouldn't I just play the killer as basic and optimally as I can?
Because my other thing too is there's like other stuff. I don't know if you don't know what I don't know if you've heard of wall slides for Wesker. I think they are the strongest form of tech that you can do on the killer. Mm-hmm. You remember how Skinny Burt works, how your collision box is smaller, and so it can't propel you forward? Mm-hmm. If you use that to bound through, so if you do that because your collision is bigger than the bound collision, the game will detect you bounding through, like, say, let's use the Orman Jungle Gym as an example. You know how when pallet spawns, there's that weird wall in between, and there's like the slant?
Yeah.
The game will detect you bounding through the slant, but you can't, so it forces you to slide along the entire wall. So you can use that to gain extra distance or go however further. Actually, I think I have a clip of me using it to literally like slide along and beat a survivor to a pallet. Let me try and find it.
Yeah, I normally try to put those in here. People tend to forget to send them to me. Yeah, it's just like, I don't know the easy solution, because I also understand people's frustrations with it too on the other side. Because like if you don't know about it, like there's nothing indicating that Wesker can do some of the stuff he does.
There isn't, and that's why my whole thing has been just to codify it, or like give him something that's like, oh look, he's about to slide or whatever. Like just give like a sound prompt that he's doing it, so that people recognize it.
I just realized I said commodify and not codify. I didn't mean commodify. I promise I'm not an idiot most of the time.
Okay, here we go. Let me send this to you really fast. This is like a great example of me using all of his text in literally one clip.
Hang on one sec.
Like, this is an example of wall slide and hug tech at the same time.
Okay.
Because I can explain everything that happens in this clip.
I grab my OBS because I am definitely not stupid. There we go. Hooray.
Thank you.
Was
Because
that
that's the hug tech. Yeah, if you look at the start of the clip, you can see me aligning my
Thank
camera
you.
with the gap. So the gap detects me bounding through that, but I physically can't go through, so it forces me to slide along the wall. That's a wall slide. I'm using that to fly across, and then I get the hug tech, and then I go around.
I mean, like, I don't think that like that in particular, like, I think that's just cool. Like, I just think that's cool. That's like, I don't think
I would
that's too strong. I don't think it's like impossible for them to counterplay. Like, I think it just because like if she didn't drop the pallet, would you have still got her?
if she didn't drop the pallet,
Yeah.
yeah, probably, because I would have hit the wall, and since the game still detects me going forward, I would have just went right and kept going through that entire gap.
What if she dropped the pallet but stayed on the other side?
I wouldn't have grabbed her. I would have vaulted.
Okay. So there's once again, so that there's still
Uncounterable exploit, as the average person says it is.
I think that we often have, and once again, we talked about it earlier, where it's like, I think the community often, and once again, it's the internet as a whole, I think we throw words around too much. That with like uncounterable doesn't mean I think what most people think it means.
To be fair, I think the average player nowadays has genuinely gotten better.
Oh,
I'll be
100%.
completely honest. I genuinely do think they have gotten better.
Oh, 100. I agree with that 100%. My I mean, I'm still winning a lot of my matches, but I have seen people, I have seen people learn exactly which loops to take Chucky to recently, and it's fucking one. I'm like kudos to them. I'm glad it's happening. It makes my games hard as shit, but like, I'm glad people are starting to figure it out.
I just think it's crazy that the average player has gotten better, and then they release stats today, and it shows that the average player holds a minute in chase. What the fuck do you mean?
Well,
I actually was dumbfounded. How is the average survivor dropping only 1.5 pallets?
Well,
that's a total. That's between 1 to 2 pallets a game per survivor. What are you doing?
I think the other thing with it is because we were reading stats before you came on was it dates this, so I don't care, but we the bugs we're seeing on screen also dates it, so I don't whatever. The chase time was 1 minute for the average, is what it said, and it was 1.6 or 1 minute and 6 seconds for the high MMR. And my point with that was, with the way the MMR system works, I think basically like everybody is still at like, or most of the player base is at high MMR at this point.
I would agree. I think my thing with the MMR system or whatever and sharing stats like that is that we are also finding the medium stats between getting chased by the Talbot killer and being chased by the Trapper or the Wraith.
Yeah, and it's why a lot of those stats really don't mean anything. We don't have any context behind them.
But across the board for every killer. All right, so what killers are really that good where they should be like under a minute chase? I guess against the average Nurse, Billy, Blight, Spirit,
Chucky. Most of the time.
That's it. 5 killers, basically, that should be getting like that short of a chase. Wesker's not even there. Wesker's like 1 minute and 30 to 2 minutes. He should not, like, you should not be having that short of a chase. And then let's compare that to Evan. If you're actually truly having 3-minute chases with Evan, like whatever, but that's across the board. So that means that M1 killers are getting downed within 2 minutes. What?
But then there's other factors into it too. The maps, what time are these chases being taken into account to? Because if it's in game, like there's no resources left. Well, depending on the team, but you know it's when the killers usually at their strongest is towards the middle to end game. So it's like, are we only taking into account those first chases, or are we taking into account those chases as well? Where is it all in the dead zones? What about gen placement? What about the like? There's a lot of factors that go into it.
And what considers the chase start? Because I could run Captured in the Dark on Unknown, get an injure, start chase, and then get it down in 5 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. Or what if you're doing my stupid thing with Unknown, where like you I call it the TikTok Unknown, where Vanishing Box, Tinkerer, Insidious.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, but like if I get it down with that, does that count as a chase?
We can talk about like the chase time thing. I can agree with the pallet thing. I don't. Why are you only dropping 1 to 2 pallets a chase? If that's on average, collecting even with dead zones added into that, with dead zones mixed into a survivor who is dropping every pallet on the map in a chase, combine all of those stats together per survivor. Why is it only 1.5? Well, that's way too small. That is way too small.
If there's one survivor who doesn't get chased and doesn't drop any pallets, it would make the median go down.
That is true, but then, but still, on high MMR, it only being a 0.1 difference, there's something going on. There has to be something going on. Like, I refuse to believe that the average chase time, whatever. Because we just discussed all that per pallet. No, because you have maps like Gideon that still spawn. And even maps that don't have many pallets, you still are dropping almost every pallet in the map. So why is it only 1.6?
I mean,
that's my thing.
I ran a Hunters last night for like, you can ask my chat, I ran a Hunters last night for like 2 minutes. I didn't drop a single pallet.
I actually am checking out like your chat. I agree with what Phoenix said. How? The amount of people I see that just hold W, drop pallet, and hold forward, how is it only 1.6? There has to be something else going on. I refuse to believe, because all of the games I play, every single pallet is basically dropped. Every single time. That's why I run Brutal. I run up the pallet, break, hold forward, because that's what Wesker is in pubs.
I hate bringing up the clips in the background. What the fuck is going on right now?
What clip? I can't see it.
You're walking through a pallet.
Oh, that's a bug with Wesker. Oh, I wanted to talk about that at some point. That's an actual bug. I really like it. It's funny.
What the fuck?
Yeah. The stream can't see, so...
Wait, am I still on the wrong...
Yeah.
Oh, shit. I wish someone told me. I'm reversing this.
We're yapping to a brick wall.
I'm reversing this. I'm so sorry, chat.
I love this clip so much.
What the fuck am I watching?
It has something to do with the client side and server side, and it's not just Wesker. It can happen with Power Struggle on every killer. The collision is removed from the pallet. There's like 3 different iterations of this bug. I've been trying to recreate the 3rd iteration before I make my bug report to behavior.
Mm-hmm.
But I've recreated the 2 iterations. So the first iteration is this one, where for both sides, it's not just the killer, the survivor, they all like the pallet just loses collision entirely. The second iteration is where it has collision, but it forces you to go above and through the pallet. So it's like you're scampering the pallet on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
You literally walk into it and it acts like a scamper. And then the third iteration makes it so that neither of you can go through the pallet. But if Wesker bounced through it, his bound duration is technically considered still going forward. So anyone that's like forward in the pallet, you just bring them back into the pallet. And you're still at the pallet.
That's one of the dumbest things I have ever seen. And it's so obvious. Oh my god. You just buried someone through it. What the fuck?
But the whole reason why it keeps happening to me and why I know it's client side and server side is because there is a whole joke about me having dog shit internet. Because my net is bad. You're not a Wesker player unless you have really terrible internet. It's like a whole joke that started because of me and a few other Wesker players. But I get the bug more frequently because the client and the server disconnect more frequently because I have meh internet and I'm streaming. So
fair enough.
It's going to make my net more terrible. But it happens on other killers and it happens with other perks. I've seen it happen with Power Struggle and Spirit. It happens with other killers, but it's just more frequent on Wesker.
I normally don't bring up the background gameplay, but that shit just blew my fucking mind for a second. Holy shit. What were we even talking about?
We were talking about
pallet drops.
Yeah, the pallet drops.
Once again, I really am convinced it's just the median because of those players that never drop pallets or those players that are using distortion and like never getting in chase.
I can see it.
Like that is my only guess as to why the number is what it is.
And then me typing the mastermind in chat after that. I do it every time I get like a game-breaking bug on Wesker. I just type the mastermind.
Oh my god. Ugh. I think the worst bug I get on Chucky is just the camera bug. That's about it.
I love the FOV bug you can get on Chucky. Whenever you vault something, whenever the FOV is slowly like going back in after you hook someone, if you have FOV because it expands and then goes back down.
Yeah.
If you scamper or vault really fast, it keeps the FOV until you get your next hook. Yeah. So whenever you slice and dice, it feels really fast.
I never really like force it. The other one I know of is if you if you vault while you're in hidey ho, from a high location like RPD stairs or something, if you do it with anything that increases your vault speed, your camera gets locked to the right.
What?
Yeah.
I think my favorite Chucky bug is when he starts walking at a 45-degree angle.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like it does that, and then it also locks your camera to the right if you do it from a high location. It only works if you're running something that increases your vault speed, though. I don't know why it happens. It's easy to fix. Just slice and dice, and it'll fix it. But it's really, really stupid. God, this game is so buggy. I thought Deep Rock Galactic had a lot of bugs. So we'll probably get more into those stats they released and how one of them is completely useless. And I don't know why they even gave it to us. Builds you run. I mean, you said earlier basically what you're running on screen now is what you usually run at all times, right?
Yeah, basically. I switch up add-ons time to time. Like, so I've been running Jewel Beetle more recently because I've been trying to adapt to it, because when I'm going to win streak again, I'm going to be running Jewel Beetle because it's just so strong, because it does the job of gloves for me. Because the difference between slam and throws is that when you slam, you have to wait for the actual animation to finish and your cooldown starts, like your recharge starts. Mm-hmm. When you throw the survivor, you start cooldown instantly. So you get your power back faster with Jewel Beetle. It's kind of like a little hidden stat that's not really talked about.
I mean, go on.
But go
on. I love this. Go on.
Because when you're running both, just okay. Actually, let me like wait until I have a clip of me throwing a survivor. Oh, move out. Yep. Look how fast my cooldown is with both. Like, this is what Wesker's cooldown should be in my eyes. Because look at the difference between slam, too. Like, see? That's what I'm talking about. The throw, it starts instantly when you throw. After the slam, it's after the survivor starts moving.
Yeah. I mean, that's why a lot of people, when I think it was like 2 months after he came out, people realized that. Yeah, it was one of those things that people didn't, like, people thought Jewel Beetle was stupid, and then people realized how good it could be.
Same thing with Egg. I cannot believe that 2022 Weskers were like, Crank. My favorite good add-on. I cannot believe I thought Crank was a good add-on. It's
funny how that stuff develops. It really is. Because looking back, you're like, how did any of us think this was good? But I mean, would you consider this his best build? No slowdown whatsoever at all?
No, he needs slowdown. Wesker is below that needs slowdown. I would say it's Corrupt, Pain Res, Grim, and then I don't know. You could run like a fourth perk of choice for slowdown. I don't really like running a lot of slowdown, so I can't like give you like the best slowdown build. Brutal is required on this killer. Brutal is required because the way you play him in comp in specific is he's M1 killer with Brutal, and then he has power. Mm-hmm. So you kind of do the same thing in pubs when it's a really bad map. You just walk pallet, break, walk pallet, break, pull power, or M1.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. But I mean, you were saying earlier, this is basically your I'm just playing build.
Yeah, this is my I'm just playing build. My win streak build I want to do, because I'm only doing a 3k minimum, is Corrupt, Brutal, Pain Res, No Way Out. I
don't think you need to preface that. I think a 3k minimum is pretty much accepted.
I mean, it's just because there's different win streak rules. Like Numinous got to 1,000 Billy ones recently with 4k only. But then again,
I was win 9,000 or 996. I know.
Oh, wait, you were. That's right. I was talking about that with my friends because I was watching Numi, and I was like, "Yo, is that
Yeah, I was just doing community night with my. I was already fucking champion of light. Like, um, God, his curves are fucking news.
Billy makes me so mad.
Oh my God,
Oh,
there was
I could ramble about Billy.
like you can add, Phoenix is in chat. She was playing with me that night, and I was like, yeah, I didn't drop the pallet because I didn't think the Billy could curve half the fucking building.
Yeah, that was the curve change that they did from 0.75 to 1 second, which I don't agree with.
Oh
There's a
my.
lot of things about the Billy rework I don't agree with, but that's also just because I've never liked Billy. I'm not like these new gen haters that are like, Billy's strong now, I don't like Billy. I've always been like, I don't like Billy.
I'm not in the camp of the people who think he's too easy now. I'm in the camp of I think he's not punished enough. It's my only problem.
That's what I think. I think that you get overdrive way too fast, and that you just and then low pro still existing.
Um,
Because old Billy kind of needed low pro. I hated it, but I was like, okay, you know what? This killer has an excuse. You are terrible.
like I mean, people complain about Chucky not having enough of a miss cooldown when you miss a slice and dice, and it's like, yeah, but at least when you like hit or miss a slice and dice, it doesn't instant down you. Like I don't know. Billy's a fucking. I don't hate Billy. I just, well, like I said, I think they went a little too far with not giving Billy enough punishment for missing.
I would agree. Also, his pallet break. He breaks pallet, and then he's able to walk up way too fast.
Yeah. Also, there's no cooldown on using his power.
That too.
Yeah. I think he's.
I know.
Is he the only instant down killer without a cooldown?
There's who else is there? There's Oni.
Who?
Oni Myers. There's who else? I'm forgetting someone.
Ghostface.
Danny. Danny has the longest cooldown in the game. They should be coming to mind, but they're not.
I think it's. I mean, if you want to be pedantic, we could say Eerie Hatchet Huntress, but I mean,
that's add-ons, just in base kit. So with Billy, I think he is. I think he is really the only insta-down killer that has. I think that's what makes him so lethal is that his chase power is oppressive and he's an insta-down.
Yeah, he's. Yeah, I never even really thought about that. He is literally because like okay, Oni and Myers technically don't have a cooldown either, but they have a time limit.
Yeah, that's their thing, and that's what's different about Billy. And I think that's why like when Billy was oppressive before was the reason why he was so good in old DBD before they nerfed him is that. He was an insta-down killer with no cooldown, basically.
Yeah. And, you know, people can complain, oh, he just, even if he's not good in loops, I mean, if he gets you in a dead zone, you're dead. That's every killer. I hate that argument so much. It's every killer. It's time for the mandatory question of, the podcast, though, while we're bringing that up. I asked this on like almost every podcast, and I think Wesker kind of fits into it. Did the survivor dodge or did you miss?
Both.
Both? That's your answer? Is both?
A lot of the times when I miss, it is because they do some weird funky movement and I try to read it, and then I feel my brain feels like pop rocks whenever I try to like read what they're doing. I literally feel it like fizzling and popping like it's pop rocks on my tongue, and I'm like, what are you doing?
But yeah, so you're gonna be the person who puts it in the middle and say it's both.
It's mostly me missing, but a lot of times when they dodge, I'm just like, damn, dodge.
But yeah, but I mean, we were talking earlier about slice and dice on Chucky. It's like should it should always be a hit, right? So there shouldn't be any way for them to dodge. So it's always just me missing. It's never them dodging.
Oh, if we're having that conversation, no, survivors dodge. Because Wesker has this mystical thing called collision. I cannot just bound off of a hay bale and go forward. If you walk around something, I miss.
What about someone like Huntress?
It's a miss.
It's a miss. It's always a miss.
Dodge. No, it's a dodge.
It's a dodge.
I'm misinterpreting this question.
Okay, let's say a Huntress is aiming at somebody in a dead zone.
Oh, that's a miss.
It's a miss.
If you're in a dead zone, you're missing.
But what if the survivor didn't move?
Then they missed.
What if the survivor does move?
then they missed.
It's a miss?
Huntress should almost always be getting the hit in a dead zone.
Almost.
I feel like this is a trick question.
It's not a trick question. It's a complicated question that I don't know the answer to, and no one's given me... If this isn't anything against you, no one has given me a good answer.
For Wesker in specific, like the biggest counter to him is the counter to other killers with relating to their power of run fast is go around object. Wesker can only go in straight lines.
Yeah. It's the 90-degree angle of fear. That's what I call it.
You only go straight until you're in the mid-bound in which you can turn. Mm-hmm. In a lot of situations, unless the survivor is literally holding a straight line, it is a dodge. You should be dodging the mastermind. If you're playing, like, I think an example of the killer missing or dodging, as I was saying before, is Shack Longwall. Mm-hmm. You have to read if the survivor is going to flare or not. If you read the flare, you read the dodge. If you don't read it, you missed.
But that's the thing. What if you read the dodge and they don't dodge? Then is that a miss or is that a dodge?
That's a miss.
That's a dodge.
That's a miss.
But what if they were mind gaming your mind game and knew you would go for the dodge, so they didn't?
You misread. Dodge. But you misread.
Right. So is that them playing well or you playing bad?
That's them playing well. If they're greeting the mind game of the mind game at that point, I think they've won the chase.
But
see, like here. I should not be missing that. That right there, I should not be missing that. That's me missing.
Right, but okay, so you said they if they read the mind game well enough to dodge. But then what if shouldn't you be good enough to be able to read their mind game of the mind game? So you shouldn't miss. You see what I'm saying? That's why.
See, okay, like that's me missing. Like I'm going for something stupid there. In a lot of situations, whenever you're in the open like that, and Wesker goes straight line and has second bound, I think it depends on his token count. I'll be honest, and depending on the situation. In a lot of situations, when you have both tokens and you're like in a dead zone or something, and you're not positioning around a wall oddly, it should be a hit. If you miss, you miss at that point. Or if you're running like Uni on Shack, where I can go literally around the entire long wall in one bound.
The reason I bring up this conversation a lot is because whenever we're talking about balance for killers like Wesker or Huntress or Chucky or who's another range killer? Trickster. Where do we draw the line with the idea of how often, like, if a person is good enough with the character, shouldn't they, in theory, never miss?
That's in theory, though. In theory, that's also not dependent on the RNG of the map, the RNG of tiles, everything. Because Wesker is a far more collision-based killer than, let's say, Huntress or Trickster. Because he has his bound collision, he has his own collision, and then he also has the survivor grab collision.
So how much of that do we take into account, though?
If on the topic of dodge and miss, literally everything.
But if we're just talking about it in a vacuum of balance.
50-50 then.
Would it always
be 50? I was
50?
saying before.
Okay.
Because you have to apply the knowledge of, is the survivor going to dodge or is the killer going to miss? Right. Which is why when I originally answered your question, I was like both, because it's really dependent on the situation for Wesker.
It is dependent on the situation, especially. I think Wesker's the one where I would be like, I think Wesker's the one that's easier to talk about than the others, because with Huntress, a lot of times, like I said, let's say I'm watching Coconut RTS, and he's playing Huntress, and he throws a hatchet, and the survivor dodges to the left, but he thought they were going to dodge to the right. Is that the survivor being good at dodging, or is that the killer being bad at predicting?
That's survivor being good at dodging. I think a better comparison for like the miss/dodge, like the dodge/miss, is Talbot Grimes.
Oh yeah, that's actually probably
because the blight zoning you with brutal and power, you should always be getting hit. It is almost 99% of the time the killer trying to read you and missing entirely. There's some areas where it's good, like Crouch Tech is a great example. If you know your own collision, then the survivor has successfully dodged you. They knew what they were going to do. They crouched. Same thing with Demo and Billy. That is the killer. That is not the killer missing. That is the survivor dodging. They are putting themselves into a scenario to where they can dodge you because they know how to take advantage of that in that situation. But for, like, there's no crouch tech for Wesker, there's no nothing, there's only flaring. So at that point, it becomes a 50-50 minigame, which is a lot of DBD is playing 50-50s. At that point, it's less of a miss or a dodge, it's more like a, okay, so what do I do in this situation?
I like how you bring up the crouch tech. Just because it doesn't work on Wesker doesn't mean people won't try.
Dude, the amount of people that try it versus me, I'm at this point where I'm like, do I just make like a TikTok of misinformation? Like, look, you can crouch tech the mastermind.
The amount of times I see people try to crouch tech Chucky blows my fucking mind. He swings up and down. Why would you think crouching? Whatever. Anyway,
well, Chucky's also his own hitbox too.
Yeah. Yeah, his hitbox is I don't know the exact definition. It's his height and then a little bit above him. Because he technically has the same hitbox as Freddy, according to the code. Someone went in and checked it. Because that's why like Freddy and Chucky have like these weird M1 things where they get hits they shouldn't. At all, because of how they're for Freddy, it's because he's coded as a short killer, but he's actually a medium height killer.
The other thing too with Chucky is that his movement hitbox, if I remember correctly, uses the Survivor one. So if you're hugging collision, it's less that he's 110 and more 112.5.
Yeah. It still doesn't stop him from getting absolutely destroyed at junk loops. But
oh, hey, speaking of dodge and miss, I'm literally playing Trickster.
Yes.
In this, we can like use this for this argument because here I'm just missing, and then like a lot of situations for Trickster, I can just literally I shouldn't be trying this. This is me just going for stuff. I should get closer and just walk down.
But yeah, and I would argue in this situation you were missing, but like if you were good enough, wouldn't you be hitting those?
Yes. See, like what are you supposed to do versus that?
Exactly, but you know that's why I like talking about it, because I think it's one of the fundamental things with especially a lot of the range killers and some of the Billy Blights, Chucky's, Weskers, where like the question then becomes how much do we take that into account, the probability of being able to dodge versus the probability of them being able to hit or miss, like. Because I think that, like we mentioned earlier with, like, Iridescent Hatchet on Huntress, right? If a Huntress is good enough, they should never miss that Eerie Hatchet. So it's arguably one of the strongest things in the game.
But the other thing about that, too, is you have to take into account zoning when it comes to 50-50s and all that. Because the Huntress shouldn't miss, but what happens if the Huntress just puts me into a situation where they aren't going to miss?
Do we just get into both of our hatreds of Huntress right now?
I fucking hate that killer.
So do I. Before someone says, "Oh, you only hate her after the buffs," no, I've hated Huntress since I started playing this video game.
If they were going to change Huntress, just pull a Trickster on her. Just make her 115 and don't change her range power. I would have been fine with that. I wouldn't have even been mad at that. I would have been like, okay, fine.
The wind-up. The wind-up is the thing that no one talks about. It's the thing that I hate the most from the change.
Yeah, it's the thing I hate, because it's like Trickster having current wind-up, and then it takes 2 blades to injure you.
Like
that's how fast it is.
Everyone talks about the, like, oh, she has 7 head. I don't even care about that. Like, don't get me wrong, I think it's stupid, but, like, it's the wind-up. Like...
It's an equivalent, because Trickster, it's 8 blades for a health state, so you do 44 divided by 8, so that's 5.5 health states. So really, like, if you were like, that was what she had originally, was 5 hatchets base kit. So they just gave her a little boost, in which you can run add-ons and stuff for Trickster, but even then, like you also have main event with Trickster. Every 8 knives you get main event. So
but yeah, because last night, like I said last night, and I had the VOD to confirm this, I ran a Huntress for 2 minutes, didn't drop a single pallet. I dodged. Once again, the question becomes, did I dodge or did she miss? But I didn't get hit by a hatchet, like by her at all, except for twice during the whole match. You know what happened during those 2 hits? One of them I finally did drop a pallet, so she got me during.
She just winded up on you.
Yeah, but the thing is, she didn't wind up. Like, it wasn't like I didn't hear the because if I heard the I would have kept running. I just dropped the pallet, but the windup was so fast it didn't matter. And then the second time I got hit, I was going through a window.
It's why it's the Xenomorph / Nemesis tech, where they just wait until you're in animation lock and then wah wah womp womp womp. You're getting hit.
It's like I feel like I played as well as I died that match. I'm not mad that I died. I'm more mad that like once again I ran her for so long, but it didn't matter. That's I don't know. This game can be frustrating at times, but no, I just and then the zoning. And I'm a bit of a hypocrite because I do the same thing when I play Deathslinger, so I can't really speak. The difference with Deathslinger zoning is that it's 16 meters.
And he also gets forced to reload after every shot.
Yeah. With Hunter's zoning, it's technically map wide. Not saying like she's zoning someone from across the map, I'm just saying in theory she could. But like she can zone me, like if I can see her, she can zone me. And then she just walks up on me, makes me dodge because I'm trying to not get hit by the hatchet. And the moment I stop dodging is when she throws the hatchet. So I'm losing distance that way. So the whole movement speed debuff doesn't even matter really. And then, waits for animation lock and then I'm dead. It didn't matter what I did. And why the fuck? Okay. Anyways, it's I guess this whole Hunter's conversation can bring us into state of the game. So the game right now, even after the most recent patch, I'm gonna exclude the bugs at the moment, talking about those because the devs have already said they're addressing it. But how would you say the state of the game is at the moment, overall?
I think the state of the game is a lot better than it has been previously. I mean, I always take bugs into account when talking about the state of the game, so I think this patch is absolute abysmal dog shit.
Right. But like, the thing with that is it should be fixed in at least a week.
Yeah.
So like that's why I'm not. I didn't really want to talk about it. But if you want to bring out the bugs, I mean,
my whole thing with the patch is them buffing perks. So this is me talking about before when they think when something isn't ran enough or something like they don't think it's strong enough, they just buff the ever-loving shit out of it. Mm-hmm. Because I cannot be told with a straight face that Resurgence needed to be 70% or Empathetic Connection needed to be 30%.
No.
Because Resurgence was already a strong perk. Coming off hook with half of your health with half of a health state is insane. Now it's 70%. So now like you can literally reset by the killer in like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
If the survivor is there. Like it's stupid. I think it's stupid. I think that the recent slowdown changes are fine. I think pop should just be 20% total again at this point. And then pop is like we're just going back anyways. Iron Will's at 100% again. We have Unbreakable DS as our meta again. We're slowly going back, so at this point I'm kind of down with reverting some killer perks, but my whole thing too is when I try to talk about balance, I try to look through the lens of if I'm playing Survivor, how would I feel about this? Which is why, because I didn't play PTB, so I didn't really have a full opinion on this patch. I played against one Singularity, and I was like, why are EMPs so bad? They're so terrible now. Singularity himself, like, I'm fine with him being strong if EMPs are strong. But he's like, it's not. EMPs are terrible.
I think what they were trying to do with the EMP change is to avoid the situations of one person just going around and being able to just grab them.
I don't think you should be able to destroy like the disabled biopods with the remote. I think you should have to go up to it and then break it, and then it should take a bit to come back or something. I don't know, something like that. And then my biggest thing I've been talking about, because I've been playing a ton of Singularity to like get a grasp for a new Singularity.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever you are down, Slipstream should go away. That is my thoughts. I think that Singularity
is like one of the best slugging killers because of that.
Yeah, because why does Unknown lose Weekend and then Singularity can just keep it going? Because I can just leave you on the ground, go away, and then you got picked up. Let me look over here, and then they're downed again.
Yeah, I never really talked about the biopod still being on there when slugged, but I don't think I would love to see it tried because I'm genuinely curious how strong it would, or how strong or weak he would be if that went away. because a lot of Singularity players do slug because of that.
It's kind of the same thing with it's kind of the reverse issue with Unknown, where Unknown has absolutely no pressure with splitting hooks or going for hooks, and slugging is the way you should be playing that killer.
Mm-hmm. But like, going with the perks, the thing with the Resurgence buff too. While I also agree, I think it was a bit too much. I think Resurgence was fine. I still have a feeling we're not going to see it ran that much.
I feel like not. I think the babysitter change is stupid. I think what other changes do I think are stupid?
Babysitter. I have been running Babysitter for like a year now because it's like the best anti-teammate tunnel perk in the game, and no one was using it because of that exact reason. Because it's not a solo queue perk, even though it is. It's
my whole thing is the fact that Sloppy Butcher and Mangled as a status effect was nerfed, and then we're going into another healing meta. I don't like that. Because that's all of these changes are leading to us going into a healing meta. It hasn't set in yet, but I know we are going to. I know like the best strong perks in the game are going to be Decisive Strike, Unbreakable. It's going to be people just stacking all that shit. But if I can get ripped off hook and someone's injured and they heal me and then they're 70% healed, so it takes me 2 seconds to reset them, and then let's say they're running We'll Make It, which I think We'll Make It's fine, but again, or Resurgence, I come off hook and I have 70% and then I get healed. Or Empathetic, like that kind of thing.
Don't forget if the person healing the person with Resurgence has like Solidarity or something, which isn't super strong, but both of them can reset like almost instantly. It's once again, I mean, the devs, I think it was in the last AMA, they basically said they're going to avoid nerfing things unless it's like unless it absolutely needs to be nerfed, and they're going to start going into the design philosophy of only buffing stuff that needs to be buffed. But then that brings in the question of what needs to be buffed. And as much as I'm not the biggest fan of spreadsheet balance, which is what behavior does a lot of the times, at the same time, it's like if Resurgence isn't being used a lot, like, or at all, what do they just rework the perk, or do they just let it sit and just never be used? You get what I'm saying? How do they avoid having perks that just, because once again, I think a lot of people once they saw the change to Resurgence, agreed that Resurgence was fine. Then why did no one use it?
There's just better perks.
So do we nerf the top end and make them all worse?
But you'd have to. It's like a base by base topic, especially with some perks. Like I think a great example of them buffing a perk recently, which is good that they buffed it, is Weaving Spiders.
Yeah,
Weaving Spiders is terrible. It was terrible.
Yes,
horrible.
100%. Yes.
And then buffing Decisive and then re-nerfing it. I think my favorite argument when talking about perk balance is talking about Decisive. Because people are like, 3-second Decisive does nothing. What people want Decisive to be is I get a whole nother chase-in type perk. It is anti-tunnel. Right? But the way you're supposed to use Decisive Strike is to die in a smarter area.
Yeah.
And again, when you balance perks, bringing up Decisive Strike, I'm Talbot Grimes. I do not give a damn that you are running Decisive Strike because I am the blighted killer. I just come right back over to you. Now, I'm playing Trapper. I get hit by Decisive Strike. That is a whole nother chase.
I think the other problem is with a lot of perks in this game is, I bring this up a lot, I think a lot of perks and effects don't give feedback that they do anything. And I think that's why a lot of them aren't ran as much as they are. Like, I think Resurgence is a good example. It's like, to the average player, does it really feel like Resurgence does anything? Average player.
Yeah, what Chubby brings up in chat, I saw so much Decisive in my games. Always. when it was 3 seconds.
Yeah,
And that perk does work.
Yeah.
That perk does work at 3 seconds. It's not nothing. It does something.
Well, I did a video on Decisive, I think like 4 or 5 months ago, and one of the most upvoted comment on there was, "I don't bring Decisive because what if I don't get tunneled? Then it's a pointless perk."
Well, but that's what makes Decisive so strong, is that, and this is something that I've brought up about perk design and everything. The threat of a perk existing is already a strength itself.
Yes.
I'm going to slug this person. What if they have Unbreakable? I'm going to tunnel this person. What if they have Decisive? The threat of the perk existing is already a strength of the perk, which is why those perks are good, because they have a threat of existing. What is the threat of existing with their Surgeons? Are they going to be 50% healed off hook? How the fuck does that matter in comparison to someone being on the floor?
Like,
that's my thing with overbuffing some of these perks, is now I have to take into account each of these perks existing. Power Struggle was a great example, because now it's like, well, I can't walk through this pallet. What if they have Power Struggle? The threat of the perk existing is already a strength in itself. What if they have flip-flop, Power Struggle, like sitting on a pallet, blah, blah, blah. Another one when it came out was, what if they have Background Player, which we know what that felt like for almost 6 months.
I mean, like it's just... And the thing with the whole like threat of a perk thing, and I bring this up a lot too, is that how many killer perks exist like that?
Hubris and Fury.
And Noed. And
Noed.
Blood Warden?
Well, you know Noed now. No, you know that they have Noed. The aura is shown of the totem. You know that perk will come into play if you see it.
Right, but I mean, like, during the match, you don't know.
Okay.
Yeah,
Blood Warden is one, right? No Way Out. Terminus. Remember Me. Well, no, you'll know Remember Me, because Obsession. You know Ruin, based off the curse status effect and off the gen regressing. Fucking Pain Res.
But even Pain Res, it's like, okay, well, they have Pain Res. Like,
yeah, but
if you knew they had it, but if you knew they had it, does it change how you play?
Yes, if you knew they had it, you'd go gen tapping. You have to, if you diagnose that Pain Res is out of play, you can just hold gen. Whenever Pain Res comes into play, you look at your icon. I'm the most progressed gen. I need to let go of my gen, and then I let go, and I get like a random skill check or something, and then like that type of thing. That's the one thing I don't like about Pain Res.
What is the
even though I run it? Is that I run it. No, the fact you can get skill checks getting off the gen, and it regresses your gen, and then you also get hit by Pain Res.
Yeah, but I think if something forces you to I've said this before, I feel like if you get off the gen and there's a skill check, it just shouldn't count, but whatever.
I guess Pop 2, because you only know about Pop after the gen is kicked and you see the right effect on the gen.
But with Pop, like how Pop, I think Pop, I would ask the same question for Pop. Well, like, if you know the killer has Pop, then what?
You have to leave gen, or you have to know that they're going to pop your gen. There's nothing you can do about it.
But that's what I'm saying, so it doesn't really fundamentally change. It's not like Decisive. Like, Decisive completely... The threat of Decisive stops you from wanting to tunnel.
The threat of... I guess a better comparison for this is Noed. The threat of Noed means you're not going to go for endgame saves.
Yeah, I think Noed is... Noed and maybe Blood Warden are legitimately the only killer perks that do it. In the
Starstruck changes completely how you'll play.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, yeah, maybe Starstruck.
Any exposed perk, I feel.
Yeah.
And then also some chase perks completely change how you're going to play the chase. Like in Spirit Fury.
Mm-hmm.
And Fury in specific. I can't drop pallet on Killer Face. I have to start pre-dropping every pallet. And then what would be another one for something comparison like that?
Yeah, but is it changing how you're playing before you see it?
No. Oh,
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying for all of these on killer side. The only two I can think of.
Pain Res too. I do let go every single time before I know Pain Res is in play. I let go every single time.
Okay, fair enough. But I mean, I think the big ones though are Noed and Blood Warden, and even then I would mostly just say Noed because who the fuck is running Blood Warden? But like that's the thing. I think a lot of these I call them threat induced power perks, Decisive Strike, Unbreakable, Adrenaline. It's mostly survivor side, and that's one thing I kind of like about Weave Weave Franklin's right now, because it's kind of because with Weave Franklin's being as meta as it is right now, it's kind of encouraging survivors to not completely. Obviously, still people are still doing it, but like if Weave Franklin's is as meta as it is, if you don't bring an item, killer doesn't have 2 perks.
Yeah, I had a Vecna who brought Corrupt Weave Franklins, and I didn't even figure out the 4th perk. I just went okay, and I just played the game as stupid as I physically could, knowing that this guy only had 1 perk.
Exactly. Like that's the thing. And I feel like that's why I kind of don't want Weave Franklin nerfed, because I feel like once survivors start doing the counterplay or just not bringing items as often, it won't be as common, but it'll still be a threat.
My thing with Franklin's Weave Attunement is the way I treat items in DBD is if I was to rework items, I would fundamentally rework them to act like powers, because that's what they represent for the survivor role. So that they are the power of the. If you're bringing in a purple medkit with a styptic and charges, that is a power. That's not like just an item. Like the way it's coded too is literally a power. Like in my brain, the way I would rework items entirely is 1 medkit, 1 toolbox, well, 2 toolboxes, and you can visually tell what type of toolbox it is, and then flashlight, map, and then a new item. Which, I mean, they said they're brainstorming new items, so I want to wait and see what they would do before I try and do anything like that. But my friend Vampire Toothy made like a whole document turning items into powers. So that's like
with the role system they're doing for 2v8.
That's something too. I actually was talking about that, and I was like, I would love to see this in some shape or form become base kit with like not to the point where it's like evolve or something where your entire thing is skill sets. Because the way behavior treats perks, they say they want it to be like little game changing stuff, right? Nothing major and substantial. But that is not how perks are in DBD.
Well,
you have compare Beast of Prey to Pain Res.
That's what I'm saying. Right? That's what I was about to say. Is like, I think that's more of a problem with some perks being too
overly
strong.
oppressive.
Yeah, but I think their general perk design, like I think, does fit that mold.
Yeah, but that's why I would like little like hits and stuff, because imagine like a great example is like some perks never come into play because of how the game is going. But that's always why, like, if I dedicate a build to something, I would like having like a little bonus for something else would be nice. So like, let's say for example, the scout that they showed off in 2v8. Imagine they did like a little minor version of that, and that's your skill set, but you can run like a healing build. So you're dedicating your perks to healing, so those can be strong, but you have like a little minor buff in chase or something.
Yeah,
something like that. Nothing like substantial. I don't want anything that's as strong as 2v8. I would argue for stuff weaker, and also for both sides. I think that would be interesting and could change your builds and allow people to be more creative and not just be stuck to, I'm going to run 4 slowdown, or I'm going to run 4 anti-tunnel / anti-slug. Because then they can start diversifying their set, because now they have little buffs. But then at the same time, you have to make sure those are minor buffs, because now there's going to be people that have the skill set and still running 4 anti-tunnel and 4 anti-slug.
Yeah, but and you know what I meant by that is I think like them even attempting this is a good sign of things to come, in my opinion.
I'm just impressed with the amount of effort they put into it. There's so much effort put into it. This is like not a minor thing they are doing. This is like something that they want to make a permanent game mode, and you can tell.
As much as I hate the idea of 2v8, when they showed the dev stream, I shut my mouth. I'm gonna be perfectly honest.
I played Death Garden before I played DBD. I should have probably stated that. Before I played DBD, I played Death Garden. So I was always like an ASIM enjoyer. I played Evolve and Death Garden. Death Garden is peak ASIM. There will never be a better asymmetrical game than Death Garden.
Before we keep on with this, someone in chat had a question about Decisive. Do you think the differing stun times that were bugged should have stayed but scaled with how strong the killer is?
Because then that has behavior deciding what killer is strong or not, and I don't like that.
That's the problem with that, because then like, who has the highest kill rate in the game? Is it still
It's Billy.
Is it still Billy?
It's Billy.
Yeah, but like, because that's the thing. Like, what do they go? Do they go off of community sentiment? Because even that's not accurate. Because we all have differing ideals.
In top 5.
Yeah, we all have differing ideals. I mean, there was an argument on Twitter for like 2 days between the Chucky and Spirit Main community. Like, like no one can agree. So I don't know how they would have a good way of doing that.
I don't think there would be a good way, and I would not want to see that, because then that means behavior is declaring the strength of a killer, and I do not like that.
And then like we could do it like how Pokemon does it, but even then, like that has its own slew of problems. Because the way Pokemon, do you know how Pokemon does it?
For which in specific?
Smogon.
No.
Smogon does it, so they have tiers called it's anything goes, Ubers, overused, underused, rarely used, never used. And the way it's determined is play rate. With exceptions. So, like, sometimes something like, let's say something is massively played a lot in one of the tiers, they have, but like, it's really not that strong. Then it goes to the council and they determine it. But for the most part, it's usually like.
So it's kind of like how DBDL and OTF do their balancing.
Yeah.
Where they have different tiers.
Yeah,
and like top, like the tier 1 is like Blight, Nurse, Spirit. But tier 2's like Wesker, Demogorgon, etc.
But it's based entirely on play rate.
Okay, well, it's not just for DBDL and OTF don't do that.
Yeah,
but
because let's say something's in never used, but it's used on every team, then eventually it will get moved up to overused.
Interesting.
And then there's Ubers, which is it used to be the Anything Goes, but that's for like the legendaries and stuff. And then there's Anything Goes, which was a tier that was made because one Pokemon. Which is really fucking funny to me. There was a Pokemon that was so good they made an Anything Goes tier.
Wow.
But yeah, and I'm oversimplifying it. There's a little bit more that goes into it. Because like there was a Mon for a while there that was an overused. It was used in 98% of teams, and they didn't move it up to Ubers because while it was strong and used all the time. The council determined that it had enough counters that it didn't deserve to be in Ubers. So like there was mixed matches in there, but that would be the other way behavior could do it. But even then, I would trust that because that would mean characters like Legion would be considered.
Yeah, Legion is overused according to stats. So how would they go about it? Or Huntress. Huntress is a great example.
Yeah.
So you're telling me that for Huntress that literally every perk should be banned when using her? Like I don't agree with that. Even if I don't like her.
Yeah, it's just yeah, it's a complicated. That's the thing with it, and we don't have a ranked mode, so it doesn't. Anyways, best viewers. Oh, that's sick. I love it. Phoenix, can you get rid of them, please? Thank you. In any case, I think behavior's perk design is fine. On a fundamental level. I think the problem is definitely the outliers. But even then, I would rather have all the perks be on the same level of the higher tier ones than, at the bottom. But I also, I have the fun to... I've said it before, in my opinion, I want perks that are more situational. I've never been a fan of how many... Because the thing with all the meta perks is almost all of them are perks that are always good. They're always
they've really changed.
Yeah, they're always good. They work in 99% of games, and that's why they're ran all the time. At least it's part of the reason why they're ran all the time. Like Sprint Burst, I think is a great. And I'm not saying nerf Sprint Burst. I'm just using it as an example. Is there ever a situation where it's bad to bring Sprint Burst?
No.
So why wouldn't you bring it every match?
I don't want to run it.
Other than a personal vendetta. Or not vendetta, other than personal reasons. Like, is there a reason not to bring it every match?
There's stronger exhaustion perks. That's your reason.
What, Lithe and Dead Hard?
Lithe and Dead Hard, yeah. There's stronger exhaustion.
Okay.
So why would I run Sprint Burst when I can run Lithe or Dead Hard?
Okay. Why wouldn't you bring Dead Hard every game?
Dead Hard in specific it's a threat perk. I cannot show it at all, so the fact that it exists, I don't have to bring it. They have to try and play around Dead Hard.
Right. What about Lithe?
If they know I have an exhaust, if they know I have an exhaust, then there goes any type of form of counterplay for that. So if they see me use Lithe, lie in the wall, am I running Dead Hard?
Mm-hmm. You'd be surprised. I mean, it doesn't happen often, but fuck when it does.
I've been hit by the light that hard once, and I exploded. Nonsense.
I remember one match I brought Mindbreaker, and that was the reason they were able to get it off.
Because my thing with some perk combos and like the perks existing is like I run Unbreakable personally, because every game I don't run Unbreakable I get slugged, and I'm like, damn, should have had Unbreakable. Literally happened last night. Like I was on stream, literally the one game I didn't bring Unbreakable I got slugged, and I was like, are you serious?
But once again, but I think Unbreakable is a good example. That's a fine perk, because if you don't get slugged, then it's not.
It's a nothing perk, but the fact you have it's the second chance. It's right. You have it.
But I mean, like from a perk design perspective, though, of like I said, when is it ever other than like bringing something that's more powerful? It's never a bad idea to bring like Sprint Burst or Life or yeah. And I'm not a fan of that kind of design.
I would agree. It's the same thing. It's actually it's the same way I would describe Unicorn Medallion for Wesker.
Mm-hmm.
Wesker's base kit bounds are fine, right? They're not like they're not like terribly weak or strong or anything in regard. Unicorn Medallion makes him an actual chase killer. Why would I not bring Unicorn Medallion every game when I can just play off first bound?
Yeah, it's just. I mean, that's the thing with add-ons. It's like, I mean, with a lot of killer or even items, it's like I said earlier. It's like, why wouldn't a survivor bring items other than the threat of Franklin's Weave right now? Like, there's no.
Well, even then, you can power through that. Like, Franklin's Weave is not as strong as the items can be. You get aura reading within range of the item. Right. That's all there is with Franklin's Weave.
Right. I'm not even saying it's too good. I'm just saying, like, other than that, though, like, why wouldn't a survivor, like, because I get when I don't bring items, even before Franklin's Weave, like, I got so much shit for it. The reason I didn't was because I'm just kind of playing when I play Survivor. I don't really, like, super try hard sweat or try to win or anything. I still try, but, like, I'm not, yeah. But my point is, like, what is there a reason for a Survivor not to bring an item?
No, there is no reason to not bring an item.
Is there a reason for a killer not to bring add-ons?
No, there is no reason.
So, like, why is it even with, like, the add-on discussion, it's like I said, same with the perks. It's like, if there are some add-ons that are just so good, why wouldn't the killer always bring them?
Well, behavior in their wisest of decisions, they make killers, they expect the killer to bring add-ons every game.
Right. I wouldn't see why they wouldn't.
There is literally no reason not to. It could be a minor number buff.
Yeah,
but why aren't you running add-ons?
That's why when people bring up when I talk about tier lists, it's like I hate it when people say they're not taking add-ons into account. Why?
Usually it's because it's like a comp tier list or something, so a lot of like the really absurdly strong stuff is banned.
Is it though usually a comp tier list?
I would say so. Most of the people making actual tier lists like that are usually comp players. Whenever I make my tier list, I try to make it on a mix of pubs and comp, because there is no C or D tier in pubs. It's B or above.
Yeah, because I had because I was having a conversation with someone in my comments about this, because I brought up tier lists in another video, and they were like, people don't bring up add-ons because it fundamentally changes the strength of a killer. And I'm like, yeah, I know that. I get that. But, like, how many matches are you playing against killers with no add-ons? I don't think it's realistic to take into account. Or not take them into account. Like we can argue, like, all day, like, Myers with Tombstone is a fundamentally different killer. Yeah, so take the median of that.
That's why I do pubs and comp when I do my tier lists.
Mm-hmm.
Because if I was like on my tier list, I put Unknown in like A tier, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's without Vanishing Box. Unknown with Vanishing Box is a completely different beast of a killer.
Right.
Because I run Vanishing Box a lot. But it also goes back into my discussion with Unknown. Actually, speaking of this game, this is a great example of a game where I just went fuck it, and I just started slugging, and I got infinitely more pressure than hooks. Because look, we're at 2 gens. I have 3 hooks. Everyone's weekend. I literally just start playing slug around the Rosie. I just start slugging people and doing in tagging and running around, because that's the way you have to play Unknown.
I have a feeling slugging is going to become more powerful.
It needs to be, because and this is something that's not really discussed much, in which I had a very long topic of discussion with some people about this. With tunneling and slugging being the only real way of gaining pressure, if they truly remove tunneling in some shape or form base kit, and then if they remove slugging, like with if Finisher Mori truly, like the way it was on PTB comes over with anti-slug, how is Killer fundamentally supposed to gain pressure? Like in this game, I am losing this game. What is my way of forcing pressure? I either split my hooks and call it a loss, or I remove this person from the game, creating the 3v1, creating an easier split for me.
Right.
How am I, as a player, supposed to gain pressure if I can't force second because of anti-camp, if I can't tunnel because of perks and or anti-tunnel base kit, and I can't slug? What is the killer fundamentally supposed to do to gain pressure? There's nothing the killer is supposed to do to gain pressure. And that is always why, like, if they truly remove tunneling and slugging from this game is just going to become terrible. Instead of removing them, they need to add incentives to make the killer not do that.
Yeah, I've said that for years.
Like, give the BP base kit for both sides back, please. I would love to see survivors get 100% base, like 100% extra BP for taking a hidden chase, or for safely unhooking a survivor, or for doing a fucking generator. Please, give them something, and then let killers split hook, and then they get extra BP based off of unique hooks. Like,
well, yeah, and I think the other thing, I mean, my fear with, and I said this when I saw the toolbox buff they did, 2 patches ago?
yeah, I think it was May, right?
It was
May.
Whenever Vecna drops.
It was May.
Yeah, but and it hasn't happened yet, at least in my games. But I was scared saboing was going to become meta, and the reason why I was scared for that wasn't because, oh, boo-hoo, the killer can't hook anybody. No, I was scared because that means killers are going to start slugging more.
Yeah, I've actually noticed since May I've started slugging more.
And I don't know if people enjoy that more or not.
Honestly, I like versusing slugging killers. It's a different type of game. Okay, I like bringing this up whenever I talk about slugging. You know Identity V?
No.
Identity V is a game made by NetEase in correlation with some. It's like 2 to 3 behavior devs helped make it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 4v1 asymmetrical game that plays very similarly to DBD.
Right.
Both sides are third person. There's a lot of different killer, like hunter powers and stuff. It's called hunters in that game. But there is a hunter who does not hook. All he does is bleed people out. And he is such an interesting character to play verse. They nerfed the shit out of him, so he's like not good at all. But it was a completely different game. Your bleed out was faster. Yeah, it's like DBD with Tim Burton. But it's a completely different game when playing versus that one hunter. You don't you pick up people faster as a survivor, and you see and the killer sees your aura every time you pick someone up. They see your aura. Mm-hmm. So it's like tag teaming type beat, and it's a snowball, except you only slug. And then when everyone's down on the ground, the game just ends. Unless they have their version of Unbreakable in play, which Unbreakable's in that game. But again, and the thing about Identity V2 is in the tutorial, the game tells you to camp to get pressure. Just straight up, it's like camp survivor to death, so you get pressure.
I mean, did you play VHS at all?
I watched a lot of it. I didn't play it very much. It wasn't the audio tracking thing made me not play it very much.
I mean, VHS, there wasn't even hooks. It was just slugging.
Yeah, it was just slugging.
And I mean, I personally, like, of all the things, I don't really camp or tunnel that often. At least I try not to. But slugging is something I do a lot for pressure, but it's like slugging is also on the killer side. I actually kind of enjoy it more than the other two because you're still playing, and it's still like you're keeping your momentum while building pressure.
And it's infinitely more healthy pressure-wise too. It's infinitely more healthy.
And I've toyed around with this idea. People would hate this. I would love for them to experiment with, what if we just didn't have hooks?
I think some killers would be flawed. And this is where I have a friend who's making a video series about this, so I really don't want to delve too much into this. Mm-hmm. But a great example of like Kazan Yamaoka is a fundamentally flawed killer because of the way you have to gain your pressure and the way that you have to, because you aren't, same thing with Unknown, you are not incentivized to hook. you are incentivized to get a snowball rolling.
Right.
Because if you play for hooks, killer sucks. The killer's terrible. Singularity can get away with playing for hooks because he's so oppressive. Unknown and Kazan can't. But Kazan was designed entirely around slugging. Yeah. With hooks in play.
Well, same with, like, to a degree with, like, Plague. Plague is a snowballing killer.
Plague is a snowballing killer based upon health states, though, and not based upon insta-down and mobility.
Right.
And the other thing, too, is Plague. You can get rid of Plague's insta-down. You all coordinate and disinfect at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
There is coordination you can do. With Kazan, there is not. There is coordination with Myers. There's coordination with Plague. There is not coordination with Kazan. He will get the down.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with what you were saying, 180s. He should never miss. There is no missing with Kazan. He will get the down.
Well, unless you're me.
Like, the only thing you can do is hold him from getting into power, and that's how he's so flawed. But, again, back to the conversation of slugging.
But, yeah.
It feels more fun, in my opinion. This is an opinion, so people can be like, I fucking hate being slugged. Whatever, that's fine. That's an opinion. I'm completely fine with that. I will say that I hate literally sitting around a hook till second. That's why I'm kind of glad anti-camps in the game, but it's just no, it's not enjoyable. It's not enjoyable for the person to get forced out of the game to create the 3v1. The only time it's fun is if you have a full team coordinating, then it's fun because you have all 4 people coordinating, and that's the difference between solo and coordination, is that these strategies that work in solo are counterable with a full team of coordination, and nobody really talks about that. Because I cannot be told with a straight face that tunneling cannot be countered, camping cannot be countered. There is counters to it.
Oh, there is 100% counters. Has anyone ever said that?
Oh, you'd be surprised.
Yeah, there's counters to it, but yeah, you did for the most part. I mean, you can even still do it in solo.
Without perks, there is counters to it.
Yeah.
People bring up perks as the counterplay. Same thing with slugging. Like slugging, there is counterplay. Yeah. There is coordination. You have to be coordinated. And I think that's why people hate slugging and tunneling, is that you're booting, it's 9 p.m., you're booting up DBD after getting off an 8-hour shift, and you're playing against a Singularity who's playing like I am. By yourself. It's going to be miserable. It's going to be terrible.
So, I mean, but there's no way for them to fix that.
And this is exactly what I'm saying, is that they balance the game around solo queue, and this game becomes terrible. And that's what they've been doing for, like, the past year, is they've been slowly, like, I would incentivize different solo queue changes. What I would do, I would have to sit down and think upon that for days. Yeah. But there's no way you can just remove all of the ways killer can fundamentally get pressure and then expect them to pull up the same results.
I mean, the thing with that is, like it doesn't really matter what you change about solo queue. It's still solo queue.
Yeah.
It will always fundamentally be flawed.
And that's exactly what I'm saying. So you're going to make the base game in general worse to, in quotations, fix solo queue. You can't do it. It's not possible.
But the thing is, but I also, like, maybe I'm the weirdo for this. I do think we should balance for solo queue. Because
I think you have to balance for both.
But no, I don't mean like only balance for solo queue, but I think primarily we should.
And I would agree. Like, I think in regards of what I am stating is the abilities to, in quotations, counter to balance for solo queue for the past year have been just removing killer gameplay styles and ways of gaining pressure.
Yeah. And
that's what I don't agree with. I think that base kit Kindred, why is it not a thing? The argument a few years ago was that it would be too much information for Survivor when we have 2 killers in the game? 32, 34, something like that? 36? We have 30...
Is it 36?
How many killers we have in this game?
I think it's 36 now. I'm at episode 22 of this. That's uploaded. I've got 5 of them in the works, counting this.
36. It is 36.
It is 36?
It's 36 killers. 36. We're nearing 40 killers in this game, and we're talking about too much information for the Survivor role. What?
I mean, have you played League of Legends before? That's like 130 characters with 5 abilities each, and people do just fine.
And the other thing that comes to my argument about balancing for solo queue is that really it's not balancing for solo queue, it's balancing for bad players I don't like. I hate it. I hate it. I hate when you balance for bad players. It's so terrible. I know that a lot of the DVD player base is not like mechanically amazing or macroly amazing. That's fine. But balancing the game specifically around that is terrible, because before people would start getting good. Because before, when I played games, I know it's a little bit different nowadays and people are trying to chill more often. When I was bad at a game, I would sit there and try to improve at it and not just be like, man, this shit dog shit. There's a few exceptions, of course. I'm not saying that like that's all we always should do. But look at this clip right here. She's perfectly playing against me in that situation.
Right.
If in some situation people would just be like, nah, this killer OP.
Well, I mean that Yui, or not Yui, that Yoon Jin earlier, I mean, like, she ran into you like 4 times.
To be fair, I was also forcing her.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just making the point. Like, I mean, like, I show my chucks. You know what a chuck spot is?
Yeah, a chuck spot. You just hold an angle and you wait.
Yeah. I say this all the time. That should never work.
But it does.
It does, because people are bad.
Exactly. It should never work, but it works. Why does it work? Because players are bad. And so what are they going to do? Are they going to change chuck spot? Like, you shouldn't do that. People should generally improve. And which is good, because the player base has definitely improved in the past 4 years. I will say that. The average survivor can hold a chase longer.
Mm-hmm. But, like,
which is good.
But you know, when I'm saying, like, we should balance for solo, I think what I'm saying is just, I think it once again, it's just complex to like get the words out properly without sounding like I'm trying to dismiss the point completely. It's just like it's very difficult to balance for Swift, I feel, because of all the factors that go into it. Because you can't take into account all the coordination that's being done. You can't take into account the types of communication. You can't take into account every single perk combination possible versus every single killer. You can't take into account every single map and tile spawn. You can't take into account, like, there's so many. And when you're just balancing for solo on its own, I think it's a lot easier to do.
I just don't agree with that in that regard. I think I don't agree with spreadsheet balancing at all whatsoever.
No, neither do I, for the most part.
I do think right now what they have going is fine, but there's outliers that make the rules. And when I was talking about before changing killers based off of play rate / kill rate, like based off of low play rate, I think like the textbook definition of a terrible rework is the trickster.
Yes, I would agree.
The trickster, absolutely, just the trickster. First of all, why was trickster getting changed if it was based off of play rate? Because what they did, compare trickster to twins. The twins players cried about it, and basically everything was reverted. Almost everything about it was reverted, and trickster players went, "Please don't do this to my killer," and they were literally ignored.
I would love to know their reasoning for it. Have they stated a reason?
No, but the same things happened recently with Singularity. I've seen a bunch of Singularity players go, "Please don't do this to my killer," and they just went through with it anyways. Do you know why? Because Singularity has a 1% play rate. They want people playing the killers more. They want more of an even split, which means that the next killers on the list are probably going to be like Artist. I want to say...
I would disagree on the Singularity.
The aim assist. A lot of the Singularity players I've seen, when referring to the aim assist, making the killer like textbook easier.
Most of the ones I talked to loved it.
Huh. I've had the complete opposite experience.
And once again, and this is the problem with this kind of stuff too. Is like Coco was fine with it.
I, in specific, am fine with like the base kit overclock, the supply case change. I don't agree with the EMP stuff, and I don't agree with aim assist I think, because at this point, they're making it a toggle, but when I'm playing the Singularity, why would I not just use the toggle? It plays it for me.
I actually forgot about the toggle.
It just plays it for me. Why? Like, that's what I'm arguing, is making... I am all for, and I've explained this, I rambled about this before on my stream, I am all for lowering the skill floor to make more people play the killer, right, without lowering the skill ceiling. That is exactly what they've done to Singularity. They've lowered the skill floor and lowered the skilled ceiling. Because the aim assist aims through gaps for you, and the biopod thing locks onto it for you. The skill ceiling got lowered because of that.
Yeah, but the aiming wasn't really realistically part of his skill. Most of his skill was the macro play.
But they still affected the micro that was part of his skill, because now I'm noting whenever I'm playing Singularity, I'm like teleporting through gaps I wouldn't teleport through, or the aim assist makes me teleport to people that are literally off my screen.
I think we're just going to fundamentally disagree on this one. I really do.
That's fine. I'm all for disagreements.
Yeah, because
I like having discussions and having disagreements. It makes a healthy debate.
Yeah, because because for me, I'm whenever I'm playing Singularity or I see someone playing Singularity, even if they hit like a really like small one in a gap, even before like the aim assist, I would never be like, hell yeah, that was a cool ass hit, Like that wasn't part of the skill to me. You get what I'm saying with that?
I still think it's something that you should know how to do without the aim assist when playing Singularity.
Right, but then the question becomes, and this is the one that gets brought up a lot, what about controller players?
When I'm playing Singularity, I don't know if you see it in my biopod playstyle.
Mm-hmm.
I know controller players can't do this unless they have high sensitivity. Whenever I enter a camera, I'm flicking directly to where I think they are.
Yeah, that's what I do.
But that leads into account, like, with the aim assist doing that for me, it removes that skill of me being able to do it, which is really hard to fix unless you were to up the sensitivity in biopods or, make the aim assist a toggle. But that's still, I think it's a bad thing, but I don't think it's a terrible thing. But I do genuinely think it lowers the skill ceiling of the killer fundamentally, because I can press a button and it does it for me.
Once again, because then that brings into the question of what is skill. Because if I ask most of the DVD players like which killer is skillful, I think 9 times out of 10 I usually only get one answer.
My thing when I take into account skill is micro and macro.
Right.
When I talk about a skill ceiling.
Same.
I genuinely think that pressing and holding a singular button to mark someone or teleport to someone with a biopod is playing the game for you. It lowers the skill ceiling.
Right, but
does it affect the macro? No. But the macro is still part of that skill ceiling, but you have to balance both the micro and the macro, which is why I'm saying that.
Right. But
that's my side. Sorry to interrupt you
again. No, you're good. But I think like I said, like for me, that wasn't really. I never really considered that part of even his skill floor or ceiling was the using the cameras. In the way we're describing with the aiming, I always considered it just the macro play.
That's also just a different fundamental view of Singularity, which we would have to disagree on, which I'm fine with.
Yeah, because like I don't even really play him by using the cameras in the way most people do. Like I said, I usually kind of just play him as a brute force pallet break killer. That's why I call him my brain off killer. I can play the other way. People have seen me do it. I just don't do it very often. But once again, like I said, that also brings into the idea of what is skill. And, like you're bringing up the macro and micro. Most people don't even care about the macro on any killer. And I think part of that is just because of how we've been, I hate using this word, but how we've kind of been conditioned to see skill in every game. The macro is kind of in almost every game. I can't think of many where the macro is considered skillful most of the time, unless it's like an RTS.
Even though macro is skillful in this game, you need to know when to drop chase, you need to know where survivors are. There's a lot that comes to the macro of this game.
Yeah, but most people don't consider it for some reason.
Yeah.
At least when they're talking about it.
Yeah, but that's why when I talk about a killer, unless it's like the Blight, which you are micro the killer, except for I use my power to go to other gens. Like, you have to require that base kit macro, which some killers have, like, they have more macro than others, like Singularity, which is why when I say that, when I talk about skill ceiling, I talk about micro and macro, because his macro wasn't affected whatsoever, but his micro was. And same thing leading into Trickster. His micro was completely lowered. His micro is so bad now. All you need to do is look and hold. Because then again, like the recoil wasn't bad, but that's a me opinion. I think it's fine that it got removed. I think making it 8 blades, I think removing the micro expression of blades going faster as you hold is also bad, and then also making it 8 knives, so you remove the skill expression of like aiming through gaps and all that, because why would I do that when I could just walk up to you and just...
I mean, I think the other question, because I brought up controller players, same with like, I think Trickster's another good example, because I'm pretty sure that's why they got rid of the recoil. Why not just make it so the recoil doesn't happen when you're using controller? Why not just make it so the aim assist only happens when you're using controller?
Or again, making it a toggle, which I'm fine with, but
I wouldn't. Well, the thing with the toggle is then why wouldn't
you use it?
Yeah, why wouldn't you use it?
Yeah, but if you're playing on controller and you don't want aim assist, then like that's why it's an option. I still think it's going to lower the skill ceiling of the character, but
I fundamentally speaking though, I know we're kind of getting off topic with this, but I actually don't think singularity play rate's going to go up much, even with this.
I don't think so either. It's the same. I think it might have. I think it's just going to stay like that. I think it's going to spike for a bit and then go back down.
I think it's fine. I've said this so many times about like twins and Larry a lot. I think having niche killers is okay.
I think so too. That's why when they were trying to like change twins a lot, and then they just like all the twins players were complaining. There is no other killer in this game like twins.
No, there's no killer like singularity.
So changing the killer to where the player base goes, I don't like this, and you ignore it, like Trickster. Albeit, yes, there's similar killers to Trickster. There's Slinger and Huntress. Mm-hmm. There is no one who I can throw little knives and do like multiple hits for a health state like that. Mm-hmm. There is not. So changing the killer and making the player base fairly unhappy about that is not the move.
Yeah, I think Trickster's like the only kill them with bug bites death by 1,000 cuts kind of killer in the game.
Yeah, he is the only one.
And you know that was his unique thing, but like, once again though, it's like I think niche killers and things like that are perfectly fine. But you know, I mean, Riot or talking about League, behavior also does have to think, and I do understand at the end of the day they are a business. Niche, the thing with niche characters, because Riot has talked about this with their niche characters, because they have a lot of them, is they're okay with them. However, the niche characters do have to have a really dedicated niche of players, because if not, then the character is literally just dead weight.
Yeah,
for both the player base and the company. And I mean, I think the other thing, like Riot's talked about this with and I bring up Riot because they have 130 characters. They've been through the Song and Dance for over 12 years. Because like they'll release like a skin for one of their niche characters, like Ivern, right? I don't know if you play the game or know who that is, but he's a support healing jungler. He's very.
Also, he sounds useless.
Huh?
He sounds useless / very niche.
He's very niche. He's extremely niche. He was like one of the lowest pick rate characters in the game. He was very good though if you knew what you were doing. But the thing is, people didn't play him because he's not a solo queue. He didn't have a dash or anything, so there was like no real clips you could get with him. While he could help his team, he was a very selfless character, and people are not the biggest fan of playing that, especially in the jungle role. But he didn't really get very many skins, obviously, because his play rate was so low. And they finally released a skin for him, and it didn't sell. So they said they had to ask themselves the question: did the skin not sell because no one plays the character? Or did the skin not sell because even the people who did play the character didn't like the skin? So they had to go back to the drawing board and think, okay, as a business, do we have to fundamentally change this character to make him worth having in the game? And they decided against that because they realized it was just because the skin was terrible. And I know this is kind of going into the business side of it, but it's like they constantly have to ask themselves these questions.
I think behavior is at that point now with the amount of killers they have.
Yeah, it's like
I think they are.
Twins is a good example. It's like, is the Twins main, and like I said, I bring it up. We have to remember it is a business, as much as we don't like to think it is. It's a business. Is the Twins main community only being at like 0.002% worth their time and effort to keep the character how it fundamentally is, or is it just wasting code space? Is it just wasting man hours to maintain the killer? Is it even worth making cosmetics for them?
That's kind of how I would describe both of the killers with the changes this patch.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Knight has an insane play rate, and the only hand is like a dedicated few player base. You have Pixie, you have Wolf, you have Haunted Armor, you have a few other Knight players, but like, do you chain like? And they kept releasing skins for Knight. Like Knight's got a decent amount of skins too.
Yeah, and
do you?
But the thing is, from what I understand, they all sold.
Yeah,
they sold a lot.
Yeah, I bought the Knight skins. Like they're good.
Exactly.
I like Knight skins. So they streamlined Knight. Like they did a lot of good for him, but he's very streamlined now. And that's a lot of the changes that they've been doing recently is streamlining the killers, and I don't like that. That is something I don't like.
Mm-hmm.
Is they're taking a lot of the complexities in niche. We were talking about this earlier with Blight. They took away one of his like biggest complex things was hug tech. Albeit there's a reason, and I know the reason why they did it. I don't agree with it, and I don't agree with removing those niches. And obviously, they don't have the issue of niches, considering they're willing to codify bugs/exploits. They're willing to codify it. So why do they keep changing? Why do they keep changing things that don't need to be changed? Like Trickster. Trickster is literally. I'm going to keep going back to this. Why did they change Trickster? He had literally zero reason to be changed. And they changed him almost fundamentally. You play him completely different now. Mm-hmm. He went from being an expressive tap skill killer to, I'm going to walk close, I'm going to unwind 8 knives, press the control button, and down you. That is what he is now. That is all he is now. He's now ranged Bubba, I can't be from a distance.
Pretty much, which is...
Because that's all he really has now. Because they removed all of his expression.
Congrats to Behavior, by the way. I don't know how they managed, but they managed to make everyone mad with the Trickster updates.
But it was genuinely like, I don't know what they were doing with that. Like, some of the killers, they obviously know what they're doing. Like, I want to say, like, Bubba. Bubba's a great example. They knew what add-ons people ran. They knew why they were playing that killer, and they changed all those things about him while making him feel better, but not fundamentally changing his design.
Right.
And then we go back to March and December, where they just started fucking changing everything for no reason.
Once again, I'm not behind closed doors, so I don't, and they very rarely give. I say this about every game company. I really wish when they do changes, they would be more honest with why they do them. It's never going to happen, but I wish they would. It's just like. Like, I mean, if they came out tomorrow and got rid of Nemesis' zombies, I would be mad. Even if they buffed the character, I would be mad.
Really?
Yeah.
I fucking hate the zombies.
They're part of what makes Nemesis.
Nowadays, I would agree. When he released, I would be like, no. Because my idea of Nemesis is the pursuer. He chases you no matter what. He is going after you.
Right.
And he doesn't have anything from Resident Evil 3 that makes him that. He doesn't have anything.
Right. No. Don't get me wrong. Like I'm not saying from like an adaptation perspective. I'm just talking about now that he's been in the game for as long as he has. I would not want to get rid of the zombies because to me that is part of Nemesis.
Yeah, that is Nemesis now. I would completely agree. I wouldn't agree before, but nowadays I would completely agree because why is there...
But, you know, there's other killers like Freddy, who I don't know a soul who would be mad if they gave him a complete change.
Yeah, I want him to get a complete change at some point. It's very sad what they've done to him.
I as someone who does this series where I tried to grab mains of every single killer and talk to them, Freddy was the hardest one to find.
I would assume so, because why would you subject yourself to playing Freddy Krueger in this game?
It took me months to find a Freddy main. I found one. It took me fucking months. And I feel bad for the person because they're a streamer. They just don't advertise it. They just don't advertise that they're a Freddy main. That's the thing. But they play Freddy like almost exclusively. It's just like Yeah. But I mean, that's the other thing. And it's like, I think Freddy's the one exception, but like, with the other killers, it's like Singularity and Knights and Twins. And what is Skull Merchant's play rate right now? Is it
Good
low?
question. I don't know.
I've like, because of how many people complain about her, I would assume it's not, but I don't know. But yeah, and Skull Merchant I think is a good example too. It's like, that's not even a matter of like the killer necessarily like having a niche of people who enjoy her. It's more so fundamentally being bad for the game. I enjoy going against Skull Merchant. I'm the weirdo who likes it, but it's like, if 90% of the community hates it, like, I know we shouldn't always take majority rules, but sometimes you kind of do. It's a case by case thing.
I would agree. I don't really hate Skull Merchant anymore. I just think she has some major issues, like the fact that I get hit by a claw trap and 13 million status effects go off at the same time. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, there should not be that many going on, but...
Yeah, but at
that,
the same time, like, a killer that, like, their identity was, like, status effects would actually kind of be interesting, in my opinion. If that was their only identity. I think the Hindered could go. And the speed boost, but I think the rest of them, like, I think that's an interesting thing, having a killer like that. I think the problem with a lot of killers in this game, I was talking about this before, Vecna was, I said a while ago, some people will probably disagree with me on this. I said a while ago, my ideal killer for this game would be a killer whose power doesn't directly damage or injure survivors. Their entire power is designed around being a utility tool that helps them in one.
But kind of, so Vecna didn't have not punishment of the damned, Flight of the Damned.
Well, even then, most people would argue Flight of the Damned is just a zoning tool.
Yeah, unless you're doing the insta,
yeah,
whatever.
the insta thing. Yeah, Vecna, like, ideally is like the kind of killer I wanted. I don't play him, but
yeah, he is very much a utility character than more of a.
And I think it's interesting. I think Vecna is actually a sign of things to come.
I'm wondering what they're going to do for Dracula, because I'm a very big Castlevania fan, and so if they adapt him the way I think they are going to adapt him, I will be very, 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 very happy.
I am a massive Metroid fan, and I'm going to say this with the utmost love and respect to all Castlevania fans. I have never played a Castlevania game.
Fair enough. I love Metroid 2, by the way. Metroid's amazing.
Well, no, I'm just saying, because, Metroidvania, they often get lumped.
Yeah.
I've never played a Castlevania game, so I know literally jack shit, except for, like, what is a man but a miserable pile of secrets?
There's a lot of backtracking.
Yeah.
Like Metroid games.
Yeah.
That's why they're Metroidvanias.
Yeah.
And also the combat style is why it's called Metroidvania, because with Samus it's like shooting and stuff, with the Belmonts it's the whip and other ranged stuff. But it's just their rebalancing philosophy I don't agree with. Their killer design philosophy has switched recently, and it's very interesting to see the differences, because there's definitely different phases of this game between killer design, and you can tell. My least favorite of all of the ones is the mid-range zoner, is what I like to call it, the mid-range zoner period. If you look at all killer design, there is times where almost every killer is a mid-range zoner. So after Stranger Things happened, everyone's like, I love Demogorgon! What a fun killer! Behavior was like, they like mid-range zoning killers? Let's do that for an entire year and a half. And Pyramid Head, Trickster, Nemesis, Artist.
What about the surveillance or the split pressure killers era? That's what I call it. The Knight and Larry.
Singularity. Yeah.
No one liked those. Why did they keep doing it?
They stopped. After Singularity, there hasn't been one. You know what they went back to? They went back to mid-range zoner. They went back to Dash, and then they did another mid-range zoner.
I've talked about this before. There was a GDC talk by I think it was Riot. I hate bringing them up all the time, but once again, they've been in the game for as long as they have. Of course, they're going to have a lot to say. They actually did a GDC talk about why mobility is like the thing people enjoy the most. And it's why, like, every character they released in the past few years has had some form of mobility. And I think it kind of bleeds into, like, every game, really. But there's two reasons. One, it's skill expressive. That's the big thing. People can show off how good they are with the character if they have mobility, which bleeds into the second part of it, which is it gives you options.
I would agree.
Because like with Wesker, for example, like you got the two dashes, and yeah, I know earlier we were talking about how if they got rid of like the text, it's like all he would be is just a 2-dash killer. True, but at the same time, that's still two more options than you have. Well, technically, it's like 17 more options than any killer without a mobility tool has. Because of the directional, the direction, because of the fact that it's directional. I think that's the biggest problem with like Chucky's Slice and Dice is that it's not the most skill expressive thing in the world because you can't change the direction.
Yeah, you can't change direction, and you only use it to force when a survivor is forced into one area.
Exactly.
So they just always get hit. Where was I going to go with that?
Speaking of, this whole conversation started because I said whenever I ask people which killers are skill expressive, I only get one answer. You know what the answer is?
Billy.
Wesker.
That's a lie.
Wesker is almost always the only answer I get.
Wesker is skill expressive.
No, that's
also because of
that's what
there's other killers too.
That's what I'm saying. Wesker's whenever I ask players which character takes skill, Wesker is usually the only answer. Let me rephrase that. Wesker is the fundamental answer that everyone always says.
I would agree. I think there's a few killers that definitely require skill. Like, I want to say Blight. If we're talking about micro stuff, I want to say like Blight. I want to say Billy. I want to say who else would I think of?
But that's my question though. Is like, why does no one ever take into account the macro? Why don't people not?
People only see, with what you're talking about with mobility and everything, they only see that part. They only see the micro. They only see the chase. They don't think of the macro when they're talking about DVD. And that's probably the main difference of what, if you were to ask people who play competitive and people who play casually, most of the casual players are going to say Albert Wesker. A lot of the more macro, like the comp players, are going to answer more macro stuff.
And it's like... Yeah, it's just a weird thing, and you know, I think I made a tweet about it because of a video I saw a few weeks ago about I was watching a video, I forgot who made it, but they were talking about which killers were skillful, and they literally went down the list and said the only one they said yes to was Wesker.
What?
Yeah, and as much as I like disagree with that, general community sentiment seems to be that most of the time, and I hate it because and once again I get like we talked earlier, it's like don't hate people for playing a certain killer, but I think part of that mentality bleeds into that. I get so much hate for playing Chucky, so much hate.
I hate that little ginger freak, but you shouldn't be getting hate for it.
Yeah, which is fine. You have every right in the world to hate the character. I had someone DC against me the other day. The moment they heard the terror radius, they came in the chat and were like, "Yeah, I don't like playing against Chucky." I was like, "Oh, yeah, that's fair enough. Whatever." They stayed in chat for like 3 hours and we just talked. More people like that, please.
Like, I hate Huntress with every fiber in my being, but I'm not going to DC versus her.
No, I don't. I don't think I've ever forcibly DC'd in this game unless like it was. Like
Clown.
No,
I have to. I had the DC on Clown because of the visual stuff, though.
Well, that's different. I just mean like from a like I hate this killer perspective. Like I hate going against Huntress. I'm not gonna DC the moment I hear a Huntress all the time. I'll just play it out. Fuck it. Who cares? It's just I don't know. This community is also strange with stuff like that. It's like. And once again, I brought it up earlier with like clippable stuff. It's like when you're playing Singularity, legitimately, what clips are you going to show?
There's a bit of the stuff with the cameras, which I was talking about before, like the flick stuff. But then again, that's like literally all you have.
But like honestly, are you clipping that and sending it off to be like viewed and stuff?
on Twitter if you think it's cool enough. Yeah, I do that. I also just post random shit on Twitter. That's
Well,
a clip. I have a clip of me. So there's apparently a bug with Wesker that I learned that when you enter the end bound duration, like the mid bound end duration, if you didn't use both bounds, you only use one bound, and you get head on, you just ignore it. I like it's on my Twitter right now, so I just willed it to ignore stuns completely. So I also just post like a bunch of stupid clips on my Twitter, and also clips that I think are cool and clips that I think are neat. Like I'll post it for any killer if it's anything I think I did that was cool.
Yeah, peeking behind the curtain though, which ones get the most likes?
Wesker.
Is it? Yeah, but you get what I'm saying though with that, right?
Yeah, people just Albert Wesker.
But that's my point. Is like. Speaking of, I'm trying to find what Wesker gameplay. I'm sorry, I picked like the worst stream for this.
Yeah, I haven't. I'm not gonna lie. This update, every single like normal. I try to play a normal Wesker game, and like 3/4 of the time, I don't get a normal one. They see themselves turn into a car, and they're like, "That's so funny! I don't want to play the game now. Look, I'm a car, guys." And I'm like, I want to play this fucking video game.
I was playing last night, or a couple nights ago, and I had to play Demogorgon for a daily. And the first survivor I found was a Laura who just crouched and tried to boot me, and I was like, "No, I'm not in the mood for that. I'm not doing this. I don't care." I just want to play the fucking video game. I don't care if you guys steamroll me or not. Just I want to play the game. Yeah. But speaking of Wesker, because I think we can move on. Welcome to the podcast. We started talking about the general state of the game.
This is what I kind of expected it to be. It's like, oh, I mean Wesker, but I know for a fact we're going to start talking about random stuff. Yeah, I know it.
It's why I love this. I'm going to say this to the comments I get sometimes about I didn't really learn much about the killer. If you really want to learn more about how to get fundamentally better at the killer, either go to Scootey's page directly and go watch streams or the YouTubes, or go to Puffalo.
I think like educate. Like I want to start doing more educational Wesker content at a certain point. My thing with like Wesker educational content is like tech video. Watch 6 minutes on how to do a hug tech or blah blah blah, and that's it. That's like all you see. Like, and the reason why I've been procrastinating because of multiple reasons, like just self-motivation stuff, depression, etc. But when I do a Wesker guide, I want it to be like 2 hours long and talking about literally everything.
Same. I wanted to do the same thing for Chucky, but it's just because I had one written up until the changes, and then I just kind of stopped, and now I'm kind of doing it in chunks. I mean, I did the third-person camera guide a couple weeks ago. I did the laugh guide a few weeks before that. I did the footstep guide a couple weeks before that. The plan is to, once all the chunks are done, because I'm doing the slice and dice guide soon, is to put them all into one video as like a mega compilation, but actually like make it its own video, not just like splice them.
Do you remember Ascension back in 2020? He was a Blight player.
Yes.
I loved the way he did his Blight guides. That's how I want to do the Wesker guides. Is like each individual video. If I do a segment about techs, I don't just want to talk about how to do it. I want to talk about how you apply it in your gameplay. Yes, how is a tutorial about hug tech going to matter if I don't know when I should be doing it, if I should be?
Yeah.
Like, why should I be going for it if I don't understand the point of it? Because in some situations, albeit very situational, sometimes you can apply hug tech to do something.
Well, it's like when I talk about chuck spots, it's like I tell people, I said it in the video, it's like vet the survivors. Not all, most, I say most. Survivors shouldn't be falling for chuck spots. Some will, and you need to vet them at the beginning of the match to know. It takes 2 seconds. The moment you get to a loop, sit behind a corner with the camera pointed away from you, towards the edge of the loop. If they start running back into you the moment they stop seeing your red stain, that's how you know you're going to be able to get them with it. That's it. That's all you need to know. Don't do it at every loop. Don't do it all the time. Don't overuse it. Right? I think knowing when to do something is way more important than knowing how to.
I would agree. because that's like a whole thing with Skinny Burt and why I think it's the most important thing to learn on Wesker. People talk about rebounds and hug techs and stuff. The first thing you should learn how to do is Skinny Burt because you're learning how his bound collision works and what you should and what you can bound through and what you can't. It is so important to him because now it opens up so many opportunities to play the killer different.
Mm-hmm.
What am I doing when I'm playing? Yeah, I'm usually like going for a hug tech or something, like whatever. But when I'm like actually trying to play the game, I'm applying my knowledge for going for Skinny Birds and stuff, which is why whenever people like talk about like what you're saying, like watching like me to learn, I fundamentally play the best when I am win streaking. I'm playing Wesker at his I am playing to my absolute best. I'm not going for silly techs, and if I am, I'm applying them to how I'm playing.
Once again, I think because people watch my gameplay and be like, oh, you're so bad at Chucky. So I'm going for like the dumbest shit possible most of the time. I've said this before. If I want to try hard and tunnel and camp and slug at all times to get my win and bring the best arguably build all the time, I could. I just find that shit not even boring. I just find it exhausting. Because there's so many times on stream when I'll be like, I should slug this guy next to the hook because now I have 2 people down. I'm not going to, but I should. It's stuff like that. It's like I say it out loud too so people know I'm not an idiot. I know what I'm doing. I just don't do it. Same with like slice and dices. It's like, people talk all the time about how like, oh, well, you should never miss a slice and dice. I go for some dumb fucking slice and dices sometimes. Even ones I know won't hit, but there's a chance. Like, I just do it because I think it's fun.
I see.
like I'll do like a scamper slice and like on Shack. I need to. This is going to be in the guide for the slice and dices. There is a hit there's a hit you can get on Shack from literally anywhere in Shack if you're running jump rope, running shoes, and the pallet is down. It doesn't matter what they do unless they leave Shack. If you're on the outside of the window and you scamper it, and then scamper the pallet, point your camera down, and then immediately go either left or right, you will hit them. You'll get the range to either make it back to the window in time, and if you flick properly, there's literally no way for them to dodge it. If they go left, they'll dodge the slice and dice, but because of how the cooldown works, you'll get the M1 before they make it to the window. Or the door, I'm sorry. Even if they hug the pallet, if you see them hugging the pallet, just let go and they can't vault it. But I try to do that shit without running shoes or jump rope all the time. But it's like stuff like that. And with making guides, I that was my biggest problem with making the 3rd-person camera guide. It's like it ended up only being 12 minutes because I basically just talked about the fundamentals. Like if I really wanted to go in depth, I would talk about how to use the camera at literally every loop in the game. It would be like an hour and a half long, and it would take months to get footage. And once again, it's like with the slice and dice thing. It's like, or with the Wesker guide, it's like, where do you stop? Has always been my question with making those kinds of guides.
I'm the type that would go into depth when I finally sit down to do it. Go into depth about literally everything.
Right, and I think that's admirable, and it's something I want to try to do with more of the guide videos I do. But it's like, I said do. It's just. It's just a difficult thing. One creator. Do you watch much Team Fortress 2 stuff?
I used to play a ton of TF2. Are you talking about Bunny?
I was gonna say Uncle Dane.
Oh, Dane. Oh yeah, Dane.
Yeah, his engineer guide or battle engineer guide. That is one of the best guides to anything I've ever seen anyone ever make.
I love using the Wrangler with the mini sentry. It's so funny. I have like my fit too. I run the party hat with the flare, like the pins, and they all have the troll face on it, and you just see this default engineer with the party hat and troll pins roll up, just throw down a mini, and then just pull out the Wrangler.
The Wrangler was a mistake.
I would agree. It's absolutely a fucking mistake. Please nerf that fucking thing. As someone who mains NG, please nerf that thing.
The Wrangler was a fucking mistake. People who don't know Team Fortress 2 have no idea what we're talking about. I don't care. Just Google Wrangler. You'll figure it out.
I mean, I can explain the Wrangler in like 2 seconds.
It lets you control what your sentry turret does.
Yeah, no, but that's not why it's strong. It's that it has a 60% damage reduction whenever you're controlling it, so the thing doesn't die.
Yeah, that too. It's probably the biggest thing. I still can't believe that ever got nerfed. Anyways, yeah, back to Wesker. So we talked a little bit about power levels earlier, and I have a feeling you're probably going to disagree with people. Most mains tend to. Where would you place Wesker in a tier list if you had to?
High B.
High B?
High B. He's the threshold of a killer if they're A tier or not. If they are better than Albert Wesker, they are in A tier. He is the threshold killer at now with the infection nerf. What made Wesker strong and efficient against good players was the fact that he can just, I don't like you, you're 8% hindered, get out of my game.
Mm-hmm.
And he would do that. Because he would do that off hook, because that's what he would do.
Trying to visualize it in my head, I was thinking like low A, but no, I see your reasoning. I can see your reasoning.
He's the threshold killer now. He is the threshold on it. If a killer is better than Albert Wesker, then they are A tier.
Fair enough. Normally I have like a little bit of a disagreement with people when they mention the tier list and stuff. I actually think I agree with that 100%.
Because there's killers like Singularity, Unknown, Slinger, Pyramid, and this is why I talk about why Pyramid Head is A tier. Pyramid Head is A tier not because of his chase power.
No,
it is the fact that he has a chase power as good. Like, it's not like great, as good as it is, but he has a mechanic that lets him ignore a fundamental way of getting of pressure. Like, he can just tunnel you. He can remove you from the game.
Mm-hmm.
Base kit. That is why he is strong. Is that he has that way and method of removing you from the game, and that's why he's A tier. And this is my controversial take when talking about killers and stuff. I think Oni is B tier because of how you have to initially get your power. If the survivor is good, no, he's not A tier because he has to walk through every single pallet.
Yeah, but that's one of the bigger problems with tier lists. It's like there's so many factors.
But that is the biggest factor I take into account for Oni, is that, yeah, he can snowball good, but if I want to snowball, why wouldn't I play Unknown or Singularity over Kazan? Because Kazan is mobility insta-down killer, right, but with Unknown and Singularity, I basically don't have to work for my pressure. Unknown, you have to work a little bit more, but Singularity, you don't. You put camera, you mark them, bam. That's your pressure start.
Is it bad that I think Oni is like the best design killer in the game?
It's a controversial take.
I think he's the best design killer in the game. You have to earn your power. Survivors have ways to stop you from earning your power, and once you do get your power, you basically become a different killer.
I'll have to think on that. That's like a more of like less discussing on stream type beat, and more like I sit down and really truly think about that type thing, which is how I address both sides. Because albeit I can admit, I mostly play killer. That is my main defined role. I hate it when shit is overbearing for both sides. I don't like it. If something is stupidly strong on killer, I will literally just openly be like, I don't like this.
I was a huge advocate for getting rid of Scamper, and I mained the fucking character.
The Scamper was stupid.
Yeah, I think most Chucky mains agreed that it was stupid. The only ones who didn't were the ones who were abusing the shit out of it. Not like, that's the nicest way I can put that. It's the way, like, when the nerfs happened, I remember I got a commenter who was like, yeah, basically this just nerfs it nerfs the cringe Chucky players and buffs the good ones.
The good ones.
Yeah, the good ones. And it's like, oh yeah, that's actually pretty fair.
I just miss window scampers.
Yes. My point of contention with that is, all right, if they don't want to bring back the vault speed, whatever, fine. Can we please make it quiet?
Like, that was why I liked it. But yeah, like Oni / Wesker are those threshold killers. If you are better than Kazan and you are better than Wesker, you are in A tier.
I can agree with that.
That's why, like, my main reasoning for Kazan being B is simply because the, in quotations, earning your power. Because even then, the snowball is only a chance.
Yeah. Well, once again, it's part of why I think, and I'm not gonna what's the word I'm looking for? I'm not gonna pry you on it. It's just, it's part of why I think he's one of the better designed killer, if not the best designed killer in the game. Because I think there's interaction on both sides, as far as not interaction necessarily, but I think there's ups and downs for both sides.
Yeah.
And to me, that's what makes a killer well designed. It's part of the reason why I'm not a big fan. Why I think Legion is the worst designed killer in the game. I think they don't need. I think they're fine. I think they're the worst designed killer in the game. But so going from power level, and you said you're working on the guide. Do you have any guides right now?
I have the one from like 4 years ago about Blight Scoot Surf, which is still a thing in the game, and then the one I found when it's called Scoot Slide, but I wouldn't consider it like a tech nowadays. It's more the intricacies of hug tech and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, no. I've been pushing off this Wesker guide for like a year now because of me, myself, and I. But I've been talking to my friend who edits very well about it, and
so you're gonna have a little bit of a chance here to talk a tiny bit about it. Do you have any tips for new Wesker players? And when I say new, I don't mean someone who just bought the game. I'm talking like 400 hours in. Like, I really like this killer, and I'm gonna start playing them now.
My main thing when it comes to Wesker is knowing how your bounds work, which is why I was talking about Skinny Bert. Learning the bound collision should be the first thing you are doing, always. Because now you know how to bound around things, you know how to bound through certain objects, you know everything. Because once you know Skinny Bert, then you can start, like, applying that gameplay knowledge to going through things, to going for grabs, knowing your positioning, because not only do you have to aim yourself at the survivor, you have to aim the survivor at something.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why, like, learning when to turn, learning where to bound to is always super important. And using that knowledge to get a down. And then at that point, if you're comfortable getting to that point where you can go through objects, you can do everything perfectly, then you can start learning the techs, you can start learning hug tech, blah, 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 and then you can start applying that into your main gameplay knowledge and start expanding upon that. The first thing I see new Weskers do nowadays, when they watch, like, Croms or Alran or me or any other Wesker player, is they just go, I want to do hug tech, and that's just what they start doing. It was the thing with Blight, is that, like, they didn't learn proper bump logic. They would just be like, I want to hug tech, and then they would just go for it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and
I get it, but
yeah, I think it's just because it's like when you see a good player playing the character, and it's like the thing they talk about a lot.
You want to do it.
You want to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I understand that. But my thing with it always was, whenever I talk about the techs, I think they're cool. I think they're flashy. I know there's going to be people that are more flashy than I. What I like doing is applying my knowledge and using it in practical ways and not, like, throwing for a clip. Because if I hit a clip while I am practically using the power and using those techs, I think that's way more interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the difference. I think though, if you're doing, like, some random, like, 90-degree flick while doing an insta-hug or whatever, I'm just going to sit there and be like, damn, all right. Like, oh, all right. But I like actually using my knowledge of the techs and applying them to when I am playing. That's why there's a clip in one of these games, I don't know. It was the Borgo game. I don't hit anything with it, but I perfectly time the bound on the pallet to hit a pallet slide, so I slide across and get further closer to the survivor than I was before, and I'm able to position differently. Like, knowing when to do each and every single one of these techs makes Wesker way more interesting than I go for a hug tech and hit funny clip.
So the next one is something a lot of killer players don't like mentioning, but tips for playing against Wesker, particularly for this one. Actually, do you have any tips for playing against the techs?
Flare.
What was that?
So I talked about Flare. I talked about it with King, because King did a video of, like, how to, like, tips for new players to play as and against certain killers.
Mm-hmm.
And let me actually, like, grab exactly what I said to him, because what I said to him is probably exactly what I'll say to you. So let me, like, make sure I say this.
I'm pretty sure I've watched that video. He didn't get anyone for Chucky. I was very mad about that.
Patience. Patience is the biggest thing. When we were talking about the dodge/miss conversation, I brought up this exact thing I'm about to say, which is count how many bounds he's used, know when he's going to pull power, know when he's going to break pallet, know when he's going to, like, if you know he's going to break pallet, you know he's probably going to start pulling power. Need to position around that. Position around collision. And the biggest thing when I say position around collision, figure out if he has egg or not. If he has egg, you're like he's gonna play midbound different. Egg is the add-on that increases your midbound duration by 50%, which they'll wait until it is perfectly 50% on my egg. They start moving because they think I'm going to end, and I just look at them as they run out into the open and I grab them. That's why I stopped running egg, because I just found it like doing the same thing like that is just really annoying. And then like at Shaq as an example, when we were talking about the dodge and miss, you have to try and predict him. It's a 50-50. If you're going to hold wall, you have to read if he's going to try and read your flare or not.
Mm-hmm.
Like, take the long wall. If he comes out super far, you can try to see initially where he's going to go, but if you don't, then...
Yeah, and I think patience is... As someone who plays a character who often gets hits from people being impatient, yeah, I think patience is something this community needs to learn in general. But yeah, I mean, whenever I play against Wesker, I definitely... I'm not like actively looking out for egg, but when I do notice it, like it changes how I play. Like you just don't leave the loop as soon. You kind of wait out the cooldown, and then you just start using the loop as normal. At that point, he's just an M1 killer until the cooldown's gone. So.
And then my other thing, I should have talked about it before, is whenever you are infected, it's not really as much anymore because infection is not nearly as much as a threat as it was before.
Mm-hmm.
Always heal before disinfecting, please. Every single time I get like a down off of someone who's not like ready for me, is they disinfected before they reset. Mm-hmm. So they disinfected and then they start resetting, and so I just walk up to their reset. Or at least if you're going to disinfect before resetting, make sure you're in a good position, make sure you have the proper perks for it, or make sure that your reset is close.
Yeah, you don't have to disinfect right on the spot. I don't know why a lot of people do that, but you got time, especially if Wesker is nowhere nearby.
Yeah. And I mean, with talking about playing Wesker too, I didn't mention it, but patience is also really big when playing him. Mm-hmm. You are going to struggle a lot when you start. Everyone does. You just have to be patient. And then his collision's also detected at the start of the bound, which is the other reason how Hug Tech works. There's two reasons why Hug Tech works. That's the other one. Mm-hmm. His collision is detected, like his collision bound path is detected on the first frame of the bound, which is why sometimes you'll do a Hug Tech and you'll stop halfway through. It's because the game detected that you would have reached that object, so you just stop where you are.
Okay. Yeah, I like those. It was specific. A lot of people give like generic advice. That was actually very specific. The next thing, and I actually worded this question wrong because Wesker's licensed, so it's actually different. Do you think Wesker was adapted well? I know you said you were an RE fan.
I think he was. But my issue with Wesker in RE5 is that his motive makes no sense. He goes from being like, because in the original games, he's like, I want to be the top of the food chain. I want to be the superpower. To him becoming a fucking eugenicist. Like what? That makes no sense to his lore. It would have been like Spencer was the eugenicist. He literally wanted to create a race of super people, and he does.
Didn't they explain it in not Code? Was it Code Veronica? What was the one on the boat? Revelations. God, there's so many Resident Evil games.
Yeah, on a boat.
Yeah,
Revelations is solely the one in the ocean, though.
Yeah, didn't they explain it in that one? Why he changed his mentality?
I forgot which one it was. I mean, Code Veronica, because RE4 is the last time you see him timeline-wise before RE5.
Yeah.
In RE4, he's planning everything for Ouroboros. But the way he describes Ouroboros is not the way he does it in RE5. He wants to become the superhuman, like the top of the food chain. And then he's like, well, I want everyone who has this gene to be top of the food chain. If not, they do not deserve to live. And that's like literally his whole motive in RE5. And it makes no sense to his character. I think the way he's adapted from RE5 is perfect. He's smug. He's annoying. He thinks he's better.
Yeah, I never really thought about it. I don't really read lore for the licensed killers. It is the RE5 one though, right?
Yeah. The way he has Ouroboros is not accurate to the game though. This is not the actual Resident Evil 5 Wesker. This is a variation.
Yeah.
The only reason why I know this is because he only gets Ouroboros when he's in the volcano.
Yeah.
He breaks open a tube of Ouroboros after the plane crashes. Mm-hmm. In the DVD lore, he does it before the plane crashes when he's in the hangar. He breaks the Ouroboros vial. And then everything turns fog, and then he gets taken into the fog.
Side note from 15-year-old me, fuck that boss fight. Anyways. God, I hated that boss fight so much. Yeah, like, I think, because even the voice lines, because, I mean, I'm not going to get into the controversy with the original voice actor, but
Oh boy.
listen, I don't want to get into that, but the one they have now, I think does an amazing job. It's not perfect, but once again, this is coming from someone who's played Resident Evil 5 like fucking 70 million times, and Resident Evil 4. So it's like, it's not perfect, but it is Wesker. Like, it still sounds like Wesker.
Yeah, it does still sound like Wesker. He's just a little more British than he should be. But I do not fault.
Where is Wesker from?
He's American.
Is he American? Okay.
He is American.
I know it's a weird question to ask. I just never really thought about it. Spencer was British, wasn't he?
I forgot about Spencer. I've forgotten.
I think he is British because he has a British accent in the RE5 DLC. I could be misremembering. It's been a while.
Yeah.
But I agree. I think they adapted him decently well. I think the one thing that was very difficult for Wesker to adapt was the idea of him planning. And I know it's a weird thing, but it's like, I think they kind of did that with the Killer Instinct on the sprays.
I do like that. I think the thing with Wesker, though, is RE5, he's very hands-on.
Yes.
And the fact that they adapted RE5 Wesker is good, because it's the hands-on version of him. It's when he's like, this is my plan, I'm doing this now. Like, he's finally established what he's going to do.
What do you mean? We could have RE4 Mercenaries Wesker, where he has a Killer 7 and heel kicks everything.
My thing with the lore is that, like, Wesker's power, like, his power in DBD, it is him, right?
Mm-hmm.
He didn't need Ouroboros to do that. What he does in RE5 before he gets Ouroboros, he fucking flies towards you. Like, the dash animation is exactly the same almost.
Mm-hmm.
He runs towards you. He didn't need Ouroboros for that, though.
I think that was more of them just, and you know, we don't know much about the licensing stuff behind the scenes. I don't know how much influence the actual licensors have.
They have all the influence.
Is it
Nemesis? Like, the reason why Nemesis has zombies is because of Capcom.
Mm.
So yeah.
Okay, never mind. I guess we do know.
It was them because they wanted to adapt purely RE5 Wesker.
Yeah, well, because I know with like Freddy, from what I understand, I don't know if it was New Line, but whoever came to them was like, "Here's Freddy Krueger, put him in the game," and all they told them was it has to be 2010 for Freddy. That was it. That's all I told them.
Huh.
That's why they haven't. That's part of the reason they haven't really touched him in so long. Not because they can't, but because they don't know. They can't really, like, the licensors haven't really gotten back with them.
Yeah, I think the fact they got 2010 Freddy was a fuck up.
That's part of the reason why, because what happened was they were working on Bubba. And then, I don't remember if it was New Line. I don't know who has the rights to Freddy right now. But they basically came to Behavior and were like, here's Freddy, put him in the game. And
yeah, I mean, that was like the whole situation about how that chapter and Bubba were so fucked up was because they tried to get Freddy and they didn't, and so they were going to settle with Bubba as the Halloween chapter. Mm-hmm. And then they just strolled up and they were like, yeah, we want it by this time, and so they had to. That's why Bubba has a bunch of shared add-ons and shit.
Yeah. It's just it's just funny because we all know if it was the original Freddy, he probably would be better. But my thing with that is, like, some of the licensors are pretty, quote, hands off.
I know there's a few that are very hands-on, like Fox and a few others, like Capcom, and I think Konami was very hands-off.
Yeah,
hands-off.
Don Mancini was pretty hands-off too.
Who?
The guy who made Chucky.
Oh, yeah, and they were like, go wherever, because they got fucking Brad for all the signs.
Yeah, and Tiffany, or Jennifer.
Yeah.
Even though I don't like her voice lines in the game. They sound phoned in.
Chubby pointed out too, like the way Ouroboros interacts with Wesker in DBD is not how it interacted with him in RE5 too.
Yeah, because he
broke it open and it literally like opened his heart and shit and was like swirling around him.
Mm-hmm.
And in DBD, it's like it's swirling around inside him without it ever revealing itself. And it's kind of like that's not how Ouroboros works. If you look at Ouroboros and every single person who's had it in Resident Evil, it's always swirling in and out of them. Always.
But, yeah.
And I think the reason why they didn't do that is because they didn't want to confuse players on, is the Albert Wesker holding power? Which is also my whole argument about why in the ever-loving fuck did they use Ouroboros in the first place, because you definitely clearly could have had a different animation for charging power.
I think at the end of the day, though, as with most licenses, because licenses are different with a lot of this, but I think it feels like Wesker. When I'm playing him, I even with like the nitpicks aside, some would argue they're not nitpicks, but even with the nitpicky stuff aside, I still feel like I'm playing Wesker when I'm playing Wesker.
And that was my whole thing when we were talking about Nemesis earlier. I don't feel like I'm playing Nemesis.
Right. I can agree with that. Honestly, with Nemesis, I think a big thing with it, small things they could do to make him feel more like Nemesis is just animation changes.
Animation changes, and also like giving him like a sprint. And then I was the one who made a rework accepting that they would never remove zombies. So I gave him, if you remember in RE3 Remake, he can go up to a zombie if he's in tier. So the way I changed him is I would make him just 6 meters base with tier 3 pallet break, like length and break, but he moves at 3.86 when holding power, so he no longer moves at 4.0. And when you tier up, tiering up makes it so that you can unlock different abilities and also do different things. Like when you hit tier 3, you can like turn a zombie into an NEA zombie, which is like it turns the zombie into an old tier 1 Nemesis.
I'm sorry. I forget what Phoenix typed in chat. I didn't see it till just now.
The label license is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, like, because I Horserer was on. You know Horserer, right?
Yeah, I know Horserer. You never chill.
Yeah, we were talking about some of the minor things they could do with Nemesis to make him feel more like Nemesis. I honestly, I think if like when he broke a wall, if he like just walked through it.
They're saving that shit for Jason.
Oh my god. Well, maybe they might just end up. Here's my theory with Jason. I think it's going to be survivalist Jason from the remakes.
Probably.
And I actually think that's better. Because realistically, what do you do with Jason from the older movies other than he's strong?
Nothing. I mean, that's kind of like his whole thing, though.
That's my problem with it. Is like don't get me wrong, Jason should come to this game. I'm not saying he shouldn't. Before anyone misinterprets what I'm saying here, I'm saying I think the remake Jason has a lot more going for him than the older one did, as far as like a power for the game.
My thing that's pointed out in chat with Phoenix, and I've always talked about this with Wesker's stun animation, it makes no reasonable sense for him to be stunned. It would have been so much more cooler if you got stunned by the pallet, he dodged backwards and like looked at you like, what the hell are you doing, bro? And then like that was the animation.
Flashlight saves.
Flashlight saves too?
No. I'm saying they can't do that because of flashlight saves. Or flashlighting in a pallet.
Well, he would like move, like he'd have like a fizzle effect, but he'd like look at you. His view wouldn't change or anything. He'd just be like staring at you. So he'd still be an animation.
Okay.
But it wouldn't be like that's what I'm referring to. Like his animation would literally be him dodging.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I think that, yeah. Because I mean, they kind of did that with Unknown with the pallet kick. Everyone hates.
Also, Chucky pickup animation.
Yeah, that's also true. Yeah. Chucky falls to the ground when he's stunned. Yeah, he also Chucky also can't be. Fun fact about this: there's 4 pallets in the game. You can't physically blind Chucky at.
Awesome.
And 3 of them are on RPD. I just love that little tidbit because I see so many people try it and it never works. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, like animation changes are like a small thing, but they add so much character. I think Vecna's a good example. The way he snaps his fingers when like he breaks a wall.
So satisfying.
I wish it did the sound effect, but otherwise it's great.
the thing I love about Vecna's animations, it feels like he's so in control.
There is one animation I want them to add, and someone told me it's there. It's just it doesn't happen all the time. When you're selecting a spell, I wish his hand moved in the direction.
Oh,
that is it's a small thing. I don't know how hard it would be for them to put in now, but like when you're selecting a spell, like if you select fly, I would love if his hand just flicked up.
I think my thing with Vecna's animations, the only animation I don't like is the palette break, and because it looks like it throws his whole fucking body into it. Like, why are you doing that, bro? All you gotta do is lift your arm.
Magic is a complex thing.
Like it literally would have been because on your POV, that's what it looks like. It looks like you're just lifting your hand and clenching your fist, and the thing breaks. I'm like, damn, that's cool. Like, imagine if he's just sitting there. No, he throws his he tilts himself when doing it on the third person POV. It looks like completely different animations.
Yeah. And then the whole flashlighting thing with Weskers. I know the joke. I kind of wish he had an add-on for it.
Yeah, you can't be blinded.
or like, yeah, like I would love like a stupid add-on that just references that he's wearing something, because that would also reference his boss fight. Which, fuck, I know I keep saying it. Fuck that boss fight. I hate that boss fight. How the fuck did anyone figure that out without a guide? How did anyone figure out you were supposed to turn the lights off? How did anyone figure that out? Anyways, yeah, another thing with Resident Evil, because we talked about how they got the more than likely got the license in a batch. I'm surprised we haven't gotten more.
I think we're just gonna get skins at this point. I don't think we're gonna get more.
Same. I desperately want a legendary Ashley skin. Desperately. I just want Ashley to get picked up and scream Leon so much. It's such a stupid thing, but I want it. And Luis, can you tell I like Resident Evil 4?
Yes. The whole reason why I was also upset about Ouroboros' power is because I knew we couldn't get other legendaries for him. Because no other characters, unless we get Alex Wesker.
Yeah.
Because if it was just his dash, we could have gotten Krauser.
Yeah, we'll I guess we'll move on to that with skins, because Wesker is one of the lucky few license killers who has not a lot, but he's gotten some.
He only has 2.
Is it only 2? I thought he got another one.
No, he only has 2. He got 2 on his release year. He got Stars on launch, and then he got Blighted on the same year, right after, and that's all he's had for 2 years.
Oh wow! I thought he got.
And their sets.
I thought he got another one.
No, I wish they weren't sets. It makes me so mad. Because Capcom does not give a fuck about the integrity of their characters. That cannot be an argument for licensing purposes when I can play RE5 as, beach bod Chris wearing fucking booty shorts. I'm sorry. Character integrity does not matter in Dead by Daylight when Chris Redfield does that in his own game.
I mean, fucking Leon in Resident Evil 4 has a cat ear skin.
Yeah, and he has, the goth one, too, or whatever.
Yeah, that gives him unlimited ammo, by the way. It actually has a gameplay function, too. Yeah, I don't know why I thought he got another one. But I mean, even the fact that he got the Blighted tells me that they're willing to give him more. Because that is something... was he the first licensed killer to get Blighted? Because he got it at the same time as Nemesis.
Danny Johnson.
That's different.
Danny's still the first licensed Blighted, because we never thought we'd get licensed Blighted skins, and then Ghostface got one.
Yeah, but that's different because he's half licensed.
It's still Fun World. I know he's a character. Danny Johnson is a character made by Behavior, but the Scream masked and everything else is licensed by Fun World. So Fun World had to give the approval for that skin.
Okay, fair enough.
Then again, Fun World seems really chill as fuck with all the skins for Danny. We got we've gotten all unique skins, and his default is in a completely different look for.
It's partly because they can take the masks that Behavior makes and sell them themselves.
Yeah, they do that. I know. I went into fucking Spirit Halloween and saw the Blighted Ghostface mask, and I was like, huh? That's part of the reason why the other companies can't really do that with their characters. Blighted Chucky, please. Anyways, but yeah, if we don't get Blighted Slinger this year, though, I give up. Bro.
Oh my god, he needs it. Let me rephrase that. He doesn't need it, but he's deserved it
for 4 years now.
He just got skipped. It's a disappointment.
if we're talking about like Blighted for licensed, I think Chucky would probably be on the board. I wonder what they do with him though.
Melted Chucky from season 1 of the show.
That's not what I would want. I would want more. You know, in the show, how he splits his soul into the other dolls. Imagine a bunch of like other Chuckies growing out of the one.
Oh, that would be sick. I actually kind of like that idea.
Kind of like the Dredge doll skin, except it's blighted and it's growing out of.
I'm calling it now. I think Chucky's going to be this killer with the licensed killer with the most skins for a licensed killer.
I think Danny's going to win that. I think Danny is like forever going to win that.
Okay, well,
licensed in regards of like in an ongoing series,
yeah,
maybe I could agree.
Yeah.
For killer, who else is there that's gotten a lot of licensed skins for? Onryo's gotten a few.
Yeah. I think Onryo's probably because she also got a blighted as well. So
yeah, she got the blighted. She has the gotcha skin from mobile, and then she has the skeleton one.
Yeah.
And then what other killers have like a lot of Xenomorph? Oh, Xenomorph too.
Oh, and Xenomorph, yeah.
Because Xenomorph is getting another skin too.
Yeah. This will be out by the time it's revealed, so we can talk about it, I guess. For those in chat who don't want to hear spoilers about a Xenomorph skin, you should probably close your ears. Yeah, the Prometheus skin looks amazing.
Oh my god, I was looking at it and I was like, holy shit.
It looks amazing.
It does look good. I'm so excited for it.
Who
else? Demo has 3.
I have a feeling Demo's going to get more soon.
I genuinely don't think Demo is. I think the new deal they struck with Netflix was just to shut people up.
What is the new? All the skins in the game are basically originals, though, aren't they?
No, the Demogorgon ones are references. At least the only thing of the original one is the Rocky one where he's growing shit out. But like Steve and Nancy are all references of different outfits they wore in the show.
Yeah. I am hoping that Netflix isn't just trying to shut people up because I think people want the legendary skins even for Nancy and Steve.
Who else though? Well, Pinhead's chances of ever getting cosmetics is gone. I think Chucky would probably be in the top 3 maybe if they do release a blighted skin, and then maybe they release they can't release the Child's Play 1 skin because they had the voodoo doll knife in the files, but they can't release that. Maybe if they did the Chucky TV series skins, maybe.
There's a lot of options they have. I mean, you got everyone brings it up, but you got Buff Chucky, you got Bald Chucky. Well, the thing is,
I would actually DC if I got 2-tapped by a Buff Chucky, bro, because you already know his name's gonna be like Sigma Gangster whatever, because this fucking Chucky's walking me down and he's the buff one. I'm gonna get walked down by some stupid shit.
I think with Chucky too, I don't think we'll get Bald Chucky, and here's why. If you read the dev notes when they were talking about Chucky, his hair was part of his balancing.
Oh yeah, that's right. They were trying to make him like easy to look at or whatever.
Yeah, so I don't think we'll ever get a skin that won't have his bright ass hair. Because it's why some people pointed out when he was released, like his hair wasn't the right color, and Behavior basically told everyone, yeah, we had to make it brighter so it was easier to see.
See.
As much as people hate on Chucky, I do give Behavior kudos for
he's so aesthetically pleasing. Talk about his balance all you want. When I am playing Chucky, I know I am playing as Charles Lee Ray.
Well, not even just that. They put in so many mechanics and thought so many things through on like how would you see him over certain loops? How would and the coding on it is really good. I've tested it extensively. The coding on his footsteps it's way better than anything they've done in this game, I swear. On purpose, let me rephrase that. Because the way it works is it's line of sight based on your height to the survivor. Like, you have to imagine Chucky's the same height as the survivors. And if they can lock eyes at any point through any gap, his footsteps show up.
I wish they would do that to Spirit. That would fix like almost every issue I have with her.
Someone, I had David on last week, and they said the same thing. If Spirit had some form of footstep mechanic like Chucky, it would fix a lot of Spirit's issues. Not immediately, because people would still not look for some stupid reason. I can't see Chucky. Dude, you're at a loop where you can look you can look right at him. He's right there. Whatever. But are there any skins you think Wesker they could add for Wesker that you would like that would work?
RE4 turtleneck, RE4 remake Wesker. Code Veronica is very similar to Stars, but having that all black look with the combat getup would be fire. Unlink every single one of his cosmetics for the love of God. Please, I want to run Blighted Body with Stars Knife. It would look fire. Lab coat. Yes, lab coat. Lab coat's like if they ever added a lab coat skin, that is the Scooty booty fit. There's like I have an emote of my little girl, and it's like it's named Back to the Lab again, and it's literally her holding a clipboard in a lab coat.
It wouldn't even have to be a skin. They could just make it the body.
Yeah. Also, like a 250 cell, like when he takes off the coat in the boss fight, just have that look. So for the people that like the sleeveless look, they can have the jacketless look.
You brought up the lab coat, and I'm just laughing because every time I see that picture in Resident Evil 1 remake, I bust out you know which picture I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's the one with him and Birkin.
Every time I see that picture, it makes me laugh. I'm like, really? No one thought anything suspicious? Okay. There's just this group of scientists, and then just Wesker.
And then I'm just surprised they haven't released more. Like everyone fucking plays this killer. Please, like it's a money printer for behavior if they give Wesker skins.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it must be a licensing problem. It has to be. That's the only thing I can think of.
There's no way there's a licensing issue with it. I just don't think they're going to.
It's just so weird. But yeah, and unlike Nemesis, I think like they could actually do some stuff with Wesker that would be interesting skin wise. Like, I don't know, and even with Capcom in general, it's like I'm surprised we didn't get a Dr. Salvador skin.
Yeah,
like that is like the easiest thing they could have done, and I'm saying that relatively. By the way,
some of these costumes don't even need to be like full headsets. They've obviously shown, especially recently with Lara, that they are willing to release costumes that are just like body and legs. Mm-hmm. Why can't you do that for Wesker? Just give him a different weapon, give him something unique, and then like give him a different body. Like RE4 Remake Wesker is a great example. He does not need a headpiece for that. It is the shades that he has. They can basically be the same. And then just give him like the getup that he has. And then for
his shades, his $500 Oakleys that he just throws away all the time.
Yeah, and then for other ones, I think it'd be really funny if he had like a unique animation and he fucking like pistol whipped you or something.
I would love if they'll never do this, but for his palette break, if they did the heel kick from Resident Evil 4 Mercenaries.
Oh my god, yes, he like does the fucking roundabout and then he fucking just smites that thing in one hit.
Yeah, that would be so cool. Like I would love it. Like do we have a killer that has 2 different palette break animations?
No.
I would love it if like some like for Wesker in particular, if like he did both, but like it was like a 50.
Oh, we do. Oni.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
The Cannibal and then the default kick.
Yeah. But that's just.
Well, that's power.
Yeah,
that's powered ones. We're talking about base kicking.
Yeah, base kit ones. Like I would love it if like Nemesis sometimes didn't like smash down. Sometimes he kicked the pallet instead. Maybe there was an animation where he just pulls the whip out on his own. That might get confusing though. That one would. Never mind.
Yeah. I mean, imagine like. I think one that would be really funny is instead of him kicking it, like imagine, like that's kind of what I wish Singularity's pallet break was too. So they just put their foot on top of the pallet and then just fucking push down and snap the thing. Like, how have we not gotten an animation of that? Like, why is it just a kick? Why don't they just like stand on it and it fucking breaks? Like they just put their foot and then put all their might into it and snap.
Fuck it, have Singularity pull out his laser. He doesn't use it for anything else.
That would actually be really funny.
I would love it. I mean, like I talked about earlier with Nemesis, I would love if his wall animation was just him just walking through it. Like that would be just so badass. Changes nothing.
Xenomorph actually, their wall break, they move forward when they break the wall. They are the only killer in the game to do that.
It's interesting. But yeah, I think there's a lot of potential, and I once again, Resident Evil 4 is one of my favorite video games of all time. So like I'm very biased on that stance. That's why I
The
keep
original, remake, or both?
both. I think the
Fire.
original
The
has its
combat in
uh
RE4 remake. The combat in RE4 remake is the best combat in the series.
It is 100%. It is. Don't get me wrong. Like I don't hate the original anymore. Like I like I just think anyone saying like it plays better. I think there's parts of it that do, but I disagree wholeheartedly that it plays
Yeah.
better. I have beaten Resident Evil 4 remake 12 times now.
It.
I
I've only
love
beat
it.
twice.
I love that game. It was once again I played Resident Evil 4. I used to speed run that game. Um, that game was my childhood for the longest time. I've beaten that game. I don't have the exact numbers, but it's upwards. I'm not exaggerating with this. It's over 200 times.
Damn.
I only know that because I have a. I'm about to show my age here. I printed out a walkthrough for the game on how to speed run it.
Oh my
Back in 2008, I printed out a guide. I stapled it together. I got it laminated, and every time I beat the game, I would put a tally mark. Like
Yeah, my
I
speedrun game was Half-Life 1 and 2.
I would like come home from school, finish my homework, and just do a speed run of Resident Evil 4 before I went to bed. I loved the original game. Don't get like I don't want people to get that twisted, but the remake is it's so good. It just is, and everyone I saw saying it was shit. I didn't understand.
Yeah, that has to be bias or nostalgia bait.
It genuinely does. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not perfect. There are some things that the original does better, but from a full gameplay perspective, the remake is superior in almost every way. Oh, they got rid of laser sights on some of my guns. Oh, so you can't just use the red 9 the whole game. Sorry. Yeah, but like I'm really biased for Resident Evil 4. That's why I really want an Ashley and Louise skin. And I was surprised.
Ashley deserves a skin at this point.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Louise is
No.
a little bit more niche, but like Ashley
Ashley's like, yeah. And then I want more modern Resident Evil representation in DVD if we were to get more.
We got Sheva, which was a surprise because
Sheva was a surprise.
I thought Capcom forgot she existed.
I literally made that joke in my stereotypes video. It was like, I forgot she existed, just like Capcom did. Haha.
It's like,
I mean, she's mentioned in RE6 too. She is in RE6.
Yeah, Ashley.
Resident Evil 6.
You know, it's funny. We joke about how we think they forgot about Sheva. Ashley, I don't even think is mentioned ever again. I think there's a text log in Resident Evil 6, and that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, but like Ethan, Capcom's whole reasoning with Ethan's face is fucking stupid. They modeled his face. Why wouldn't they want us to see it? Like, seriously? Oh, we want you to envision being Ethan. What? That's so dumb. Let me place Ethan Winters in Dead by Daylight because I can see his face.
Why does that matter? Doesn't Ethan have voice lines?
Like, he talks all the time in RE7 and 8.
Yeah,
he speaks all the time. He's a yapper.
So it doesn't matter.
Yeah, just Capcom doesn't want you to see his face.
It's like fucking that would be like saying Gordon Gordon Freeman doesn't talk. That's part of the reason why people are able to connect to it. I still think it's stupid, but like, and even he has a face. What? That's really dumb.
That was the reasoning in RE7. RE8 kind of changed, I guess, but I think it's really stupid that they like have this fog on his face, whatever, because they want you to relate to him, but he literally talked all the time. If like it's fine if if the character has if you can't relate to them fully because they like talk or whatever, but how is that if he has a voice, he has his own thoughts, but I'm supposed to relate to him because he doesn't have a face? What?
Immersion. I don't know. Yeah, I think game companies have started learning that the whole silent protagonist and never seeing the face. I guess Capcom's the one exception. it doesn't really make the character feel better because you can put yourself in their shoes. Because I think a lot of people are starting to learn, I don't really want to be unless it's like an RPG, like, I don't really want to be the character. I would like to play as the character. I don't like Isaac Clarke. Like, Isaac Clarke, I think, is a very good example. Silent protagonist in the first game until the remake. And then they gave him a voice, and people love him now.
I cannot believe they canceled the remake for 2.
Oh
Holy
God,
shit.
why? I know why, but why? I blame people who didn't buy it. I blame everyone who didn't buy it.
I haven't been able to buy it, and I didn't watch anything about the remake.
I bought it. I bought it. My PC could barely run it. I didn't get a refund. I didn't care. I wanted to support that remake, and I guess I know I'm just one person, but it wasn't enough. I am so mad at this second one. The second game is it's a masterpiece. And
yeah, the second game is really good.
It deserved the remake. Can we all respect Excella's slap? Yes, we can. And Widow Becky Chambers in Resident Evil 5 Mercenaries is one of the best characters ever added. Okay. Moving on a little bit. Where was I? Okay, yeah. So the skin thing is a little bit more levity, but going back to the game as a whole, though, maps. Would you say Wesker is map dependent?
Yes. Oh my god. I literally ended like 3 hours early last night because I just kept getting like horrid maps and I was not having fun, and I was like, I'm not just gonna play this game and not have fun. I'm just going to get off.
What would you say is his worst map if you had to pick one?
Nostromo.
No, really?
Oh, just bring offerings for Toba and Nostromo and force yourself to play it for like 5 games, and you'll very much quickly understand why Wesker players don't like that map.
Oh, I hate either of them. I hate Toba, so I can sympathize with that one.
I hate Toba and I hate Nostromo. I don't hate Larry's anymore, but Larry's is a boring map for Wesker.
I'm in the minority because I actually like Erie.
I don't like Irie at all.
I just cut off one of the corners. That's all I do. I know why people hate the map. Don't get me wrong.
But to be fair, Chucky actually does not give a shit about that map.
No, thank you. Holy shit! You were the
Chucky first... does not give a fuck. It's a square. It's a bunch of square tiles. You know what Chucky's power is? Fucking running in a straight line around tiles. Why would he give a shit about that map? You were the
first person to ever agree with me on that. Holy shit!
The only issue with that map when playing as Chucky is the amount of tiles. Yes, that's the issue.
Yes, that is it. But even then, the amount of tiles means more line of sight blockers. And I think it's one of the most powerful things on Chucky is line of sight blockers. Don't get me wrong, it can get annoying while you're chasing someone, but before the chase, those are immensely helpful. And he sucks at the main building, but every killer does. So it's a shit. But you were the first person to ever agree with me on that. But yeah, so just Nostromo, really? I mean, not just Nostromo, but I mean,
like the most hated map is Nostromo. It's such a dog shit map. Oh my god. Random stupid rocks everywhere, random stupid clumps everywhere. The walls aren't straight. So you can just bump into random stuff. Apparently that's the wall extruding. Like, you know the middle tile that has like the strong palette with the window?
Yeah.
Like the weird 3-lane tile? Yeah, the wall by the window that's usually there, there's a collision that extrudes to nearly halfway out, so you just bump randomly. It's awesome.
Yeah, I think like I'm not the biggest fan of Nostromo, but I think I'm starting to hate it more and more as the days go on, if I'm honest.
And then Toba is, first of all, it's ugly. You can't even run filters to make the map look good because the map is 3 different colors in different sections of the map for some godforsaken reason. And then all the tiles are awful. It's a balance. Okay, like, don't get me wrong, it's a balanced map. It just feels terrible on Wesker.
I hate Toba.
Yeah. Toba's so dog because the collision is terrible because behavior and their mystical wonders use this auto collision thing that generates the collision for them so they don't have to do as much work. And it is very apparent on maps like Nostromo and Toba that have a bunch of random extruding dog shit that you'll just bump.
It's the other thing. I mean, the thing I hate the most about Toba is sounds.
Oh yeah, that too. Like the random like rustling and the overstimulation of all the creatures.
I am a very some people have told me I'm weird for this. Audio is how I track 99% of the time in this game.
Well, that's why you like the VHS so much.
Yeah. Well, no, VHS is part of the reason why I do that. I played VHS for 6 months. All I had was audio. I also played Rainbow Six Siege a lot, and audio is very important in that game too. So any map, like it's part of the reason I hate Dead Dog.
Oh yeah, Dead Dog with all the vultures and the piano and
no, the piano's fine. It's the vultures because they sound like footsteps.
Really?
Yes.
For me, when it comes to audio tracking, I hate fire barrels, but they're designed intentionally to sound like footsteps.
Yeah, it's just fuck. I hate the Yeah, they sound like footsteps to me. Yeah. Once again, maybe it's just because my ears are weird. I don't know. Someone told me I might have what the fuck is it called? It's the opposite of hard of hearing.
Oh, you're sensitive. You're sensitive hearing.
Maybe that's what someone told me. It's because like someone mentioned or asked me if I hear like a hum whenever someone turns like a TV on or something. It's like, yeah, all the time. I just thought that was normal. It is not. It is not normal. Like if someone turns the TV off, I'll still hear the electrical hum for about 5 minutes.
So it's probably why like you have a good sense of hearing, so you get overstimulated very fast because of all the sounds and everything.
Yeah, it could be. Once again, it's just weird because like I thought that was, and I hate using the word normal, but like I thought that was just like the baseline hearing was that, but I guess not. But no, I've always thought the vultures sound like fucking footsteps. I always have. I hate them. Toba though, Toba's worse. Toba's way fucking worse.
Toba. Maps with rough collision in general, I don't like. Like Chapel / Disturbed Ward. All their like weird box tiles have really funky collision, so I don't like them very much. What are some other maps I'd have to think? Borgo. Well, Borgo's gotten a lot better now because of the filter, like the new filter that they have on it, and the oversimplification of some of the tiles makes it feel better.
I think now that the scratch marks have been fixed, I think Borgo's fine.
Dude, the new scratch marks look amazing.
They do.
It like reminds me of when I started playing the game.
I don't know if did you know that scratch marks are different for Chucky?
They are?
Yes.
How does that work?
Well, they're not now.
Oh, but they used to be.
They used to be. Because of how his camera is positioned and because of how the FOV is, they were, one, not as bright, and two, they would spread out farther if you for him.
Oh, so maybe that's why scratch marks got bugged, because they've been bugged since Chucky came out.
Mm-hmm.
So we've just been getting the Chucky scratch marks.
Yeah. No, they're normalized now. So
yeah, I mean they're all normal now, but I'm talking about like before when scratch marks were bugged for like almost.
I mean, I can't confirm that's why.
7 months.
But that lines up.
Ever since like I remember scratch marks being really bad at the late of last year, and that's when Chucky was added.
Mm-hmm.
Since the Blood Moon, it's been since before Blood Moon.
I think it didn't really get like it wasn't as bad until Blood Moon.
Yeah, Blood Moon did make it pretty terrible.
But yeah, that's why like when I used to like sometimes when before this patch, like I would play Chucky, like even on release, and I would just fucking lose people because the scratch marks were messed up from him. But they're fixed now. I was considering running Predator for a little bit there. It's weird. It's similar to what happened with remember when they updated Billy and like collision in the entire game got messed up for like a week?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah. It's weird how that works.
It's because they keep reusing code and copying it over, so it's all interconnected. It's the thing I was telling you about earlier with Wesker and Artist, like in Blight. So when Blight was bugged, Artist was bugged, and since Artist was bugged, Wesker was bugged. It's all interconnected.
All right, then why didn't Huntress's bug affect Pig? Then they're the same. I'm kidding. They are the same code, but I don't know what it would break if I'm honest with you.
it would break something somehow. I know it would.
It's always that's one of my favorite DVD fun facts is that Artist and Pig have the same code.
I mean, Huntress and Pig?
Yeah, not Artist. Yeah,
you said Artist.
Yeah, Huntress and Pig. Yeah, they have the same code. I don't know how that works, but
oh yeah, that's because her radius used to be fucked up and her carrying speed was fucked up too. Like when she was released. I didn't play during back then, but I did a ton of research because I was so curious about it.
Yeah. And what is there a map you enjoy playing with Wesker?
I very much enjoy most of the Mac maps because Mac tiles are very fun for Bert. I like Wrecker's Yard. Wrecker's Yard is fun. For Corn in specific, Thompson, I like I actually like most of the Corn.
Does he can play Couchery, can't he?
He can't actually.
He can't? Okay. I was about to say
not unless they misposition and you're running Unicorn Medallion, in which you can mount further, which is the whole thing before.
I was just about to ask, is he like one of the only killers who can play Couchery?
No, it's literally better off just to fucking force the pallet down and then use power to catch up.
Is there any killer who can play Couchery? I can't think of one offhand.
Slinger
and Xeno?
Slinger, Xeno, Nemesis.
Okay. Pyramid.
All the funny mid-range zoners can play it.
Couchery is tangent on Chucky again. Couchery is fucking torture on him, by the way. There is literally nothing you would just have to brute force it until the pallets drop.
Oh, another map I like now is reworked Haddon. There's a lot of clip potential and the map is not nearly as strong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you can I mean, you showed me on the Bush one, but you can play the car loops pretty well too with him, so
there's also what other ones would I say?
Garden of Joy.
Before they changed Garden of Joy, that was the Wesker map. Was Garden of Joy.
Really?
Mm-hmm. There's so many clip spots on that map that all of us just sat around and discovered. In fact, I'm about to roast one of my friends here. There was a tile in front of main building. Do you remember the truck tile? The truck that they removed?
Yeah.
All the Wesker players started calling that the Kai truck because one of the Wesker players, Kai, just started shit talking if anyone who uses that tile for clips is not a good Wesker or whatever. He said some stupid dog shit, and then we just started naming it the Kai truck.
there's a in Rainbow Six Siege there's a call outs. There's dumb ones like Harry Potter, which means under the stairs. But there's one called Canine. It was named that specifically because there's one player who would swear by holding an angle there. So it just became a community joke. And now it's just what it's called.
Okay, that's actually pretty funny.
Yeah, yeah. The Rainbow Six callouts are fucking... I talk about this all the time. They're insane. There's a rafter on one of the maps called Clubhouse. And there's cover on part of the rafters. There's 3 bits of cover. Each one of those bits of cover has an individual callout.
When I played CS with my friends, we started calling when we were on CT, we would call T-spawn toilet. on what's the map called? I'm forgetting the map name.
I don't play CS, so I don't know.
I should know the name of it. It's Vertigo. It's the map with the weird railing stuff.
It's just funny how some of those things develop.
And then Nuke, Nuke has over, and then we would call vent clip because there's a CS content creator who would just sit in vents and knife people that try to go down it, so we would just call it knife.
Yeah, it's knife
or stab or whatever.
I always surprise people with it. Did you play Halo back in the day?
No,
so
that's not.
Do you know what Ninja-ing is?
It sounds familiar for some reason.
So Ninja-ing is when you're facing an opponent head on and you jump over them and then you hit them in the back.
Oh yeah, like trick stabs for TF2.
Yeah. So it got that name from Ninja.
Oh.
The Fortnite player.
Huh.
Yeah. I just always find that little tidbit because he used to be a pro Halo player.
And then he started playing H1Z1 and all that, and then Fortnite.
Yeah. I just always find it the degrees of separation are always funny that way. But yeah, that's how it got the name. One thing I'm not sure of, and I never really asked or looked into it. Why is it called CJ Teching?
I think it was the player. I think the player was CJ.
I don't know who that is. That's a question. Is were they a big content creator back in the day I just don't know about?
I don't know. I was assuming that's why, because it's very specific that it's called CJ.
Yeah, I know why it's called dumb teching, because it's a stupid play, but it works. It's why it's called that. At least that's what I've always thought the reason was. Unless I'm wrong, is it called that for another specific reason?
Not to my knowledge.
Yeah. Huh.
A lot of like the pre-2020 stuff I have no knowledge of.
Yeah.
Because my expertise is more of like the recent stuff and actual like the game.
Yeah.
Like... Have you been told about why Nemesis is called Balloomba?
No.
It is the funniest fucking reason. All right. So Nightlight was doing a Survivor win streak on stream.
Uh-huh.
And they got 4K 3'd by a Nemesis and his name was Balloomba.
So it just stuck?
Yeah. And Balloomba means great mass. So it's a Nemesis named a great mass who killed them.
That's fucking...
Which is hilarious.
That's fucking great. I love it when little shit like that becomes like just community jokes.
Literally, if you Googled Balloomba DBD, Nightlight shows up.
It's you know, it's funny because I feel like that stuff doesn't happen as much as it used to, which is weird because content creation is bigger than it's ever been.
I think it's because we're just in a content drought. Like, you still see people making videos that are like, did you know that Maurice, like, you could do it on first hook? Or like the fucking Insta BMPs or all that kind of shit. Or like when, like again, like earlier when Pig and Hunter sharing code, or Pig having an old, like a smaller tear radius and a different carrying speed.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's the type of content drought we're in. Me and my friend were talking about it last night, actually.
I think like the closest thing we've had like that recently was like, and this was still a while ago, it's like the Otz's Law.
I think Otz's Law is like the most recent thing we've had of like community rule or whatever.
Yeah, it's funny. Like I find it odd that, like I said, I mean, because people are still streaming the game, people are still making content as much as we are in kind of like a content drought. It's like we haven't really had anything like that happen. Like even with like Chucky, it's like Chuck Spots. That was just a funny name. It's like not a tech or anything. And hell, most of the stuff with Chucky is just we add Chuck to the end of it or the start of it. That's boom. It's a thing you can do. Boom. You play on Steam, right?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. So the next question, I don't know if you're able to look it up now or if you know it offhand. Do you know your stats on Wesker at all?
I can pull up the DVD stats website, but like the whole stats track that they do for Wesker are Survivor Slam that you slam into one another.
Okay, it's not hits with. Wait, hold up, go back. It's collision hits.
Yeah, like if you slam a survivor into another
collateral
survivor,
hits.
That's the stat that's tracked.
The thing I forget he can even do half the time. Really?
Yeah. I know, it's crazy.
Behavior for the make your own stat tracker and make it shit people actually care about, please. I talk about this like every time. Oh my god, why is Chucky's three hits after a scamper after the changes, or even before the changes? Why is Twins hits while someone's carrying Victor? What? I mean, I'd assume because you can't even really like. Do you ever try to get those?
No.
I was gonna say like every time I get them, it's usually just like it happens. Ugh.
Let me try and see if there's. Where is? All right. Oh yeah, and your stat is really stupid to track, by the way. Survivors hit 3 seconds after performing a scamper.
It's fucking stupid. It was stupid before because no one cared, and now it's stupid because it barely happens. It's so dumb. I have Pixie in the chat. Pixie, what's Knight's track stat? I don't even know.
I think it's guards hit.
It's either guard hit or hits while someone's being chased by a guard. I didn't even think about it. Did they change it with the rework? They probably didn't. Hits during hunt? Okay. I say rework, but there's more of a balance change. But yeah, it's changes they did tonight. Yeah, I think because they don't because changing achievements is very hard for them, and that's what Steam tracks. Because they I think they have to keep it. It has to be the same across. What is singularities? If Phoenix is still here, she can probably answer it. I don't know offhand. I think it's hits after a slipstream. I don't know what else it would be. Downs and overclock. Okay. That was not that bad.
Other than that, like I can't really think of much else stat-wise to track with Wesker. I mean, I've been playing. I have over 2,000 hours on him now, and I know that because I know I had 1,000 hours on Blight around total, like around 1,000. On my old account, I had one. How many hours did I have? I had 1.5k hours on my original account. On console, I probably have like 200, and then on my current account, I have 3,157. So I have like almost 5k hours total.
How if Behavior added a stat tracker, like in game, what would you want them to track for Wesker if you had to pick one thing?
Survivors infected.
Just survivors
because
infected.
I can track my throws, my downs, my slams. Because if it's just slams, I can't track throws, so I can't track all of the health states I get from throwing people.
Okay.
Or just injuries caused by virulent bound.
Yeah.
Or health states caused by virulent bound. So then you can just divide it by 2, and then you can see this is how many people I've downed with my power.
Yeah. I mean, Behavior's reasoning for not adding it is a dumb. Do you know their reasoning for not adding it?
Why haven't they added a stat tracker? That's a good question.
They have said because if they did, they would have to start everyone at 0.
Well, that's stupid. Whatever.
Yeah, that's what almost everybody says when I bring that up. It's like, who cares? Just add it then. The thing is, I don't even believe that. Because they show us stats all the time, so clearly they have them. So like, whatever. Even if they did have to start us at 0, though, I would love for them to just do that. I would rather have it and have to start over. Because I don't even care. I play on Windows Store. I don't even have stats to track. I also think it would encourage people to play more killers if the stat tracker was in game.
Yeah, I genuinely don't know why they haven't. It would be wise of them to, because now you have an incentive is, I want to get my stat track to blank tonight. Bam! There you go!
Yeah. This game needs more incentive. What's the word I'm looking for? It needs more goals. Like, I know as much as people hate like saying like, oh, that's just retention farming. Yeah, but people like goals. People like to have something to strive for. Like, I mean, I think the daily system, the daily rituals needs to be completely reworked at this point. I think it's time. I think it's been time for a while. I think the archives need to be I think the archives are fine, and I think they're a good step in the right direction. I just wish we had more, or maybe ones that would constantly refresh or something. Yeah.
I still think they should do better rewards to incentivize play. I mean, we talked about it before with splitting hooks and stuff. But I mean, just give more rewards in general, incentivize different styles of play. Like the BP incentive was a good start, but I mean, what other reason would I have as a killer player to play Survivor?
Yeah, that's yeah, there really isn't. I mean, I do it just to finish my archives, but even then it's like
that's my incentive is I play archive challenges, and then when I'm done with them, I stop playing Survivor.
Yeah, I'm honestly I play Survivor off stream a lot when I'm just trying to when I need something to do.
Me too.
But even then, a lot of times I kind of just switch over to killer then and just run like my brain off build and like listen to podcasts, and then I'm like the reason for that is because I don't like playing solo queue Survivor. Not for the reason people think. It's not because it's frustrating. I'm just only doing it because I don't want to be that Survivor in solo queue that makes it frustrating for everybody else.
Yeah,
it's the reason I don't play ranked in most video games. I don't want to be the reason someone has a bad night in a game. And it's not me like trying to be on like a high horse. I'm just saying it's like I know solo queue is frustrating. I know I'm bad at Survivor. I don't want to be the person who makes your Survivor games bad because I played bad on Survivor.
I mean, like, at this point, I kind of just go with whatever at this point. Like, I know I win streak on Wesker and stuff, but when I'm playing Survivor, I literally enter that ID gaff mindset. I just don't care.
Well, the thing is, like, people joke or talk about the kill rate, how it's behavior is said before they won it at about 60%. It's like, so that means every game you go into, there's a 50%, because of how math technically works. It's a 50% chance. So in theory, 2 people should be getting out in most matches.
They should be. It doesn't mean it's happening.
I mean, according to the stats, it is.
Well, 60% is more of like a 2 to 3K split with a 1 person getting hatch every game. But my thing again is we're also talking about mostly solo queue here by the kill rate because that was given in the stats.
Yeah.
And I had a completely different trail of thought and I lost it.
Yeah. Well, we talked about it earlier with the solo queue and Swift disparity a little bit, but it's like, once again, I hold the opinion of solo queue will never truly be fixed, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't keep trying to fix it. Because the question I always ask everybody, because people say, oh, Dead by Daylight solo queue is so bad. Name one game where solo queue is good.
Can't.
You can't. Because solo queue, by its very design, is you can't control what other people do. Even with an MMR system, even if the MMR system was perfect, it wouldn't change anything. I know this because when I play ranked in other games, which is ideally a good good MMR system that you're opting into, it doesn't change anything. I mean, how many clips do you see of like I don't know how many other games you watch content for, but like I see clips for like League and stuff at like high levels in the ranked pool, and people still play like they're like at low levels sometimes.
Happens a lot in recent MM. Like, I think the reason why people aren't improving at the game is this mystical thing called MMR. Like, when you put people against each other's skill level, they're not going to improve. They're playing against people of their skill level. How are you going to improve with that? So that's always been my thing about MMR in any game. Like, yeah, it has a role. Like, absolutely it has a role. I think there should be MMR in games. But as a player, going to improve if you're matched with people of your skill level, in quotations? How are you supposed to improve if you're beating people of your skill level?
Going outside of the regular play.
That's what you have to do. So with DBD, with the whole talks of MMR, is usually it's players that just like, I mean, look at this clip right now. Like, I just
but I mean, like at the end of the day, though, it's like, I mean, my problem with MMR isn't even like I actually don't care it's in the game because it doesn't work half the time.
It doesn't, because everyone's at the hard cap. MMR doesn't work the way it's supposed to. But then again, like, how are you supposed to improve if you're put at people of your skill level?
But if MMR isn't working how it's supposed to because everyone's at the hard cap, then people aren't at their same skill level.
Which forces people that cannot improve into your games. So that's why you get fucking Billy Bob 5928 who's playing on Xbox at Series S, and it's like his 5th ever game of DBD, and he's playing against fucking Nightlight.
But once again, other than like I still hold the opinion they should have never told us they added MMR and just added it.
I actually kind of agree with that.
I have said this. I said this for so long. If they just added the MMR and didn't say anything, no one would complain about it.
I think eventually it would have been found out though, because I mean, cheaters can literally tell you your MMR level.
But yeah, I think that's the other big problem with MMR that I have. I actually don't think it would be as big of a deal if we could see it. And their reasoning for not showing it is really dumb because it doesn't even work.
It's stupid. Like, give us rewards based off of MMR. Have MMR resets be more often, have actual ranks, and then split it off into a different fucking mode.
Because the thing is, do you know the reason they said they don't show MMR?
It's so people don't feel bad about their skill level.
Well, it's not even just, it's so people don't brag.
So basically same thing.
Yeah, but the thing with that is people still do.
Yeah, they still do. I'm top, there's, I could probably go to DBD right now. I'm going to click on the DBD tab. Does someone have MMR in their stream title?
Like, people still do, and we can't even, people can joke with me about, like, oh, you're playing against low level or low MMR players, but it's like, if I'm still winning 80% of my matches, like, how is that possible? But I'm not going to sit here and say I'm at high MMR because I don't fucking know.
Unless you get told your MMR level.
Exactly. So that's why I don't even really talk about MMR that much for that exact reason, because I don't fucking know. For all I know, I'm actually dog shit, and I'm at, like, the bottom of the MMR ladder. I doubt it, because, like I said, I'm still winning 80% of my matches. But who knows? Like, it's just, yeah. That's why I'm not the biggest fan of the argument in general, just because, or the discussion point in general, because I don't know, like, because people are like, oh, let's go back to the old grade system. The old grade system was basically the same thing. The only difference is it reset.
Yeah, but that's why I'm talking about, like, giving actual rewards. Like, could you imagine if you're actually, like, competing for, like... Hi, Pixie. Like, imagine... I think a great example to compare to this would be Overwatch.
Mm-hmm.
Give us points or whatever to give us, like, certain rewards. And this is something I was talking about, too, recently in the 2BH stream with this recent rift. Like, you go up to level 200... Behavior argues about FOMO all the fucking time, but then they have limited time cosmetics, so I just solely don't believe them. So why don't we have, like, banners and stuff for, like, being over level, like, 100 plus? Like, imagine you get to, like, 150, you get, like, a title or something, well, like a banner or something.
Yeah.
And then at 200, you get, like a picture, a profile picture.
I've talked about FOMO in the past before, and I don't know if this is a controversial take or a hot take. I think earned FOMO, I'm going to use that word very, 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 and put it in bolds and italicize it in quotations. Earned FOMO is fine.
I think earned FOMO is fine too. If you get to P100, yeah, you deserve an actual reward. Not like, we're afraid people won't get to P100, they fear missing out, and then behavior's like, look guys, look at this shiny winter cosmetic that goes away in 14 days. Like, no, what?
Well, that's the thing. It's like the Oni skin they released for Blood Moon. That was earned, completely 100% earned.
Yeah.
You can't ever get it, until they put it back in the shop. But, like, you can't ever get it again. I thought that was fine.
That was fine too.
Because once again, it's the paid FOMO I have a problem with. But earned FOMO, I think is fine. And I don't even think that the P100 stuff is FOMO.
It's not even FOMO. It's not. And also the challenges too, for, like, every single time they do an event, the challenges are piss easy.
Yeah. So it's like, once again, I'm just, and it's not me trying to be like, oh, I want to flaunt this for people who don't have it. No, I just want something that shows I was there.
Yeah.
Right?
Like the charms or whatever, like, and that's something that's good, is at least, like, for the true FOMO, most of those, like, event charms probably aren't coming back until, like, 2 to 3 years later.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, and I know some people I have, like,
and the thing is, they kind of already have that system in the game with a Deep Rift to a degree.
Yeah, like, and Deep Rift is actual FOMO.
But the thing with, I'm fine with it because because the skins, the other skins eventually do come back to the shop.
Yeah,
but
they come back.
But like, I'm fine with like the Oni skin, like I said, for Blood Moon. That's a good example. Yeah, no one can get that again until it's put back in the shop. When it's put back in the shop, though, I really do hope it's different in some way, like tiny changes, like a different color, or maybe like part of it is, like, slightly tuned a little differently, like stuff like that. That way, the people who got it during the event still feel like I have this thing that I got during the event.
Well, that's what the charms would be for. I think, like, when talking about earned FOMO, like for event skins, mm-hmm. I think if they're going to bring them back, just bring them back as the way they are. You have your real way of showing that you were there, i.e. the event charms.
Okay. Yeah, I can deal with that.
Because There is a charm that I want, and it's the Blight Serum charm from the first ever tome. I am never getting that charm. That is actual FOMO. I literally didn't play when that tome was in the game. So I cannot get that at all. Well, that's actual FOMO.
Is it in one of the bundles?
No, it's not.
Okay. Speaking of bundles, behavior, if I already own 95% of something in a bundle, can you lower the price of the bundle?
Isn't it already lowered automatically?
No.
I thought it was.
No. At least not on Windows Store it isn't.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
it's lowered on...
Yeah, because when I was looking at it, I don't know, it might have adjusted it now, but last time I looked at it, yeah, I was gonna buy there was a charm I wanted. It was in the starter killer pack, and the whole pack is like $20. But I own all the killers. It's really stupid. I don't know why it's like that. Once again, they might have changed it since then. That was like a month ago.
Where is the tome charms? Rift 1. Okay, Rift. Where is it at? It's a very specific charm that they have. Yeah, the Pustula Flower charm. And they actually brought back the heavy-duty bear trap from that Rift. So maybe it's possible they bring back the Pustula and the Nectar Vial. Because I want the Nectar Vial. That has been my most wanted charm literally ever. And I can't ever get it.
Yeah, but I mean, we have the perfect thing now with like player cards and charms and like player icons. Like those things I think are fine for FOMO. Because like there's such a, and I know some people like put some importance on it, but at the end of the day, they're very small, minute things. And I always bring up Destiny 2 with this. It's like Destiny 2 does shit with that with FOMO all the time. And people don't have a problem with it there. Most people don't have a problem with it there. Like they did a thing, they do it a lot for like random events that happen from like player engagement. Like there was one, I bring it the laser tag weekend a lot. There was one weekend where they had a weapon called Prometheus Lens being sold by one of the vendors. And so the entire weekend was just everyone running around with a laser rifle. So everyone called it laser tag weekend. And then Bungie just gave everyone who played during that time a little icon. Like, stuff like that, I think, is fine. You can't ever get that again. Because you didn't play during the laser tag weekend. It's just a little sign that shows you were there.
Yeah. That's what I like. Just, like, little stuff that shows that.
I think, Riot kind of did this, too. I bring up the Earth skin a lot. They had a skin for Warwick, the Earth skin. It was Halloween of... I don't remember the year. But it was as a Halloween skin, and it only came around during Halloween, but they never brought it back until a few years ago. It's probably longer than a few years now. You can get it with the free currency now. It's like 1 million or some shit like that. It's an insane amount. But if you buy it with that, you don't get one of the animations with it. So they made it so the people who bought it originally can still feel like they have something that other people didn't get because they weren't there. But the newer people can still get the skin.
I'm actually thinking about it now. I just completely remembered that the Trickster Rift, they brought back the iridescent level 71 so they could bring back that vial. So now I'm sitting here like...
You're going to be checking the fucking shop every day now.
Yeah, now I am, because they brought back all 3 of the high charms from that tome.
I turned Scootey into an addict. Great.
Where's my nectar vial? Where's my nectar vial? Where's my nectar vial?
Is that the new channel meme? All right. I mean, I can't really think of anywhere else to take this game.
For what? Yeah, I can't really think of much else. We talked about a lot.
We did.
And we got through a lot of topics really fast. That's something I kind of do well, is like I shoot through topics. I'm like, bam, 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 bam.
And yeah, and I appreciate that. And I know it's I mean, it didn't feel like 3 hours, but
that was 4 hours.
Yeah. Well, yeah, about 4 hours. Didn't feel like it, did it?
No, that was like... That was fast. I mean, what else would there be to talk about Wesker in specific? I think behavior. This is actually something I've noted. I don't think behavior is going to be able to recreate that Wesker Craze.
Oh, hang on a second. Before you continue, Chad, if you have any questions for Scootey, go ahead and put him down now.
I will answer
for Wesker
anything.
or anything in general. What you mean the cycle that every killer goes through now?
Just the craze. Like, it was months of people playing Wesker after launch. Months.
Mm-hmm.
Every content creator was playing Wesker. Every single one was playing Wesker for weeks. Everyone wanted to play Wesker. Everyone was playing versus Wesker. That's why people got so sick of him, is that they versed him every game.
It was Dead by Wesker for like for like 6 months.
Yeah, for like a solid 6 months, it was Dead by Wesker.
Even I was part of it. I didn't bring this up. Fun fact: my PNG design. You can't really see it here. I can swap it. Hang on. You still probably can't. Well, no, you can kind of see it. My eyes are Wesker's eyes.
Oh shit! Like mine.
Yeah. My designer did that because when they were making it at the time, I wasn't maining Wesker, but I played a lot of Wesker. And they just thought it was a funny little thing to add. It was Dead by Wesker for like 6 months, and I do agree. I don't think we'll ever get that. The closest we came was what, Unknown?
No, not even. I stopped seeing Unknown after like a week and a half.
Yeah.
Not many people play Vecna. I think the closest thing we've had was the Billy Renaissance with the rework.
Yeah, and Chucky, kind of. Not as
much.
Yeah,
Chucky was fucking everywhere. That's right. Chucky was everywhere for like almost 2 months.
To be fair, to Chucky, I don't even think it was just the strength thing. It's also because he was fundamentally a different killer because of the third-person camera too.
That is very true, actually.
It was also a license no one ever thought would get.
I mean, they literally said we would never get Chucky.
Yeah, that's why I don't believe them anymore.
Dude, if I could have Slender Man, oh my god.
Who?
Slender Man.
Oh.
I know they will never do it because of the incident in 2014. Yeah. But, I mean, that hasn't stopped them before with Clown and Doctor.
Yeah. Well, I've talked about this before. I think there's ways of doing it properly.
The way I would love for them to do it is the way I love writing concepts. I don't really talk about it much, but I have like multiple documents of me making killers with a bunch of different powers and different types of perks and everything. And the way I made Slender Man was half original.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I made it like it's the Entities version of Slender Man by creating it from all like the myths and tales from online that you hear.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I think it's just like when they adapt like folklore ones, they have to be very careful with how they do it.
I think Unknown is quite literally their take on Slenderman.
It might Unknown's also very close to Fiddlesticks from League. I'm working on a video about that actually. To the point where they added a Fiddlestick skin to Unknown, I wouldn't bat an eye. It makes perfect sense.
It actually would be pretty fire. But no, like if you look at the way the add-ons are and the way the initial lore is, it is their take on Slenderman.
Yeah, I know it's just a combination of like internet viral internet horror in general, though.
Yeah. Which is probably why it was so successful.
Yeah. What once again is weird because everyone praises Unknown. Like, even I do. I think Unknown's one of the best design killers they've ever made.
I do think Unknown's one of the best design killers, but nobody really plays him.
Why?
It's a good question.
That is my why. What happened? I don't think they're
because I can explain why, and it's my whole issue with Unknown in general, playstyle wise.
Mm-hmm.
Playing for hooks as Unknown is not worth it.
Oh.
It's not, because the way you get rid of the weakened status effect, I've talked about it before, where it's like, okay, I'm going to hook this person now, and I have someone else weakened, and I literally go to pick, and they just walk up, and they're like, haha, I'm staring at you, and they just fucking stand there, and then it's like, oh, cool, my third health state's gone, I have to play for 3 health states again.
Yeah. I don't want them to get rid of the line of sight thing, though. I think it makes too much sense.
No, I don't want them to get rid of it. I think I would do some changes, like, my thing, the way I would change Unknown, I mean, me and I think Zozo was in here earlier. Zozo's Gorbo. I mentioned the idea that whenever you're carrying a survivor, they cannot lose the weakened status effect whatsoever. And something they could do is that if they are going towards you for something silly, is that it slowly builds if you are carrying a survivor and they are weakened. So
I would
so you're not incentivized to slug, you're incentivized to actually go for the pickup. So now instead of slugging, someone else is by you, I pick up and I start refreshing their effect. And now I can go over to the hook, and then now I can go after that person.
I would have to try it. I would have to see it before I have a definitive on that one. Because I think I think the only problem I have with that is that that's one of the best times a survivor gets to get rid of their weekend.
I would agree with that, but that's the sole reason why I don't ever play for hooks on Unknown, because why would I? I can just leave that person on the ground and go, oh yeah, you're over here, walk over, down them again, go, oh, there's someone else here, oh, and then just go from there. Like, why would I ever go for hooks when they're going to remove their weekend effect?
Yeah, and then I guess Chucky, once again, once they did all the nerfs, well, depends on who you ask, once they did all the changes, yeah, a lot of people just dropped Chucky. I'm very curious if the pick rate's still as high as it was, if it's even close.
I stopped playing Chucky because he's just so streamlined. I don't like very streamlined characters, but that's always been how I've played this game. That's why I play Wesker and the killers that I do.
I think, yeah, I'm just genuinely curious what his pick rate went down to, because for a while there it was Chucky for for everybody. Any killer that's able to supersede Huntress, in my mind, was, at least from a play rate perspective, a success.
Yeah, actually, because everyone plays Huntress.
Yeah. But, once again with Wesker, and the funny thing is, they didn't even really... Was there really anything that changed with Wesker over those 6 months?
Other than the nerf, no.
So, I wonder why people just stopped playing him. Because I don't see him that much anymore now, except unless events happen.
They all went over to Chucky, and then now that Chucky's dispelling, they're going back over to Billy. All the Wesker players went to Billy again. I think, Numi's a great example. When Numi played a shit ton of Wesker, Numi still does play Wesker, but, Billy's good again. All the Wesker players went over to Billy, and all the dedicated Wesker players are the clip people I was telling you about, where it's, the people who just want to get good at his techs and everything.
Let me ask you a very weird question, because I know you're talking about, you said earlier you don't like, you're not the biggest fan of streamlined characters. For someone like me who mains a decently streamlined character, what would you think the appeal of the character is to someone like me?
Something very simple and something you can expand upon. It's something very similar with and it's the way to explain it is that other killers have a very high skill ceiling. Those are the characters I lean towards.
Mm-hmm.
The streamlined characters are for people that want to master their craft. You want to play Chucky and you want to be the best at Chucky, even if he's something simple, and I can respect that. Okay. I personally cannot do that.
Okay.
Because
yeah, it was a genuine curiosity. That's all.
Because sure, Chucky doesn't have many super intricate things, but the things that he can do, if you learn to expand on them, you can become oppressive and chase. That's a great example. That's why people still play Huntress.
Yeah.
Even if she's the high skill ceiling argument, that's why, because she's very simple. I wind hatchet, I throw hatchet.
Yeah.
But there's so many different things you can do with her. What's another very streamlined character that I would say is like that?
You're gonna hate me when I say it.
Who do you think?
Skull Merchant.
I would agree. There's intricacies to Skull Merchant,
there
though.
Is. No one does them, but they're there.
I mean, I'm not going to disagree. What's another one that's very streamlined? As of recent, Knight. And it's absolutely no offense to you, Pixie. Each Knight does one simple thing. You know what their roles are, but it's depending on how you use them in the situations. It's a very streamlined killer, but you do them differently.
I have, the way I've described it, because I think Ghost Anonymous, he's a Chucky main, who plays Knight a lot. But the way I've always described it is, to me, it's what's more impressive? And this is like a litmus test for people. What's more impressive to you? If a plumber can fix your plumbing with anything lying around, or a plumber who knows exactly the tools he needs to fix something.
The one who can exact. Because that means that situation he's already diagnosed what's going on and that he can use those tools exactly. It's exactly what I was talking about with how I used techs with Wesker.
Mm-hmm.
I see what situation I need to use this, and I apply it.
Yeah,
And that's why I find that way more intricate than just like the guy who can hit the 90-degree flick go fucking crazy.
yeah, but some people would say the other one though, and I think like I said, that's why I like it as a litmus test. Which one do you think is more impressive? Because some people would say, well, if he can MacGyver my fucking plumbing, well, clearly he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, clearly he knows what he's doing. Like, and that's why I don't want to take away from that when I talk about streamlined killers. They are just not for me.
Except Legion.
Another one I would say is
Sorry, Tap.
Nemesis.
Nemesis?
Yeah. The guy does one thing.
He does.
But people like Horserer and Indie are good at their craft.
Well,
same thing with
Xenomorph.
Like, who's another? Xenomorph 2 with Headache.
Yeah.
Another one I would say is let me think. Artist 2. Artist 2. Well, Artist actually has a decently high skill ceiling, so I can't really say that.
But similar to Skull Merchant, no one does it. I think that's the other problem with a lot of those is like I said, Skull Merchant and Artist are definitely like they have high skill ceilings in my opinion, but there's no reason to really do the high skill ceiling stuff. Like I think it's part of the problem with them. Like with Skull Merchant, you can literally just plop your drones everywhere and still get results. Right, you don't have to do the stuff like Pixel does, where you like reverse the line of sights, put them in like specific gaps at like Shack. Specifically use the undetectable, like the perfect. Like you don't have to do all of that most of the time. You can just put your drones around the map in general locations and still get results.
I would agree.
Same thing with Chucky. I mean, we can all argue day and night about like slice and dice being a guaranteed hit all the time, but it's like I still have to know the range. I still have to know which loop I'm at. I still need to know if I have to slide this one for the 90-degree turn here. I still have to position the camera properly to be able to chase survivors. I need to know if I can chuck spot here, if I need to brute force this loop or not. Like, there's still a lot more going into it, but at the end of the day, if you really wanted to, you can just brute force everything and just slice and dice anytime you're in range. Right?
Yeah.
Because there's no reason not to.
I hate to go off topic. I just want to answer this question before I forget. Skylander, I do know some good Weskers on console. The only thing that Wesker can't really do as good as PC is Instaflick, but you can do every single tech on console. There is no difference. I know some really good console Weskers, like Benork and Steamy, and they are very good.
What are those, don't they have like joystick extenders that help you with that kind of stuff?
Yeah, but I mean, if you're at 100% sensitivity, you can just flick the stick and it'll still do very similar. It's just not going to, you're not going to go 180 in one frame flick like you can.
Oh yeah, Wraith, Phoenix just brought up Wraith. Wraith is a very good example. I know people who like Wraith look like a different killer. But you don't have to do that to play Wraith.
Yeah.
You can just be Bing Bong Man the entire match and it's fine. Most of the time. I mean, you're still Wraith, so you're probably going to lose. But the point is, the only exception, and to a degree, they would agree with me, I think is probably Legion. But I think that's by design. I think that's on purpose. Because are they the only killer classified as easy?
Hold on, who's classified as an easy killer? We shall go look at the list altogether.
I think it's just Legion.
There's no way it's just Legion.
Trapper's classified as easy?
Trapper, Wraith, and Legion.
Huh. Well then.
They're the only ones considered easy.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I can see the arguments for why. I hate those things anyways, but yeah. But yeah, I think for a lot of people it just comes down to different mindsets, and as with most things in life, I think cognitive dissonance takes in, and that's why some people like I remember very distinctly Bran the Mr. Headache. He's lightened up a little bit, but he hates Chucky, like to an immense degree. Hates playing as him, hates playing against him.
I hate playing versus that little ginger fuck, but playing as him I don't like terribly hate. It's just I find it very boring when I sit there and play him for like 5 hours. I'm like, I cannot do this anymore.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, people thought that he hated me because of that.
No.
I'm like, no, we're decently good friends. I'm in his stream all the time. We talk sometimes, like, whatever.
You play Chucky or Huntress? You're the bane of the planet, bro. Like, what? What kind of logic is that?
I just
people who do that seriously, though.
Yeah, I know. I have it happen all the time. It's just I will never understand. But once again, I do think part of it comes down to a cognitive dissonance for some people of like you're being very understanding with like how someone could find the character as appealing as I do. And some people just don't do that. They don't care. They're just like, I don't. This killer takes no skill. This killer is bad. I don't want to understand how you can like this killer. It's just, yeah. It's frustrating is the wrong word. It's exhausting. That's all. Because it makes me feel bad for playing the killer sometimes. And I know it shouldn't, but it just does. Ugh. Did I miss any questions from chat?
There was the one of Pixie asking when I was epic. I don't know.
Are you?
Epic.
I think you are. I mean, you came on here, so you're as epic as everybody I know. So.
Yeah, when you offered, I was just like, okay, I need to find a time.
Yeah,
I'm always down to do stuff like this. As you can tell, I love talking and yapping.
This'll still be in because we're not at the end, but I talk about this a lot with the logistics of this because people are like, all you do is I get comments all the time. It's like, this is really lazy content. All you do is talk for a few hours and then upload it. You guys don't see the logistical side of this shit. Like right now, I've got like 6 in the pipeline. I had to find like times for 6 individual people to meet up with me for like minimum 2 hours at a time. That is not easy. Even finding people, like I said, the Freddy one took me months to find. And then I had to convince them to come on. But if anyone doesn't have any more questions, I think we'll start wrapping up here. Sadly.
I don't recommend egg when learning Wesker. Your mid-bound duration's extended by 50%. That's going to throw off your muscle memory completely when you take off that add-on.
Does Wesker have an actual meme add-on that like makes him worse to play?
Jewel Beetle if you don't know how to play Albert Wesker.
Okay. I was just asking if maybe Wesker had a I call them running weight add-ons.
He has like 2 meme combos. He has Chalice Lion, which is just base kit.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have Lion Medallion Jewel Beetle.
Thoughts on distressing on Wesker?
It's his actual stealth perk.
I actually kind of want to try it.
You would be surprised. They hear the TR and they start pre-running, but they have no idea where the hell you are.
Yeah, no, I think large terror radius is unironically one of the best stealth things you can do in this game.
To be fair, actually try Stealth Wesker. He is the quietest killer in the game next to Onryo.
I thought it was
without using power.
I thought it was unknown.
No, he's quiet. He's silent. His footsteps are so quiet.
I guess that makes sense. I mean, I know some people bring Plaything on him for that reason. I was gonna, with the terror radius thing. I actually kind of want to. Do you know how the laugh mechanics work on Chucky?
Whenever you're undetectable in any regard, bro starts laughing.
It's 12 meters.
That's 12 meters. He starts laughing.
Yeah.
Oh, so you can just know where people are if you're laughing and you don't see anyone.
No. Chucky laughs at all times for you, the player.
Oh.
But the survivor, they only hear it when you're 12 meters away. It's every half second he laughs.
The yapper.
That's why I tell people he's not a stealth killer.
It's just to get him close for slice and dice.
Yeah, it's what it was. It was their way of implementing counterplay, or not counterplay, but it was their way to give the survivors a heads up he's there. Of the other like 6 ways they did. My point with that is a lot of times I'll run really low terror radius builds on him because it doesn't affect that. There's a build he has where you can have a 10-meter terror radius. But I do want to try max terror radius on him and see if it kind of has a similar effect to Wesker. I'm very interested if it would, because I have a feeling it might. Because the way the terror radius works is when you're in a certain range, it like starts to the heartbeat expands. So if it was a bigger terror radius, they wouldn't know how close you were. In theory.
I see.
Speaking of terror radius, one last thing I do want to talk about is because I know this has been brought up. Do you think Nurse needs a 40-meter terror radius?
The thing with Nurse and having a large TR is like, yeah, there's going to be the pre-running aspect, but I mean that would just also make Infectious better.
That's true. That is true.
That's why Blight doesn't have a 40. It's why thematically, like, I get why Wesker has a 40-meter TR. It's the whole reason why is so he has that final boss vibe. Like, listen to his chase theme and the fact he has a 40-meter, like...
Is that why?
Like, yeah, it's purely thematic.
Oh.
Like, yeah, there's the whole aspect of him literally dashing on top of you, but there's literally how many other dash killers?
Yeah, that's why I thought it was weird for him to have it. And not give it to the other ones. But yeah.
To be fair, almost all of Wesker's numbers are so safe. That's something they've been doing recently, is that, like, I think a great example was Vecna. Remember how bad he was on PTB? He was terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Like, actually, genuinely a terrible killer.
Yeah, I wasn't impressed on PTB, if I'm honest.
And then
the little rounds of buffs, and then the nerfs, the knee-jerk nerfs that I still don't think were necessary.
I mean, Mage Hand is still good.
It is.
I'll be honest.
It is.
It didn't really affect how you play with him.
Also,
Gorbo is right. I hate to interrupt you.
No, go ahead. I was just going to say it's more the principle of the thing I was mad at.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the mixture of the fact that he can just appear on top of you and the fact that he has information on you and the fact that you're 8% hindered. But now that doesn't matter. You're not 8% hindered anymore.
Yeah, that is true. I wonder if they'll ever readjust it. Also, can Pig have a 24-meter terror radius now?
I think all the killers without mobility should have 28. 28 would be a stable. And then bring back Slinger's 24-meter.
I don't know. Like, Onryo was the reason, like, I brought that up. It's just, like...
What is her... Is her TR is 24?
Yes.
I thought it was 28.
It's either 20... It's either 20... It's either 24 or 28, but it's not 32. But she's a 115 killer. It was just weird that she was the exception. And I don't know why.
It is 24 meters.
Yeah.
It's also because she has a lullaby when she's in her demanifesto too.
I guess, but like I don't know. It's just they made that statement, and I know it's years old now, where they were like, we wanted to normalize terror radius based on movement speed.
Oh, like let the shit be dynamic.
Yeah.
That's something I've always wanted. It's different movement speeds, different TRs. Like, I think a big thing that would make a lot of like bad killers better with no mobility, and this is like a very experimental change and something that would like really make people mad, is having 120 killers.
I have made the suggestion of I think killers could get a movement speed buff if they're not in chase long enough.
But I mean, like, in general, like Trapper, like, why is he 115 and not like 120? Like, why couldn't Trapper be 120? Yeah. I mean, the reason why is because he's the base killer.
Yeah.
So they don't want that to do that to other people. But
I just, my idea was like just not to ruin the quote balance of the game, was just like Trapper, like getting around the map, it sucks. It sucks. He has no dash. He's 115. Like, he'll get around the map just fine, but like baseline. My idea has always been, like, if you're not in chase for, like, let's say 20 seconds, you get, like, a 10% movement speed buff to help you get around the map.
I see.
That's always been my thought process with it. I think that would help the non-mobility killers. At least for map pressure. I mean, it wouldn't really help their chase, but that would have to be done on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, and again, that would lead back to behavior declaring what killer needs to be balanced around that or not. I think killers without mobility that don't have any oppressive chase powers or any oppressive like macro thing should be 120. Like, and it's a very, very, very small case of who that should be.
Yeah.
So,
well, people have said Chucky should be 150. No.
No,
You
because he'd be
fucking
117
don't
on
want him
tiles.
115. Ooh, a lot of his counterplay is certain tiles, and half the reason those tiles suck is because he's 110. You don't want 115. You think he's oppressive now. Take him to a TNL.
To answer these questions really quick, Skylander, run gloves. Gloves is because you get to use power more often. Just run solo gloves. If you want to run another add-on at all, just run something that'll give, like, I don't know, run Chalice. It extends the mid-duration bounds grab by 50%, so you'll always get a guaranteed hit, basically. But also note that when you take that off, it's going to be 50% shorter if you want to run an add-on like that. Or you can run Lion Medallion, which makes the throws further by 30%. So if you do miss, you have more of a further chance of hitting them. But note that whenever you miss with Lion Medallion, you're throwing them further away from you, so you're zoning them away from you. And then the other thing too about Wesker's chase theme is Wind of Madness is in the chase theme. If you listen to it and listen to Wind of Madness, it is the same. There's there's the core that rises and then goes down. Winds of Madness is in his chase theme, which is the final boss theme from RE5.
I actually didn't know that.
It's the like when it before it loops the dun 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 that it's literally Winds of Madness except remixed.
I just Wesker's chase music is actually really, really good.
It's literally the best in the game. It's like always. It's like not even a discussion usually with people. What's the best chase music in the game, Wesker?
Yeah, I wouldn't argue that at all. All right. Well, I think we've said most of everything we needed to, unless you have anything else to add.
With stealth perks as well, if you're going to run stealth builds, unforeseen, and then you run dark sunglasses with gloves so you can keep stealth up.
Mm-hmm.
Because even if crit infect isn't as good, people aren't disinfecting as much actually, which means that some infect builds actually do a little bit better off. Oh, this is me like messing with the. This is like when I was talking about earlier about singularity. By the way, this is what I'm referring to. I'm like I was confused on how I shot that. That's like the aim assist.
I thought they got rid of that on the cam placements.
No, they didn't. But other than that, like Wesker, and it's something we were talking about before, is that even if you just give Wesker a try, if you don't like it, like there's no judgment, no nothing. I get why people don't like him playing as or versusing him.
Yeah, ironically, I'm not the biggest fan of playing. I'm honest, not anymore, anyways. But yeah, I think we'll like. Did you have something else?
Nothing in particular. I just hope to continue making Wesker content for as long as I can because I really enjoy this killer.
All right. Before we close out, where can people find you, Scootey?
I am at Scootey Woody with an EY. I was going to mention it at some point, but you misspelled my name in the stream title.
Yeah, I did. I did. I copied and pasted it. I copied and pasted it from your Twitch page.
That's crazy.
Yeah, because I couldn't. I was trying to like let it auto correct itself and find you, and it didn't work. So I just went to your Twitch page, copied and pasted it. It still didn't work, I guess. I'm also dyslexic. That might be part of it.
That's fair enough. Me too. I start writing things, and I'm like, I say the after the initial word. I'm like, oh, my bad, and then I go back and rewrite. But I'm Scootey Booty at YouTube, Twitch, TikTok. I don't upload as much on TikTok, but I'm trying to upload more on YouTube, and I stream every Wednesday, Thursday, except for today. Every Wednesday, Thursday, and Sunday.
And that's all that will be below. Check out Scootey if you haven't. I don't know how you haven't at this point if you're here. But yeah, thanks for coming on. I tell everybody this. It really does mean the world. I know,
it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and I know it's really random and all that stuff, but it's just it still blows my mind that anyone wants to come on and talk about this shit for hours.
I love yapping.
But to the people on the YouTubes, I love y'all. Have a good one, and yeah, bye.
Bye-bye.